This young man's name is Diep Lam, and he's a transmigrator. In the world he was transported to, he's a classic orphan with no family. Moreover, spiritual energy has been restored in this world. Demons are everywhere, and ferocious beasts run rampant. There are even countless secret realms and dungeons. As an orphan, Diep Lam found it incredibly difficult to survive. That is, until he discovered his own special ability, physical regeneration. In Thon Thon City, there is an underground black market. Here, one can buy and sell anything and everything. Today, Diep Lam came to sell a kidney and a cornea. What's remarkable is that 6 months ago, he had already sold 1 kidney, 1 spleen, 1 gallbladder, a pair of testicles, a third of his liver, a section of his small intestine, and half of his large intestine. Selling his remaining kidney now would mean he couldn't live more than 2 days. It's okay. To save my critically ill younger sister, anything is worth it, Diep Lam told the owner with a tear-streaked face. But in reality, he didn't have a sick sister. It was just that his incredible ability allowed him to recover from injuries in minutes. Even lost organs or limbs would grow back as if nothing happened. Because of this, Diep Lam took advantage of his constantly regenerating body to make a living selling his organs. His goal was to earn 100,000 yuan to pay for the class awakening ceremony. Because only by undergoing the ritual, awakening his abilities, and becoming a profession holder could he become stronger. Only then could he survive in this incredibly dangerous world and protect the people important to him. That day, after selling his kidney, Diep Lam feigned agony, hobbling out of the black market with a cane, groaning all the way. Once he was certain no one was following him, he dropped the disguise. The wounds from having his kidney and cornea removed had already regenerated. This time, Diep Lam earned 30,000 yuan. Combined with his previous savings, it should be enough to cover the cost of the awakening ceremony. Today also happened to be the auspicious day for the ceremony. When Diep Lam arrived at the scene, many people recognized him and began to mock him. "Hey, Diep Lam, what are you doing here? Diep Lam, isn't that the poor student? Why is he here for the awakening ceremony?" As soon as Diep Lam saw this group, he switched on his acting mode, grabbing the hand of the girl in the front row with teary eyes, crying and lamenting. "Miss Vuong, to attend this ceremony, I had no choice but to take out a loan." Seeing Diep Lam's pitiful state, the people around him began to sigh. A loan for the class awakening? He's destined to spend the rest of his life working to pay off that debt. This guy's really reckless. If he awakens a trash profession, he's done for. The woman named Vuong didn't know what to say, and could only pat Diep Lam on the shoulder a few times to comfort him, encouraging him to give his all in the upcoming ritual. Below the awakening platform, students were lined up in dense rows. To the side, a large, floating orb emitting a golden light was being managed by a white-haired old man. He was the university's headmaster and the one officiating the ceremony this time. The next person called was Cao Daivu from Class 5. His family wasn't wealthy, so if he awakened a non-combat profession, the 100,000 yuan would be completely wasted. Amidst the whispers of his classmates, Daivu stepped onto the platform and, under the headmaster's guidance, placed his hand on the large orb. And he really did awaken a non-combat profession. A-grade poultry farmer. How tragic. Another useless profession. The whispers rose again. A poultry farmer? Is he going to spend his whole life with chickens and ducks? Seemingly hearing these words, the headmaster offered some words of comfort to Daivu. Don't be discouraged just because you got a non-combat profession. There are only useless people, not useless professions. After Daivu, a beautiful girl was called up. It was the school's belle, Jia Cat Ing. The moment she appeared, the entire atmosphere changed. Both boys and girls cheered enthusiastically for their goddess. Jia Cat stood on the awakening platform and took a deep breath. The instant her hand touched the orb, a strange phenomenon occurred. A great flame erupted violently, transforming into the shape of a twisting phoenix. It circled in the sky for a long time before vanishing. Even the headmaster was left speechless at the sight. This is an SSS-grade fire mage. Our Thon Thon Academy can finally hold its head high. It wasn't just him. All the students were in awe of the profession Jia Cat had just awakened. She was already in a high social class to begin with. After becoming an SSS-grade fire mage, the male students felt a sense of despair. They no longer even had the right to look up to their goddess. The reason for their reaction was that a single SSS-grade fire mage was comparable to an army of thousands. Diep Lam couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Jia Kat-ing was truly lucky. Awakening an SSS-grade profession is a momentous event for the academy. I will discuss a future training plan with you later, the headmaster told her before calling the next name. This time, it was Diep Lam's turn. As expected, the moment he stepped forward, people began gossiping about his poor, orphaned background and what he had told Miss Vuong about taking out a loan. As he walked past Jia Kating, who was stepping down, Diep Lam thought to himself, I won't be a stepping stone for a little girl like you. Here we go. I've finally been waiting for this moment. Will I live a mediocre life, or will I defy fate and change my destiny? It all comes down to this. With that thought, Diep Lam touched the orb with both hands. At that moment, the sky seemed to darken. A massive scythe appeared from the heavens and descended upon Diep Lam. The students below were all dumbfounded. Even Jia Kat-nge, who hadn't been paying much attention, turned her head to look. Unbelievable. How could he be so lucky? A poor student who took out a loan awakened an SSS-grade profession. That's better than winning the lottery. The crowd below began to clamor. The headmaster was stunned for a few seconds. After composing himself, he loudly announced that Diep Lam had become an SSS-grade forbidden cursecaster. However, before he could finish the sentence, the headmaster suddenly stopped, noticing something was wrong. Down below, the students had already started laughing. A forbidden cursecaster? I heard there's never been one, who has lived past the age of 25. Doesn't that mean he has to sacrifice his own life force to cast skills? It's because of the short lifespan that forbidden cursecaster is considered a trash profession. Diep Lam just took out a loan to awaken his class, and now he's going to die young? How tragic. After hearing this, Jia Katanga just sighed and turned to leave, feeling a sense of pity for Diep Lam. As for the others, most of them were malicious, gloating at his misfortune. Faced with their ridicule, Diep Lam quietly asked the headmaster, Headmaster, is it true that a forbidden cursecaster can't live past 25? The man sighed softly, then patted his shoulder. Diep Lam, don't be too pessimistic. A life that burns brightly for a moment is better than a lifetime of mediocrity. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you, headmaster. Even if I can only live to 25, I will burn brightly and bring glory to our school. Diep Lam once again had tears welling up in his eyes. This expression made the headmaster feel even more pity for him, and he promised to help. He would use a special plan to train him, no less than what Jia Kat-ing would receive. But in reality, Diep Lam's heart was already blooming with joy. He thought to himself, hey, you people have no idea. A forbidden curse caster with a short lifespan? But what does that have to do with my immortal body? After the awakening ceremony ended, Diep Lam dragged his tired body, planning to go home and get some rest. On the way, Jia Katanga suddenly appeared and made a proposal. Fellow student Diep Lam, form a party with me. The more a forbidden cursecaster fights, the faster their life drains away. I don't have any ill intentions. I just don't want to see you die young. Clearly, Jia Kat-ing, with her SSS-grade fire mage profession, wanted Diep Lam to leech off her. At least, by fighting less, he could extend his lifespan. Who would have thought that Diep Lam would refuse instantly without a second thought? Jia Katenge was infuriated by his rejection and turned to leave, muttering under her breath, You can't reason with a stubborn fool. Fine, have it your way. However, the trouble didn't end there. After the school bell left, Diep Lam was blocked by another group of students. Judging by their faces, they clearly meant no good. Oh, isn't this our fellow student Diep Lam who just got an SSS grade profession? What's the matter? Everyone in school knows that Jia Kating-he belongs to young Master Kwai. Do you really think becoming a forbidden curse caster means you can rise up? Diep Lam sighed internally. Getting involved with women is such a hassle. He never expected that a few casual words from Jia Kating-he would land him in this much trouble. Diep Lam tried to respond in the calmest tone possible. Please let me pass. I want to go home. The moment he finished speaking, the group burst out laughing. They mocked his tiny 10 square meter room, questioning if it could even be called a home. Then, That detestable guy surnamed Kwai said something even more infuriating. Diaplam, now that you also have an SSS grade profession, how about you call me father? I'll arrange a security guard position for you at the Kwai Corporation. What do you say? His underlings wholeheartedly echoed his public humiliation. To be a security guard at the Kwai Corporation, you should be kowtowing in thanks to young Master Kwai. Egged on by his followers, young Master Kwai became even more arrogant. You can start work at the Kwai Corporation tomorrow. Once you have some money, you can buy nice things for your dead relatives at the orphanage. An orphan with relatives? How hilarious. Amidst their laughter, Diaplam's expression grew darker and darker. Old, unpleasant memories came flooding back to him. It made him feel incredibly frustrated. Finally, Diaplam couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hand, and a blue light emerged from his palm. You're the ones who forced my hand. Seeing this, the group immediately panicked. They probably didn't expect to run into a madman who, despite his short lifespan, was ready to unleash a forbidden curse right after awakening. As for Diaplam, he could tolerate being insulted, but the family he had at the orphanage was his bottom line, so he could no longer hold back. A forbidden curse was created. Diaplam slammed it into the ground, and the despicable group was immediately knocked off their feet. They were so scared their legs gave out. Unable to stand, they could only tremble in fear. Diaplam, are you insane? Do you really need to use a forbidden curse? Seeing them still muttering, Diaplam raised his hand again, fearing he would use another forbidden curse. Young Master Kwai's group was scared out of their wits and immediately turned tail and fled. Seeing how cowardly they were, Diaplam didn't bother to pursue the matter further, packed his things, and left. Unbeknownst to him, the entire incident had been observed by Jia Cat Ing from a distance. She thought to herself, what a brute, losing his temper and risking his life over a few insults. A person like that is destined to not go far, even if his profession wasn't a forbidden curse caster. Diaplam, you were never worthy of standing with me. Diaplam was completely unaware of her thoughts, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have cared. By the time it was completely dark, he had finally returned home and began to research the profession he had just awakened. Forbidden curse casters sacrifice their own bodies to create forbidden curses. Normally, sacrificing a 1-2-inch section of intestine can summon a Kuei water yin thunder. Sacrificing a heart can summon a life and death annihilation thunder. He calculated silently. So, if I want to create the ultimate chaos divine thunder, doesn't that mean I have to sacrifice my own life? Just as he thought of that, Diaplam suddenly felt dizzy and unwell. It seemed to be the side effect of his body's recovery, just like every other time. He lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Meanwhile, that young Master Kwai, who couldn't beat Diaplam, had run home to tattle to his father. Father, you must get revenge for me. You have to take that guy's life. I won't be satisfied until you send someone to assassinate him. Lang Vu, have you forgotten what I taught you? Taking the life of an SSS grade forbidden curse caster is extremely risky, and it brings us no benefit whatsoever. He's the type to risk his life by casting a forbidden curse over a few insults. He's clearly a very emotional person. Don't forget, he's still a poor student, and our Kwai family has no shortage of money. At this point, Kwai Langvu's father used his thumb. He forcefully extinguished his lit cigarette in the ashtray as if venting his anger, then spoke to his son in a low voice. Lang Vu, you must learn to use your greatest advantage to deal with your enemy's greatest weakness. Understood? The next day, the novice trial examination was held at Thon Thon Academy. Diaplam, like all the other newly awakened students, came to participate. The moment he appeared, the other students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "That's him, that's Diaplam." The day he became a forbidden curse caster, he taught Kwai Lang Vu a lesson. Diaplam couldn't be bothered with what people were saying about him. That is, until Lang Vu suddenly appeared and smugly handed him a bottle of milk. Fellow student Diaplam, good morning. You haven't had breakfast, have you? This is the breakfast I specially brought for you. Diaplam took the bottle of milk from his hand, then half-jokingly asked if Lang Vu couldn't beat him and had resorted to poison instead. Of course, the other party denied it immediately. He even claimed it was a thank you gift for waking him from his stupor with a lightning bolt yesterday. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want. Diaplam cut Lang Vu off. As a result, he saw the guy clasp his hands, kneel on one knee, and say loudly, "I want you to be my big brother." This action left Diep Lam in complete shock. Did this guy get his brains scrambled from the beating yesterday? But Lang Vu seemed incredibly serious. He said that after getting beaten up yesterday, he had done some self-reflection and reevaluated himself. He felt that if he wanted to become more outstanding, he needed to find a good role model, and that role model happened to be Diep Lam. If that's the case, then a small tuition fee is necessary, isn't it? He said. When Diep Lam mentioned money, Lang Vu's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Of course, big brother, what's your account number? I'll transfer the money right away. Diep Lam recited a string of numbers, then told Lang Vu to transfer 2 million yuan first as this semester's tuition. The moment he heard the price of 2 million, Lang Vu nearly jumped. Wait, 2 million yuan? What, too expensive? Diep Lam didn't even bother to glance at him, his tone filled with disdain. Not expensive, not at all. I'll have my dad transfer the money right now. After some commotion, it was finally time for the novice trial to begin. In the large stadium, a mysterious portal had opened. It was the teleportation gate to the novice secret realm. All newly awakened students had to pass through here, enter the dungeon, slay demons, and achieve good results. Everyone was brimming with fighting spirit. As for Diep Lam and Jia Katne, being the two who had awakened top-tier professions, they were naturally positioned at the center of their classmates. Are those two at the front the students with SSS grade professions from Than Than Academy this year? They certainly have an extraordinary presence. The elders standing on the observation deck next to the headmaster noticed the two of them at a glance. Ah, how troublesome. I already told them to be a bit more humble. Awakening an SSS grade profession is already quite something. You see, these kids really worry me. During the awakening ceremony, two of them successfully awakened SSS grade professions. It's just too much fanfare. The headmaster feigned humility, but was actually flexing his school's achievements this year. His demeanor really annoyed the other old men, and none of them wanted to talk to him anymore. Old man from Than Than, don't get too smug. We all have things to do, so we'll be taking our leave. As soon as the elders left, the signal to start the exam was given. Jia Katanji still wanted to try and persuade Diep Lam one more time, so she suggested they form a party. But the result was exactly the same as before. Diep Lam bluntly rejected her. So arrogant and conceited. If you're in such a hurry to reincarnate, no one can stop you. Diep Lam couldn't be bothered with her words. After preparing, he shot through the teleportation gate like an arrow. The place he landed was a dense forest, with no other students around. It seemed the teleportation was random, with everyone ending up in a different location after passing through the gate. Just as Diep Lam had this thought, a growl came from behind him. He turned around and saw a leopard. But in Diep Lam's eyes, it was just a jungle cat. This will be a perfect chance to test the power of my forbidden curses. In a flash, Diep Lam took down the level 1 cheetah, receiving 10 experience points. He was a little disappointed. Seriously? You put on such a big show and only give me 10 experience points? Don't you feel bad for my kidney? If one leopard only gives 10 experience points, I'll need to kill 100 just to reach level 2. This is way too slow. I need to find another way. With his sharp mind, Diep Lam quickly found a solution to the problem. Killing them one by one was too time-consuming. So, he just needed to gather all the monsters in the forest. And he did just that. Being chased by a whole pack of wild beasts to the point of exhaustion, Diep Lam wasn't stressed at all. In fact, he was excited. After choosing a good spot, he stopped. Next, Diep Lam sacrificed his body to create the burning samsara, a forbidden curse with immense destructive power. The entire horde of monsters chasing him was swallowed by the flames of the burning samsara. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Diep Lam had to admit that the forbidden curse he created was truly terrifying. His strength, speed, and spiritual power had multiplied several times over in an instant. Within the range of the burning samsara, even a level 10 demonic beast couldn't withstand the damage he dealt. And so, with his immortal body, Diep Lam began to continuously sacrifice himself in exchange for power. His lifespan drained significantly each time he cast a forbidden curse. After just 5 minutes, Diep Lam noticed his skin had become all wrinkled. If he didn't want to reveal his immortality, it seemed he could only use the burning samsara curse for about a minute before having to stop. Diep Lam took a short break, waiting for his body to fully recover before starting the process of sacrificing for power again. This time, he went even bigger, casting the world-annihilating Thunder Rage Forbidden Curse. Compared to the burning samsara from before, its effect was far more devastating. All the demonic beasts within its range suffered an incredibly gruesome death. As for Diep Lam himself, he leveled up to 3 with just that one move, allowing him to learn a new forbidden curse called Karma Flame Heaven's Incineration. Late at night in the secret realm, Jia Katane accidentally wandered into the area where Diep Lam had been fighting. Seeing so many demonic beasts burn to a crisp, she couldn't believe her eyes. From a tree not far away, a flickering flame had yet to extinguish. Jia Katane immediately recognized it as Karma Flame. But in all of Thon, besides her, there were no other professions related to the fire element. Yet this person could create such a powerful surge of fire element. They were clearly no ordinary person. Just as she had this thought, Jia Katane detected movement not far away. This time, it was another surge of the fire element, its power likely on par with her own. Feeling that Thon was full of hidden masters, a real den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Jia Katane silently resolved to find out who this person was. However, she never expected that the powerful surge came from the person she least expected, Diep Lam. More importantly, he was squandering his power to create fire not for fighting, but to roast a wild boar. His body had been drained of too much energy today, so Diep Lam wanted to eat his fill to recover. After eating his fill, he extinguished the fire. He planned to head to a more distant area, as the monsters here had been nearly all farmed. Diep Lam, why is it you? Jia Katane's voice rang out from behind. Her face was filled with surprise. What are you doing here? The moment he saw Jia Katane, Diep Lam's face turned pale, not out of fear, but because he didn't want her to discover the secret of his immortal body. He stammered in response, I was just grilling some food here. I heard about it a long time ago. The forbidden curse caster profession isn't suited for solo fighting. It's too late for you to regret it now. Following me is useless. I don't have time to party up with you anymore. I have things to do. Don't follow me. Jia Katane seemed to have no doubts about Diep Lam's identity, and didn't even consider that he was the one who created the fire. She was so arrogant that she assumed Diep Lam was here because he was trying to follow her. It left him utterly speechless. Diep Lam felt this girl was not only troublesome but also dim-witted. But in any case, this was better than her discovering the secret he was hiding. That's right. Jia Katane suddenly stopped and asked, have you seen anyone else pass by here? That person is very powerful, skilled in using the fire element, and might even possess Karma Flame. Who else could it be but me? Diep Lam thought to himself, but of course, he couldn't say it out loud. He just wanted to shake Jia Katane off as quickly as possible, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the Karma Flame curse later. So he lied through his teeth. Ah, I did see someone. It was a man. Very handsome. He went in that direction. Diep Lam pointed randomly into the forest, and Jia Katane gullibly followed. Along the way, she even muttered and blamed him for wasting her time, thinking that otherwise, she could have caught up to the Karma Flame expert, never knowing that Diep Lam himself was that expert. She didn't find any expert, but she quickly ran into trouble. It was an extremely ferocious level 8 blood dragon behemoth. With her agile body, she managed to dodge its first attack. However, a level 8 demonic beast was something Jia Katane had absolutely no chance of winning against. In her desperation, she thought of Diep Lam but felt he was a coward. He had probably run far away by now, so how could she count on him? With no other choice, Jia Katane had to rely on herself, first launching a violent Phoenix Fire attack. The attack struck the blood dragon behemoth, but it was like a mere scratch. Not only did Jia Katane fail to inflict any damage, but she also enraged the demonic beast. It was too late to run. She had to risk it all and unleash her full power. Unexpectedly, as her attack neared the blood dragon behemoth, it let out a roar and deflected the entire attack back at her. Jia Katane never imagined she would be hit by her own attack. With no time to dodge and no way to counter, she was hit. She sat on the ground, battered and bruised, her breathing ragged and her clothes torn. It was only then that Gia Katinga felt regret, thinking that she had been too arrogant, too overconfident in herself. In this novice secret realm, a level 8 blood dragon behemoth was an unbeatable foe. Which novice could possibly win against it? And she was no exception. But Gia Katinga was unwilling to end things like this, feeling it would be too humiliating to die here. Just in the nick of time, a karma flame heaven's incineration was unleashed. To Gia Katinga's astonishment, the massive blood dragon behemoth was completely engulfed by the karma flame. Her eyes widened in shock. Seeing the karma flame firsthand, she now knew just how powerful its caster was. You saved me, Gia Katinga turned her head and saw a young man perched casually on a tree branch. In her heart, she was certain this was the expert she had been searching for, and she couldn't stop thanking him. Fellow student, thank you for saving my life. May I ask your name? That person was, of course, Diep Lam, but to avoid revealing his identity, he had disguised himself thoroughly, making him unrecognizable at first glance. In response to Gia Katinga's question, he quickly came up with a completely different name. Call me Lang Da. Lang as in wolf and Da as in night. That is my name. Gia Katinga took a deep breath. An unconcealable admiration appeared in her eyes. She then asked Diep Lam which school he was from. Since he saved her life, she wanted to repay him properly. After hearing this, Diep Lam just thought to himself, this foolish woman, who needs your thanks? But he couldn't say such rude words, so he simply replied, no need to thank me, I just happened to be passing by. Seeing Diep Lam preparing to leave, Gia Katinga became anxious and wanted to get up and follow him. But Diep Lam had no intention of dragging this burden along while he farmed monsters, so he said directly, don't follow me. The demonic beasts ahead will be even stronger. It's not a place a novice of your strength can enter. Also, I suggest you fix your clothes first. Only when he mentioned it did Gia Katinga notice her tattered outfit. The few remaining pieces of fabric covering her were about to fall off. She immediately crouched down to avoid exposing herself, but still stubbornly called out to her newfound idol, Lang Da. Lang Da, you just wait. I will definitely catch up to you. One day, I will stand by your side with dignity. Diep Lam was already far away by now. Once he was sure Gia Katinga was no longer following, he removed his disguise and let out a sigh of relief. Getting involved with women is such a hassle. Saving Gia Katinga had cost Diep Lam a lot of time. Now he needed to hurry up and level up to make up for it. While he was at it, he checked the new forbidden curse he had unlocked, named Undying and Indestructible. When using this forbidden curse, the caster must sacrifice 2.5 years of their lifespan in exchange for one-time immunity to a fatal blow. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This forbidden curse caster is truly a short-lived profession, always sacrificing lifespan. But for me, this skill is simply divine. With Undying and Indestructible, he could be immune to one fatal blow. This meant that even if he was sneak attacked and stabbed in the heart from behind, it wouldn't be a major problem anymore. Furthermore, this meant he could now proactively use forbidden curses that required sacrificing his heart or head. It's truly incredible. After unlocking Undying and Indestructible, Diep Lam felt even more eager for battle. It seemed he could now go all out and farm levels without any fear. On the third day, the final day of the trial examination, everyone outside was waiting for their children to emerge from the secret realm. The headmaster of Than Than High School arrived only to be met with the disdainful gazes of the old heads from the other schools. What's this? Here to show off again? So what if your school has 2 students who awakened SSS grade professions? Isn't comparing levels more important in the end? As soon as one spoke, the others immediately chimed in. That's right. The highest record in our Thon Thon secret realm is level 11, and it has yet to be broken. Headmaster. 2. I recall that student was from your Duke Tai Academy, right? That's right. I wonder if the SSS grade genius from Thon Thon School this year can break that record. Hearing them, the headmaster of Thon Thon School gritted his teeth in anger, but at the same time, he believed that one of his students, either Gia Katinga or Diep Lam, would definitely be able to break that record. While the headmasters were busy bickering like children fighting over candy, Another elegant man suddenly appeared. The headmasters seemed to be in high spirits. I wonder if I might join in on the fun? The newcomer was Jia Kat Thien Tin, Thon Thon's top astrologer, but today he appeared as Jia Kat Ngay's guardian. As soon as he arrived, Thien Tin eagerly asked the headmaster of Thon Thon School about his daughter's situation. He replied, "Mr. Jia Kat, you truly dote on your daughter. Miss Ing is the pride of our Thon Thon Academy. How could she possibly cause any trouble?" Just as they were speaking, the teleportation gate began to stir. The trial wasn't over yet, but a student was already coming out, which made the headmaster of Than Than School quite worried, fearing one of his students was injured. Yet, Jia Katengay was the first to appear, looking completely at ease and clean, a stark contrast to her appearance after being ambushed by the level 8 demonic beast in the secret realm the other day. "Father, why are you here?" "Greetings, headmaster." She greeted them and then approached the seniors. Living up to everyone's expectations, Jia Katenghay had already reached level 12. The record of Duktai High School had been officially broken. The headmaster of Thon Thon School had another reason to boast to the other schools, but her father didn't seem entirely satisfied. Ngay, you're too stubborn. If you had waited until the trial was officially over, you might have even been able to push for level 13. It was really boring in there. It took forever to even find a demonic beast around level 10. And after killing it, the experience drop was pitiful, Jia Katengay replied. But in reality, she decided to come out early because she wanted to wait here for Longda. However, she probably never imagined that the person she was looking for would emerge as Diep Lam, who was still happily grinding inside the secret realm, and had even just let out a loud sneeze. Strange. It's not cold in here, so why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone cursing me? Putting that aside, Diep Lam was also at a loss for what to do next, since even the level 10 monster zone had been completely cleared out by him. There was still time left, so Diep Lam didn't want to leave so early. Thus, he tried a newly learned forbidden curse to expand his search range. That curse was called Swift Gale Wings. The caster sacrifices their own internal organs, and based on the importance of the sacrificed organ, the wings grant the highest possible speed attribute, up to a 10-fold increase, lasting for 1 hour. Diep Lam sacrificed both of his kidneys, and his speed instantly increased tenfold. He felt incredibly invigorated. Even a level 10 assassin couldn't possibly have such terrifying speed. Relying on that breakneck speed, Diep Lam swept through the old forest and found 3 storm mantises. Without a moment's hesitation, Diep Lam sacrificed another part of his body. He activated the world-annihilating Thunder Rage to turn the 3 demonic beasts into experience points. Outside, the other new students had come out one by one. As they emerged, they all cried out in exhaustion, and many had even narrowly escaped death. Jia Katengay's eyes were glued to each person emerging from the portal, but she still couldn't find the person she was looking for. There were only 5 minutes left in the trial, but someone loudly announced, "All candidates who have completed the test, please return to your school's area." The old heads who were always competing with the headmaster of Thon Thon School were extremely frustrated that none of their students had reached level 11 and kept grumbling. The test is about to end. It seems the highest record this year really belongs to Jia Katengay. Old Cao from Than Than School is really lucky to awaken 2 SSS grade students in one go and even break the trial record. Speaking of which, they remembered something. The other SSS grade student from Thon Thon High School hadn't come out yet. Another 2 minutes passed, with only 3 minutes left on the countdown. Jia Katengay started to get anxious, wondering if she had missed Longda. The teleportation gate rumbled again, and this time, Diep Lam appeared. "Huh, Diep Lam, why is it you?" Jia Katengay asked a rather foolish question, and Diep Lam replied with annoyance. "The test is over, so I came out. Is there a problem?" Jia Katengay's gaze didn't linger on him for more than 3 seconds, her beautiful face showing clear disdain. "So annoying. It's you, the cowardly ghost again. Don't talk to me. Stay away from me." Diep Lam gritted his teeth in anger, feeling this girl was nuts. Before, she was a leech, wanting him to team up with her. Now she kept giving him the "don't come near me" look when he had no intention of doing so. However, Diep Lam didn't have time to deal with her. As soon as Headmaster Cao saw him come out, He rushed over to ask, Diep Lam, what level are you now? Deep Lam had no reason to hide it, so he revealed the new record he had just set. Level 16. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? Did I hear that right? Did he just say he's level 16? It can't be level 16. The previous record was only level 11. The gap is too big. It's just the novice trial secret realm. How could he possibly reach level 16? The elders gathered to check and confirmed that Diep Lam wasn't bluffing, but this only made them more bewildered. Because from level 1 to level 16, the total experience required is 120,000, and the highest level demonic beast in the novice secret realm is 10, which only gives 100 experience points per kill. This meant Diep Lam had to kill 1,200 experience-giving demonic beasts of level 10 within 3 days to reach level 16. Headmaster Cao was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, repeatedly calling Diep Lam his pride and joy. Everyone praised him for being young and talented, except for Jia Cat Ni, who pouted in disdain. What's so special about level 16? Don't forget, he's a forbidden curse caster. If he doesn't care about his life and just keeps spamming forbidden curses, isn't it normal for him to level up quickly? After Jia Cat Ni's words, everyone's attitude changed drastically. So he's a forbidden curse caster. No wonder. Is this Diep Lam insane? He's already farming levels with forbidden curses in the novice secret realm. Other forbidden curse casters don't live past 25. At this rate, he probably won't even make it to 20. Trading his life for a fleeting reputation, what a foolish act. Don't say that. It's his life he's trading. He's leveling up like crazy because he wants our admiration. Since he's already putting his life on the line, let's just let him be a big shot for a few days. The crowd grew louder and louder, and some even suspected Headmaster Tao of forcing Diep Lam to use his life to break the record, bring fame to Thon Thon School, which infuriated him. You, surnamed Tu. What the hell are you talking about? I'm his teacher. How could I possibly joke with my student's life? Being the center of so much attention, the corner of Diep Lam's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. He was truly addicted to acting. His eyes started to glisten as he feigned a pitiful look. No one forced me. It was all my own choice. I grew up in a difficult family and was always looked down upon by others. Now that I have the chance to go all out, I refuse to be a weak man. Even if I can only shine brightly for a moment before fading away, I want to show people what I'm capable of. Diep Lam's heartfelt, nonsensical speech actually managed to move some people. A few even started applauding, praising his great ambition. Regardless of the method, Diep Lam was still the highest-ranked person in the novice secret realm this time. Even Jia Katange's father personally gave him a business card, telling Diep Lam to contact him if he ever needed help in the future. Who said he's number 1? When Lang Da comes out, his level will definitely be higher than Diep Lam's. Jia Katanga suddenly interjected. The people around them looked at each other. They asked around, but no one had ever heard of a student named Lang Da. Jia Cat Ing just rambled on about how Lang Da was the true, or heavenly prodigy, while Diep Lam was just a fool sacrificing his life to farm levels and wasn't worth mentioning. He stood to the side, looking at her with utter contempt, and thought to himself, "This foolish woman. Just you wait here." After saying that, Diep Lam asked for permission to go home and rest. Headmaster Sao immediately agreed, not forgetting to remind him about the official exam in 3 days. The countdown ended right after, and the teleportation gate closed. Absolutely no one else came out. Seeing this, Jia Katanye was furious, and once again blamed everything on Diep Lam, claiming his showboating made her miss the moment Lang Da came out. Seeing his daughter acting so crazy, Mr. Jia Cat felt truly embarrassed and tried to comfort her. But Jia Katanye wouldn't let it go. "Father, even you don't believe me? Lang Da is the real genius. He even saved my life. I believe you." "So, you came out early to wait for him?" Thian Tin asked. When Jia Katna shyly nodded, he thought for a moment and continued. "In that case, it is a bit strange. Nye. Is it possible that Diep Lam is the Lang Da you're looking for?" Mr. Jia Cat deduced the truth with just a little bit of reasoning. But as soon as Jia Katanga heard this, she jumped. She felt that comparing Diep Lam to Lang Da was an insult to her idol. because he clearly ran away with his tail between his legs in the secret realm the moment he saw the blood dragon behemoth. Furthermore, Langda's mastery of the fire element is extremely high, things that Diep Lam knows nothing about. All right, I believe you, Thien Tin sighed, wanting to temporarily put the matter aside. As for Diep Lam, he kept sneezing continuously after returning home. He guessed that foolish woman, Jia Kat Ing, was badmouthing him. In his entire life, Diep Lam had never met someone so arrogant, narcissistic, and clueless. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Diep Lam opened it to find a portly man with a kind face. He introduced himself as Director Vuong of the Thon Thon Overlord Brain Tonic Co., Limited. After hearing that Diep Lam had successfully become an SSS grade Forbidden Curse caster and had also topped the novice trial exam, setting a new record, their company came here to invite him to be the spokesperson for their product. Of course, the remuneration would not be small. Specifically, 3 million. As he mentioned the fee, Director Vuong handed him a bottle of medicine and began to ramble on about it. This is our Overlord Brain Tonic. Not only can it nourish the brain and enhance intelligence, but it can also promote cell regeneration. Drink one bottle, and I guarantee you'll look several years younger. Diep Lam looked at the tiny bottle in his hand, unable to believe the astronomical fee for advertising it. 300 yuan is enough to buy several kidneys on the black market. It seems that to make money, you still need to be famous. You can try it. We are a reputable business with a 100-year history. If it doesn't work, we'll compensate you 10 times over, Director Vuong continued. Following his suggestion, Diep Lam opened the bottle and took a sip. The first impression was that it tasted quite good, sweet like syrup. Then he felt his head spin, and before he could think any further, he fell backward. Seeing Diep Lam unconscious, the man, Director Vuong, revealed a cunning smile, then pulled out his phone to call someone and report the situation. Boss, one bottle took care of it. What a naive little brat. Good thing I had a backup plan. Bring your men over, the person on the other end of the line replied. Director Vuong then led his men into Diep Lam's apartment and abducted him. Under the cover of darkness, they took him to the outskirts of the city. The place was heavily guarded, and after handing him over, the man named Vuong asked, Boss, I've brought the person, but I still don't quite understand. Why go through so much trouble for a student like him? You've done well, but don't ask what you shouldn't. You can go outside. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Disobey, and you will be killed, the man called Boss replied, and Director Vuong immediately obeyed and retreated outside. Inside, only Diep Lam and the man remained. Upon closer inspection, he was the organ trafficker from the black market. After a careful examination, the scoundrel confirmed that all the organs Diep Lam had previously sold him had grown back. He couldn't contain his joy, his entire body trembling with excitement. With this boy, I can finally grasp the secret of physical regeneration. Then, I will have limitless power and wealth. Even the most formidable people will have to kneel before me. That's right, a young man's voice suddenly rang out, startling the man back to his senses. He realized Diep Lam had woken up at some point. He was extremely surprised because he was confident that with the amount of anesthetic he put in that bottle, even an elephant wouldn't wake up within 6 hours. Diep Lam ignored the fact that he'd been drugged and got straight to the point. I'm a bit curious. When did you start tailing me? Seeing that he was awake, the man didn't bother with pleasantries and drew his weapon, threatening him to surrender. His name was Qi Hu Luong, a level 20 Phantom Blade Master. Seeing that his opponent outleveled him, Diep Lam wasn't afraid. Instead, he wanted to strike first. So you're also a profession holder, and level 20 at that. It seems I have no choice but to act. With that, he charged towards his opponent. In truth, if he used Karma Flame Heaven's incineration, it wouldn't take more than 3 seconds for Diep Lam to destroy him. It's just that he didn't want to cause such a big commotion. Therefore, he chose a forbidden curse called Eternal Winter's Gaze. To cast it, the caster must sacrifice their own eyeball. Before the eye completely loses its light, it can freeze everything within its line of sight. Hu Luong was locked by Diep Lam's gaze. He didn't even know what kind of technique he was using as his body was slowly engulfed by large blocks of ice. The scoundrel was utterly bewildered, swinging his blade wildly. He couldn't believe he couldn't shatter this ice. But in truth, he couldn't. Impossible, impossible, Kai Hu Luong muttered. You're only level 16, and I'm level 20. Even if you're a forbidden curse caster, you can't possibly take me down in one hit. What kind of monster are you? Diep Lam temporarily spared Hu Luong's life to ask him a few questions. All right, I think we can talk now. Tell me, besides you, who else knows my body can regenerate? Something this good, why would I tell anyone else? Hu Luong replied deceitfully. Having gotten the answer he needed, Diep Lam was temporarily relieved and planned to give his opponent a quick and clean death. And so, the last thing that scoundrel saw was Diep Lam's terrifying fist. After that, he was dead. Diep Lam went outside. He took care of the remaining men, leaving only Director Vuong. At first, he was tight-lipped and wouldn't reveal who was behind him. But after seeing the killing intent rise in Diep Lam's eyes, he believed he would really be killed. So he gave up a name, Kong Sam, one of the 10 outstanding philanthropists in Thon City. After getting the information, Diep Lam sent him on his way. But when he thought of Kang Sam, he couldn't help but frown. Kang Sam, huh? This time, it seems a bit tricky. The scene changes to a sinister office, the Thon Thon underground black market. Kang Sam, holding a cigarette, asks with a frown, "What did you say?" The man frowned, feeling extremely surprised. Kang Sam, that thug has gone missing. He was supposed to capture a poor student, and now he's missing. The underling bowed his head in fear and reconfirmed the information. Yes, boss. Half an hour ago, we lost contact with him. When we sent people over, that farm had been burned to the ground. The fire was clearly man-made. Kang Sam couldn't control his anger, stood up, kicked over the table, and ordered, "Get out! You must find this person for me." The underling quickly obeyed and left to carry out the order. Strange. "I'll go right now." Lang Vu came out of his house and welcomed him enthusiastically. "My big brother. As soon as I heard you were coming, I immediately sent someone to pick you up." Diep Lam looked up, observing with interest and praise. Your house is quite big." He moved closer and whispered hesitantly, "Right, big brother. About that 2 million you. I already told my father. It's just," he glanced over, a little annoyed, and reminded him, "Lang Vu, you're talking about money with me now? Am I looking down on you? If you call me big brother, then I've accepted you. Money is a small matter." Lang Vu put his arm around Diep Lam's shoulder and led him inside, assuring him firmly, "Say no more, big brother. From now on, this place is your home." But in his heart, he was sneering with amusement. I was right. This Diep Lam is a simple-minded guy who cares about his pride. Diep Lam also had his own thoughts. I don't believe Kang Sam's men would dare come here to capture me while I'm hiding in the quiet state. As soon as they stepped inside, a line of servants greeted them. "Welcome, young master." Diep Lam was stunned and broke into a sweat at the scene. This is too much. He noticed the chests of the maids. Damn, I really want to be rich. Diep Lam observed the girls' figures with interest. Life is certainly strange. He felt as if his horizons had been broadened, which was a little different. Lang Vu turned around and asked for his opinion. "Big brother, which of these girls do you like? I'll arrange for them to serve you in your room tonight." He scratched his face, a little embarrassed, then became comfortable. "Really? Then I won't be polite." He pointed forward and ordered the maids. "Of course. You all, quickly help young Master Diep change." They quickly obeyed. They approached him, saying, "Young Master Diep, please allow us to help you change." He felt embarrassed when they suddenly grabbed his hand. No, I was just kidding." The other guy burst out laughing with amusement and reminded him, "Big brother, don't be so polite. Change your clothes first. Today I'm taking you to do something big." Hearing this, Diep Lam turned his head in surprise and asked, "Something big? What big thing?" Lang Vu, standing behind, didn't reveal it right away. "You'll know when we get there." After a while, they quickly arrived at a luxurious auction house. He put his hands in his pockets and quickly introduced it. "Big brother, this is the once-a-year auction in Thon Thon. I bet you've never been here before." The hall was filled with people chatting. Lang Vu turned around and offered to introduce him to some prominent figures in Thon Thon. "Later, I'll introduce you to a few people." But Diep Lam rushed to the food table and decided, I'm busy with that. No need to mind me. I'll eat my fill first, then we'll talk. He followed with his eyes, his heart full of disdainful judgment. A poor person is still a poor person, looking like they've never seen the world. Diep Lam quickly grabbed a lot of food. I've been busy all evening. I'm starving. I even sacrificed a stomach. I must eat a lot to compensate my stomach. Suddenly, someone recognized him and asked, Deep Lam, why are you here? It turned out to be none other than Jia Cat Nya. It really is you. Beside her, Nanvi was drinking milk and asked, Ngay Ngay, who is he? Deep Lam didn't bother to answer, turning away in annoyance. Why do I run into this foolish woman everywhere I go? Jia Katenge glanced over and recounted the past events for Nanvi. Remember what I told you about the secret realm test? Hearing this, she quickly guessed. Oh, you said you met a genius teenager who controlled the fire element. Don't tell me it's him? It's him. She closed her eyes in frustration and pulled Nanvi's hand forward. No. He's the one who turned and ran, leaving me worried. The blood behemoth pushed me to the brink. It was so unlucky to meet him. Let's go over there. Diep Lam glanced over, feeling curious. I wonder what expression this foolish woman would have if she knew I was Lang Da. A series of footsteps approached him. Long Vu brought people over to introduce them as promised. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my, Kwai Long Vu's, big brother, Diep Lam. One person pointed in utter shock and asked, Young Master Kwai, are you joking with us? He accepted someone as his big brother? Are you kidding us? You accepted him as your big brother? He glanced back and skillfully reminded them, Don't talk nonsense. An ordinary person certainly doesn't have the qualifications to be my big brother. Do you know what level my big brother is? Another person became curious. How high? Upon learning the truth, they were all dumbfounded. My God! Level 16. I thought the name Diep Lam sounded familiar. So he's the number one from the novice secret realm this time. It's truly incredible. I came out of the novice secret realm at only level 6. He stepped forward, patted Lang Vu on the shoulder, and reassured everyone. No need to panic. Calm down. When it comes to leveling up, I do have a little expertise. If we could go outside the city, I could take you all power leveling. That way, you could all get good scores on the university entrance exam. Hearing this, they immediately became overjoyed. Really? Big Brother is willing to take us leveling? Lang Vu spoke up to remind them of the requirement, but to prevent the situation of bringing in high-level players to power level, we are forbidden from leaving the city before the major exam. Diep Lam put a hand to his chin, contemplating something. I heard the path to the major exam trial is outside the city. If, on the way to the outskirts, we could, but he had already figured it out and asked again. I understand. Big Brother wants to take us leveling outside the city, but he felt it was not feasible. Still no good. Although my level is high, I don't have any equipment. Understanding the problem, Lang Vu patted Diep Lam's shoulder and affirmed, Equipment? Equipment is easy. He pointed towards the stage and confidently told him, Big Brother, don't worry. As long as you can take me power leveling, whatever equipment you like at the auction later, just buy it. Diep Lam looked surprised and turned back to ask again, Really? Lang Vu raised his hand and confirmed with certainty. Of course, it's true. As long as my score in the major exam can improve, even if it costs more money, my dad will support it. A while later, the Thon Thon auctioneer stepped onto the stage to start the program. Good evening, esteemed guests. She extended her hand and quickly introduced herself. I am today's auctioneer, Thon Thon. On behalf of the Treasure Pavilion Auction House, I welcome you all here. Everyone applauded her speech simultaneously. May you all be able to purchase your desired items today. Thon Thon quickly introduced the first item to the audience. Without further ado, today's first auction item is a skill book. Epic grade, fire-type skill, compatible with mage-type professions. Starting price is 500,000, with each bid no less than 10,000. Please place your bids. Hands went up one after another with different prices. 510,000, 550,000, 600,000. At that moment, Thien Tin offered a staggering figure of 3 million. This shocked everyone into a buzz of discussion. What was that? Gia Cat Thiantin. Mr. Gia Cat Thiantin just bid 3 million. Diep Lam glanced behind him, feeling confident. Gia Cat Ngay's fire attribute talent is impressive. Her father is really shelling out to buy a skill book for her. Being rich means you can be willful. Luckily, my forbidden curse caster doesn't need any skill books, because when I act, it's a forbidden curse. Up above, Thon also quickly closed the first deal. 3 million going once, 3 million going twice, sold. Diep Lam finished his glance and quickly nudged his shoulder, instructing Lang Vu. Your profession is A-grade Shadow Sword Master. If a skill comes up later that you can use, remember to buy it. That way, you can protect yourself in a critical moment. Hearing this, he immediately obeyed. Okay, big brother. Thon raised her hand to introduce the next item. The next auction item is a rare piece of equipment, the Golden Dragon's Wish Ring. Its attribute effect is a 3-0-point increase to the spirit attribute, and it also comes with a passive skill, Dragon's Aura Divine Subjugation. She announced the starting price of this precious item. Starting price is 2 million, with each bid no less than 100,000. As soon as Thon gave the signal, hands shot up one after another. Bidding starts at 2.5 million, 3 million, 3.1 million. Diep Lam, still eating, made a decision. A single ring increases spirit power by 30. Equipment really makes a huge difference for a profession holder's leveling. Lang Vu, buy it. Hearing this, he immediately turned to relay the message. Dad, buy that ring. Old Kwai didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. He raised his hand to bid, calculating in his head, I'll bid 8 million. Using 8 million to get Lang Vu into a top-tier academy is nothing. Besides, a forbidden curse caster has a short lifespan. In a few years, when Diep Lam dies, his equipment will still belong to my Kwai family. Why wouldn't I do it? Thon continued to preside over the auction. 8 million going once, 8 million going twice. Kang Sam suddenly appeared and offered a colossal sum. I bid 10 million. Then he turned and pretended to greet them warmly. CEO Kwai. Long time no see. The moment old Kwai saw Kang Sam, he became wary. Underground King Kang Sam. Why is he here? Diep Lam leaned forward with interest to take a look. Oh, so that's Kang Sam. Then he slipped behind and covered his face. I can't let him see me. Old Kwai, visibly annoyed, quickly sought clarification. Kang Sam, has my Kwai Corporation offended you in some way? Please, be clear. The man pointed forward and retorted angrily. Be clear? You killed my men and you dare ask me to be clear? He raised his hand to stop him and continued to raise the price. Kang Sam, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're looking for trouble, my Kwai Corporation is not to be trifled with. 12 millions. The man smiled with a sinister, challenging look. Very good, CEO Kwai. I've received your challenge. We'll take our time with this. Then Kang Sam turned and left, asking his subordinate, did you confirm it? Was the car that appeared near the warehouse that day really from the Kwai Corporation? The man affirmed with certainty and even recounted the details. Absolutely. That car drove back to the Kwai family villa that night. The man's face darkened as he plotted maliciously. Good, Kwai Corporation. Then don't blame me for killing your entire family. Than finally closed the bid at the price old Kwai offered. 12 million. Going 3 times. Sold. He handed it to him and asked again for clarification. Diep Lam, this piece of equipment, do you like it? Diep Lam took it with a grateful smile. Thank you, Uncle Kwai. Only then did Lang Vu have a chance to ask. 3. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Who was that just now? Old Kwai quickly revealed the man's identity. The underground king Kang Sam, who always wants to launder his reputation and become a businessman. Who is he now? He's eyeing the pie that is our Kwai Corporation. Hearing this, Diep Lam also stepped forward to give a reminder. Uncle Kwai, the Kwai Corporation, as they say. A tall tree catches the wind. We should still be careful. He nodded in agreement with this opinion. Diep Lam has a point. He put the newly received ring on his finger. Golden Dragon's Wish Ring. Attributes. Spirit power plus 30. Refinable. Dragon's Aura Divine Subjugation. The wearer of the Golden Dragon's Wish Ring is protected by Dragon's Aura, which can increase luck by 10. Diep Lam was extremely pleased and excitedly made a promise. I can't believe this ring not only adds 30 spirit power but also increases luck by 10 points. Uncle, rest assured, even if I have to carry him, I will get Longvu into the top academy. He laughed heartily and became even more generous. We're family, no need for formalities. You and Longvu are like brothers. If you need anything, just tell your uncle. A while later, Langvu sat down and complained, I'm dead tired. But thanks to Big Brother today, my dad was finally willing to spend the money. So much equipment. Big Brother, pick whichever one you like. Diep Lam had also reaped a great harvest today. Azure Sky Thunder Ring, Attribute. Spirit Power plus 15, Refinable. Strengthened Thunder. Increases the power of Thunder-type skills cast by the wearer by 20%. Crescent Moon Necklace, Attribute. Spirit Power plus 200, Refinable. Yin-Yang Twin Bracelets. Attribute. Spirit Power plus 40, Refinable. Yin-Yang Twins. When wearing both the Yin and Yang bracelets, the harmony of Yin and Yang creates endless life, rapidly healing the wearer's injuries. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist and praised it with satisfaction. These items are not bad. One ring adds thunder damage, one necklace adds spirit power, and a pair of bracelets that quickly heal wounds. I want all of these, especially this bracelet. Even if I get sick and my secret is discovered, I'll have an excuse. He picked up a sword, excited and certain. This strategy is too strong. With this blade, I can use the level 10 forbidden curse I've comprehended. Then, Diep Lam swung the sword powerfully and assessed it. Starfall Heavenly Descent. Attribute. Strength plus 300. Refinable. Starfall Conviction. Under the starlight, the power of Starfall Heavenly Descent can be continuously stacked. The maximum stack can reach 100. Forbidden Curse. Lifespan Blade Arts. The Forbidden Curse caster, for every slash made, and consumes 1 year of lifespan. The power of each slash doubles the previous one, stacking up to a maximum of 99 layers. Good blade. Lang Vu, with this weapon, will dominate the university entrance exam. At that moment, Jia Katenge was taking a bath, feeling extremely puzzled. I really don't know what the Kwai family sees in that coward who's afraid of death. She sent up a cloud and made her guess. Today, the Kwai Corporation spent over 100 million just on equipment. To spend so much money on someone like Diep Lam, they must have some secret relationship. Just then, a servant ran in to report, Young Miss Liu has arrived, and she brought someone with her, saying they have information on the person you're looking for. Hearing this, Jia Katenge immediately guessed, Oh, Nan Vi is here, the person I'm looking for. She stood up from the bathtub, extremely excited and rushed. Could it be that there's news about Lang Da? Tell them to wait for me in the living room. I'll be right there. After a while, Jia Katenge came down to the living room and asked, Nan Vi, is there any news on Delang? She extended her hand and quickly introduced the person next to her. This is Investigator Hoyne. He has information on Lang Da. Xiao Hoyne got straight to the point, emphasizing first, Miss Jia Cat. I do have information on the person you're looking for, but it's not good news. Hearing this made her curious. Oh, what do you mean? He presented his badge and quickly requested. A farm in Thanthan was burned down. Several people died in the fire, and traces of karma flame were found at the scene. It seems to have been caused by the Lang Da you mentioned. The Investigation Bureau hopes you will cooperate with the investigation. Jia Katenge's heart skipped a beat, unable to believe it. Lang Da, he killed someone? Impossible. If he was a murderer, he wouldn't have saved me back then. Nan Vi pushed her back to calm her down. Nye, don't be hasty. Xiaohun continued with more questions. Miss Jia Cat, the Lang Da you mentioned, can use Karma Flame and killed a level 8 demonic beast in one hit. But in what way? We couldn't find any other information related to him. On the other hand, there is one person. I wonder if you know him. Jia Katna crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and asked, Who? He then revealed some information he had. Diep Lam. According to our investigation, it's highly likely that this Diep Lam is Lang Da. Her eyes widened in utter shock and surprise. What? Jia Katna raised her hand, still not believing it was true. Investigator Huyen. Don't joke around. Diep Lam is just a coward who's afraid of death. He ran away right in front of me. He didn't run away at all. It can't be Lang Da, and he's not some karma flame user. But those words made Xiao Huin's expression turn tense. Are you certain about that? He secretly focused on Jia, Cat, and Gay to confirm. Lie detector test. She raised her hand, still asserting with certainty. Of course. I'm the only one who has seen Lang Da with my own eyes. He absolutely cannot be that cowardly Diep Lam. After confirming, Xiao Hun also reached a conclusion. No one can lie in front of a lie detector like me. It seems the culprit is really not this, Diep Lam. Miss Jia Cat, thank you for your cooperation. I won't disturb you any longer. If you have anything else to say, please call me. If you have any other information about him, please contact me immediately. Jia Katning smiled and quickly agreed. Okay, I definitely will. On the way back, Diep Lam just followed Lang Vu, asking, Lang Vu, we need to hurry up and test the equipment. Where are you taking me? He brought Diep Lam to a place and introduced it. Big brother, this is the good place I told you about to test equipment. The staff member at the front greeted them warmly. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you wish to conduct combat training? Lang Vu, with his hands in his pockets, made a direct request. Yes, my big brother wants to test his equipment. She led the two of them inside and asked for more details. Okay, can you tell me your level? He quickly provided the information, level 16. After hearing this, she quoted the room price for them. All right, I will arrange a training room suitable for profession holders under level 20. The price is 100,000 per hour. But Diep Lam made his own request. No, I want a training room suitable for those under level 40. She immediately agreed to this condition and arranged the room for them. All right, I'll arrange it for you now. The dummies inside continuously made clattering sounds. Diep Lam drew the sword from his back, satisfied. No cameras. It seems the security here isn't bad. He quickly rushed forward, swinging his sword powerfully. Let's test this blade first to see if it's worthy of the lifespan blade art's power. Forbidden Curse. Burning Samsara. The dummies were quickly destroyed, and Diep Lam continued to charge deeper. He easily and flexibly used different forbidden curses. Forbidden Curse, Lifespan Blade Arts. Diep Lam was extremely satisfied with its capabilities. Good blade. Let's try another Forbidden Curse. Outside, Lang Vu was explaining about Diep Lam. He's about to participate in the major exam, so my big brother is training. He's just a bit intense. She smiled and affirmed with certainty. Training with such dedication will surely yield good results. Seeing him step out, Lang Vu was extremely surprised. Big brother, you're out already? Diep Lam cracked his neck and asked with some embarrassment. It was a bit draining. I need to rest for a bit. By the way, if I break things in your training room, I don't have to pay for them, right? The female staff member remained very friendly and replied tactfully, You must be joking. A level 40 training room for a level 16 profession holder like yourself. If you can break anything inside, it proves our quality is poor. How could we possibly ask you to pay? He smiled with great satisfaction and walked forward. That's good then. Lang Vu, let's go. The staff member then entered the room and covered her mouth in shock. Then she screamed in terror. The sky is falling. The scene changes back to Lang Vu's villa, the Kwai family estate. Blood spurted from a security guard's neck. The person next to him saw this and frantically asked about the situation. Fatty, what's wrong with you? He was completely unaware of the pair of hands appearing behind him. Then, no one knew what happened. Only a tragic scream echoed. In his office, old Kwai heard it and asked, What's going on outside? The butler rushed in, opened the door, and urged, Master, run. Quick. Immediately after, he was impaled by a sword. The attacker was none other than Kang Sam. CEO Kwai, we meet again so soon. He quickly drew his gun and pointed it forward. Kang Sam, but the man was faster, lunging in and slapping the gun out of old Kwai's hand. Kang Sam, full of contempt, stepped on him and reminded him, Using a gun against a profession holder? What kind of fool are you? An underling ran in from outside to report, Boss, we couldn't find them. The man became furious, walked away, and ordered, What? You let those two brats escape? Useless! Take him away from me. Let him live a little longer. Outside, the night sky was sparkling with stars. The two young men were just returning home. Lang Vu scratched his head and looked around, completely confused. Why aren't the lights on? Is the power out? Suddenly, Diep Lam stopped, realizing something was wrong. Then he rushed inside, warning, "Something's not right. I smell blood." Diep Lam reached out and quickly flipped the light switch. Dead bodies lay scattered before their eyes. Lang Vu stood there stunned, unable to believe the truth. "No, we must have gone to the wrong house. This isn't my house." Anti-bow. Diep Lam, behind him, raised his hand defensively and warned, "Lang Vu, be careful." He rushed into the house, shouting repeatedly, "Dad, where are you? Dad. Uncle Fu, where are you?" Diep Lam walked over to a piece of paper and picked it up. "Lang Vu, come and see this." Hearing this, he quickly changed direction and rushed over. Kong Sam had left a message for them. "If you want to save your father, bring Diep Lam to the night market to find me. Every 6 hours, I will cut a piece of flesh from your father." He also recognized the culprit and clenched the paper in anger. "Kang Sam, I'll kill you." He placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling guilty, and made a decision. "Lang Vu, this happened because of me. You find a place to hide. I'll go save Uncle Kwai." He tore the paper in his hand, his resolve hardening. "No, I have to kill him with my own hands and save my father." As Lang Vu was speaking, Diep Lam struck him on a pressure point on his neck. "Big brother, I must." He caught him as he passed out and stated firmly, "Trust me, I will bring Uncle Kwai back safely." Then Diep Lam laid Lang Vu down on the bed. He quickly strode towards the meeting point, filled with hatred. "Kang Sam, I will let you know just how terrifying a forbidden curse caster who doesn't fear death can be." The scene changes to the middle of some alleys where someone is waiting. In front of a door, 2 security guards were standing watch. The Thon Thon underground night market. Diep Lam sped up, leaping across buildings. After a moment, he quickly landed below. Diep Lam hid behind a wall, observing carefully. Good thing my speed is fast enough. But suddenly, someone looked in his direction and smiled. He frowned, raising his guard. "So quickly? I've been discovered already? Impossible." The man pointed a gun straight at Diep Lam and teased, "Little brother, what era is this? Still playing Night Stalker?" Only then did he realize how they had spotted him. Night vision, infrared cameras? The black market has such high-tech stuff? The man didn't say much and urged him on. "Let's go, little brother. The boss has been waiting for you for a long time." The 3 men stepped closer to where Diep Lam was standing. He took off his mask and made a decision in his heart. "If that's the case, then it's much simpler. I'll just kill my way in." Immediately after, Diep Lam spread his arms and used a forbidden curse. Forbidden curse. Burning samsara. One of them saw this and suddenly felt worried. This guy, he placed a hand on his stomach, feeling a bit of pain. The one on the right just grew back not long ago. "This time, I'll sacrifice the left one. My poor kidney." The 3 men, terrified, started shooting simultaneously. "Something's wrong. The boss said this kid is not to be trifled with." "Open fire!" Diep Lam leaned back, nimbly dodging the bullets. A strange power was enveloping the space. They looked up carefully and began to feel wary. Diep Lam also sensed the danger and accelerated to full speed. "Since the mood is already set, tonight, no one here will get out live. Otherwise, my secret won't be safe anymore." The security guards in front of him were quickly eliminated. His heart filled with determination, he ran straight ahead. "Kang Sam, your master has arrived." In the distance, something was brutally shattered. Wind art, consecutive wind blades. He leaped high into the air, also surprised, and raised his guard. So fast. Then, Diep Lam quickly deduced his opponent's ability. A wind-type profession holder, over level 30. Lao, that smirked and sneered. "Stinking brat, you dare to come here alone? You must have a death wish." Lao Ngu, standing beside him, quickly reiterated the order. "Lao that," the boss said to capture him alive. Lao that was very amused and assured him, "Definitely, don't worry, I won't play him to death." Diep Lam reached behind him and drew his sword. "All right, consider yourselves unlucky. Let my blade taste first blood." He swung his sword down, confidently displaying his power and challenging them. Come on, let's see how many of my master's slashes you can take. Starfall Heavenly Descent, Forbidden Curse, Lifespan Blade Arts. Hearing this, Lao Nagu charged forward angrily and reminded him, Stinking brat, don't be so arrogant. Diep Lam remained calm and swung his sword across. First slash. Suddenly, Lao, that appeared from behind. Brat, your speed isn't bad. Now, taste my blade. Windblade. But he quickly dealt with him too. Second slash. Lao, that clutched his stomach, laughing heartily and starting to mock him. Brat, your speed is fast, but is this blade technique of yours supposed to be fanning me? But luckily, Deep Lam remained calm and reminded him, Don't be impatient. Take it slow. You still don't know the subtlety of my blade technique. Then he charged straight ahead, swinging his sword hard at Lao Ngu. Third slash. Both of them were being hard-pressed by Deep Lam. Fourth slash. Taking this opportunity, he continued to strike. Fifth slash. The slashes continued to rain down powerfully. Sixth slash. Finally, Diep Lam managed to knock Lao, that sword away. Seventh slash. Eighth slash. Lao Nu frantically turned his head and shouted in worry. Lao, that. He didn't realize that at the same time, he was running towards him. Eighth slash. I'm starting to get the feel of it. Attacked unexpectedly, Lao Nu dropped to his knees in utter shock. How is this possible? What kind of blade technique is this? Diep Lam looked up disdainfully and emphasized. You won't get a chance to find out. He was cut down right in front of Lao, that. Lao Ngu. Only then did Lao that realize his fear and screamed, You're not human, you're a demon. But he had no more chances to complain, as Diep Lam easily retracted the forbidden curse he had just unleashed. Then he turned to leave, emphasizing once more, I said, Tonight, no one here will leave alive. Suddenly, the door was blown open amidst a cloud of smoke and dust. The security guards who ran in at that moment were shouting continuously, Help! He's unkillable! No matter how we hit this guy, he won't die. But of course, Diep Lam certainly wouldn't show any mercy. First slash, second slash, he walked right behind the fleeing crowd. Diep Lam became irritated and annoyed, reminding them, Stop running. I have to start counting from the beginning again. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Oh. From inside, the giant Tute stepped out, amused. It's been a long time since anyone dared to come here alone and cause trouble. The #1 fighter of the black market, Tute, level 42. He stared intently at him, feeling curious. Kid, what's the secret you're hiding? You're so injured, yet you're still fine? Diep Lam looked up and guessed. I wonder how many 100 pounds that axe weighs. You put the axe down first, and I'll tell you. Tute didn't listen and swung the axe forcefully. Then I'll just have to kill you first and study you slowly. Rocks and dust quickly flew up, obscuring the view. Diep Lam retreated backward, on guard. Forbidden curse, burning samsara, swift gale wings. Seeing this, he looked on with contempt and confidence. So it's a forbidden curse caster who relies on burning his life force for combat power. How long can you last? Tute kept closing in, causing the sword in his hand to be knocked away. Diep Lam looked down at his hand, worriedly acknowledging, As expected, a level 42 profession holder is quite formidable. Tute laughed heartily and started to taunt him. A forbidden curse caster using a blade? Are you here to be a joke? Your blade skills are far too lacking. He carefully dodged the swinging axe. I think I can dodge this. But then, unfortunately, Diep Lam was hit and injured. He fell backward in pain against the wall. Tute stepped towards the fallen Diep Lam. He leaned in close, laughed with amusement, and reminded him, I was just warming up. And you're already down. He lowered his head, still calm, and commented, As expected, when dueling with a close combat master, this blade technique still has its weaknesses. Diep Lam quickly recovered his physical condition and reminded him, Recovered. All right, you forced my hand. He stood there motionless and recited in one breath, Sacrifice. Liver, kidneys, stomach, lungs, gallbladder, bladder, 12 sections of small intestine, large intestine, spleen, pancreas. From above, a giant dragon descended. Forbidden curse. Power of the world annihilating thunder rage. Chaos divine thunder. Tute's face darkened as he slowly glanced over. Seeing the wall explode into pieces, he became terrified. Impossible. Immediately after, Tute was suddenly struck and cried out in pain. Then he vanished without a trace into thin air. Diep Lam slowly stood up and emphasized, "My blade skills aren't good enough? How about this thunder art? It's useless for you to know. Just tell King Yama." He went up the stairs, clutching his stomach, feeling somewhat tired. That one move just now sacrificed so many organs. I'm suddenly a little dizzy. At that moment, a beauty whispered a question. "Brother Lam, I heard a little demon came down below. Is it really okay?" Kang Sam replied with utmost confidence. "With Tuta down there, what could possibly happen?" Then he turned to ask the girl for her opinion. "I have some delicious treats here. Would you like to try some?" "Ah," she feigned shyness with a hint of disdain. "Brother Sam, you're so naughty." Just as she finished speaking, the wall in front of them was smashed to pieces. Diep Lam entered and urgently asked, "Kang Sam, I'm here. Where is Uncle Kwai?" The man stood up from the bed, completely surprised. "Stinking brat. You actually managed to find your way here? Where is Tute?" He didn't bother to answer and quickly swung his sword to attack. "They're all dead. You're next to die." But the man was all too familiar with this kind of surprise attack. "Too many people have wanted to kill me, Kang Sam. You're not worthy, little brat." Immediately after, Diep Lam was suddenly grabbed by the neck. The man had no intention of being merciful and cruelly reminded him, bone-crushing eagle claw hand, "Kid, remember in your next life. Don't provoke me, Kang Sam." Then he threw Diep Lam to the ground and turned to leave. Damn it, a lifetime of hunting eagles, only to be pecked in the eye by one. But suddenly, Kang Sam froze in surprise. Seeing him able to stand up again, the man was stunned. "You!" He couldn't stop trembling, his voice stuttering. You're still not dead?" Diep Lam quickly raised his hand to his eye and shouted, "Dead? I haven't had enough fun yet." Sacrifice left eye. A surge of power was immediately activated. Forbidden curse, eternal gaze, activate. Kang Sam's legs were frozen solid. He looked down, completely bewildered. "What is this forbidden curse? I can't move at all." Diep Lam continued to approach, questioning him fiercely. "Speak! Where is Uncle Kwai?" He raised his finger, on which a terrifying power gathered. "If you don't speak," Kang Sam's arm was immediately enveloped by that power. "You can only be the armless Kang Sam now." Suddenly, there was a loud noise from behind. She appeared with the bound old Kwai and ordered, "Stop. Let him go, or I'll kill this man surnamed Kwai immediately." Diep Lam turned his head and quickly assessed the situation. "Oh, how touching. What do you say, we exchange hostages?" She pointed down in front of her and threatened, "Don't you come over here. I'll shoot." But he continued to stride forward. "Don't you want to exchange hostages?" The man behind him was still shouting loudly, "I, Kang Sam, don't need a woman to save me. Get lost." She became panicked and decided to fire a shot. Die! The bullets quickly hit Diep Lam's body. After she was done, she rushed over to Kang Sam. "Brother Sam," instead of being grateful, he ordered her, "You fool, get lost. You can't kill him." She was sweating profusely, stuttering in confusion. What? Diep Lam reached out his hand and quickly used his power again. Her hands were suddenly frozen. "Is this a forbidden curse?" Kang Sam ran over, wanting to protect her. "If you want to kill someone, kill me. I did it all." "This woman doesn't know," he stammered, trying to finish his words. "Anything." Then he mercilessly chopped off the man's head. Noisy. Diep Lam glanced past the two of them and furrowed his brow. "What are you yelling about? Of course, I won't let you go." She, with her hands restrained, bent down, her voice trembling. "Brother Sam is dead. You killed Brother Sam. Do you want to kill me?" Meanwhile, he was grabbing old Kwai by the back of his shirt. Diep Lam lifted him onto his shoulder. "Let's get out of here." He replied dismissively, "Don't be silly. I've never killed a woman. You can go." Hearing this, she bit her lip as tears streamed down her face. Not long after, a green flame combined with a crimson red erupted into the sky, instantly incinerating the entire black market area. The scene changes to the Kwai family villa. By an IV drip, a voice rang out, Dad, you're finally back safely. Lang Vu held Old Kwai's hand and cried out, I almost didn't get to see you again. He patted him gently. What are you crying for? Aren't I still here? Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, the Kwai family will be fine. Old Kwai glanced to the side and asked, Diep Lam, I was unconscious the whole time. How exactly did you rescue me? He lied without batting an eye. Uncle Kwai, I'm not sure about the specific details myself. It was my good friend, Long Da, who saved you from Kong Sam's hands, and he also burned down the entire black market with a single flame. Old Kwai couldn't help but be curious. Lang Da? Where did this mysterious expert come from? I've never heard of him. Diep Lam hesitated. Well, I'm not too sure myself. I haven't known him for long. He could only put it aside. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. The urgent matter now is for you and Lang Vu to participate in the trial exam. Don't be late. Of course, he followed along. Yes, we need to prepare for the major exam right away. Suddenly, the investigation team arrived, and Xiaohuan ordered loudly, You're not going anywhere. Diep Lam, I am Officer Huyen of the Investigation Bureau. He held up the accusation paper in front of Diep Lam and announced, You are now suspected of being involved in a major murder case in the city. You need to come with us to assist in the investigation. This is an arrest warrant. He furrowed his brow, sweat dripping down, worried. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Publicly resisting arrest is too risky. I'll go with them first and see. Lang Vu was stunned and shouted, On what grounds are you arresting my big brother? Diep Lam immediately went with them, not forgetting to say back, Uncle Kwai, remember to bail me out. Old Kwai raised his hand slightly and assured him, Diep Lam, don't be afraid. I will find the best lawyer and will definitely get you out. The scene shifts to another house. A door opens with a creak. Thien Tin walks in and says, Ngay, the Long Da you've been looking for, there's new information. She questioned, Long Da? Jia Cat Ngay immediately stood up and shouted, You found him? He urged, Yes, change your clothes first. Officer Hoon from the Investigation Bureau is waiting for you downstairs. Then, Thien Tin went outside, coughing incessantly. He looked down at the key in his hand and wondered, Diep Lam, oh Diep Lam, I never thought you could single-handedly take down Kong Sam. When will you finally be willing to ask for my help? After a while, at the Thon Thon Investigation Bureau, an investigator walked into Diep Lam's room. He sat calmly on the chair, looked up and said calmly, Until my lawyer arrives, I will say nothing. The man raised his hand and shouted, Stinking brat, so arrogant. Diep Lam could only utter a single word. I. The man quickly grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and interrogated him. Speak! Where are the goods? Diep Lam was bewildered. Goods? What goods? The man threw him against the wall and threatened, Stop pretending with me. Hand over the key you got from Kong Sam, and I'll let you live. Diep Lam still didn't understand, feeling anxious. Oh my God, what is this? What key? I really don't know. But then he sat up and bluffed. The key is with me, but not on my person. If you touch me, I guarantee you'll never find it. The man grabbed Diep Lam's hair and affirmed, So the key really is with you. He gritted his teeth and made a demand. Yes. Take me out of here. Get me out of the Investigation Bureau first, and I'll give it to you. As soon as the words were out, the man punched Diep Lam in the cheek. He spat out blood and cursed under his breath. No martial ethics. Diep Lam slumped over, raising a hand to block. I'll talk. Let me make a phone call. The man was satisfied, pulled out his phone, and replied, If you had been this cooperative from the start, you wouldn't have had to suffer. He held it in his hand, looking at the screen with hatred in his heart. For today's grudge, I, your master, will make you pay it back tenfold sooner or later. After 10 minutes, a pair of feet slowly approached. When the man saw Thien Tin, he greeted him. So it is the great Jia Cat Thien Tin gracing us with his presence. He took out the key and got straight to the point. Cut the crap. This is what you want. After handing it over, Thien Tin shooed him away. The key is yours. You have no more business here. The man took it and walked out smoothly. Of course, then I won't disturb Jia Cat Thien Tin any longer. Seeing this, Diep Lam couldn't help but be curious. How did Kang Sam's key suddenly end up in Jiakat Thientin's hands? Did he help me? Have I fallen into some kind of conspiracy? He spoke up in a moment. Jiakat Thientin, thank you for your help in saving me. He walked up to Diep Lam and hit the nail on the head. I saved you for my own reasons. After all, if I'm being blackmailed, I'll save you. If the secret of your immortal body gets out, experts from all over the world will come to take your life. Diep Lam froze for a few seconds, wondering, he knows my secret? What should I do? Do I have to kill him? He then scratched his head, pretending not to know anything. Immortal body? What immortal body? Thientin raised an eyebrow, suspicious. A moment ago, a flash of killing intent crossed your eyes. Was that for me? It seems my guess was right. You truly are immortal, he asserted. To have an immortal body yet be so weak. It seems that legend is true after all. Diep Lam asked bluntly. What do you want? What? Thientin proposed. Diep Lam, are you willing to take me as your master? Diep Lam was stunned and shouted, What? Take you as my master? Thientin coughed and confirmed, That's right. To be honest with you, I don't have much time left. I want to take you as my disciple before I go and entrust a few things to you. Diep Lam frowned, repeating the two words, entrust? He saw him take out another key and asked, This is the key? Didn't you already hand it over? Thientin held it out and said, His was a fake. This one is the real Heaven's Origin key. Diep Lam was confused. Heaven's Origin key? He solemnly introduced the legend. When the gate of Heaven's Origin descended, it not only brought demonic beasts but also 7 ancient artifacts of origin. Thientin imagined countless golden lights descending from the universe to Earth and explained, They fell in various places around the world. Each ancient artifact of origin possesses unimaginable power. He observed the key in his hand and emphasized, And this Heaven's Origin key is the key to opening the gate of Heaven's Origin. Thientin laid his heart bare. Diep Lam, are you willing to be my disciple and help me complete this task? He said to himself. Now that you know my secret, I have no choice but to agree. Then Diep Lam hesitated and replied, You are a master and a senior. I am willing to take you as my master, but I cannot guarantee that I can complete this task. He patted him on the shoulder and praised, When did you become so humble? With your current strength, after entering the Supreme Academy, right. Besides this, I have one more thing to entrust to you as your master. Diep Lam asked curiously, What is it? Thientin chuckled and entrusted. After I, your master, die, you must take good care of Ningame for me. Diep Lam froze for a few seconds and uttered, This. He scratched his head and stammered, Master, you will surely live a long life. He put his hands in his pockets, walked forward, and chuckled. Actually, my yin-yang still has many good qualities. But you two are still young. Feelings can be nurtured slowly. No rush. Right now, the important thing is that you can get good results in the major trial exam. Diep Lam urged, Yes, that's right. We should leave this place quickly. The scene shifts to Thientin's magnificent villa. Jia Katanga, still in her pajamas, screamed, Impossible! How could my father accept a coward who's afraid of death like you as his disciple? He sat on the sofa, crossed his arms, and said flatly, Then go ask him. She saw him coming down and called out loudly, Dad, Dad, what is this guy doing in our house? Thientin joked, My little princess, why are you so angry as soon as you get home? He held out his hand and admitted, Nene, Diep Lam isn't lying to you. I really did accept him as my disciple. Jia Katanga was enraged and questioned, What? Are you insane? A forbidden curse caster like him? What do you want to teach him? A forbidden curse caster like him, a caster who won't live past 25. Thientin calmed her down. Ngunga, don't speak so harshly. Diep Lam is very strong. And besides, he is the Lang Da you've been looking for all this time. She glanced back, smirking contemptuously. He's Lang Da? That's ridiculous. Not only are you a coward who's afraid of death, but you're also full of lies. You're a hypocrite who even managed to fool my father. A second later, Jia Kating stormed forward, shouting, This house has him, or it has me. You just wait. I will definitely find the real Lang Da and expose your fake mask. Diep Lam stood up worriedly and asked, Master, Should I go follow and protect her? Thien Tin watched her go and replied, No need. In this world, no one dares to touch her. Don't take her words to heart. This child doesn't have a bad personality, she's just a bit stubborn. He suddenly presented a box. Right, Diep Lam, the major trial exam is coming up. This is for you. You might find it useful. He opened it and saw a neatly folded piece of skin, questioning, This is? Thien Tin explained. This is a phantom face. Just by wearing this mask, you can transform into someone else. Both your voice and aura will be completely different. Diep Lam held it up and exclaimed, Having this will really be a great help to me. Thank you, Master. The scene shifts to a green lawn outside. Lang Vu raises his hand and calls out, Big brother, you're here. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it. He smiled and said, How could I not? I have to keep the promise I made to you. He lightly punched Diep Lam in the chest. He chattered on, Big brother, I heard from my dad that you've taken Mr. Jia Cat as your master, and even the matter with Kang Sam has been resolved. Jia Cat Nge stood to the side, annoyed. My father was deceived by this vile little man. Hearing this, Lang Vu immediately pointed at his face. She shouted, Hey, Jia Katanga. Even though I used to like you, you need evidence to back up your words. Don't slander my big brother. She snorted in response. This hypocrite even dared to impersonate Lang Da. Just wait and see in the major exam. I'll find Lang Da and expose your true face in front of everyone. Just then, a car suddenly screeched to a halt. Tran Vu stood in front of the line of buses, raised his hand, and shouted, Students, 10 years of hard work. Today is the day of the major trial exam. I hope each of you can achieve good results. Go, Thon Thon Academy, for the win. The crowd quickly raised their hands and cheered, For the win! For the win! Half an hour later, the convoy arrived in front of the city gates. Everyone got off and marveled, This is my first time seeing the city gate. Yeah, this gate is so high. Diep Lam instructed, Lang Vu, stick close to me once we're out of the city gate. Follow the plan. He quickly replied, Got it, big brother. The instructor stood before the gate and announced, The gate is about to open. All candidates must cross the 10 kilometers forest outside the safe zone to enter the major trial exam. This will be your first test. Those who go out first will encounter ferocious demonic beasts. You may encounter the major trial exam. Whether you survive to the end depends entirely on your own strength. Are you all ready? They shouted in unison, Ready! Immediately after, the gate slowly opened, releasing a white mist. Jia Katninga, Diep Lam, and Long Vu entered first after a resounding shout. The major trial exam officially begins. The whole group ran forward together. He shouted, Charge! She ran beside him and declared, Diep Lam, I won't lose to you. Meanwhile, the old masters on the city wall were chatting. Well, guess how many people from our city will get into the major academies this year? Last year there were only 5. I guess there won't be many more this year. Tran Vu stroked his beard and chuckled. No matter how many there are, Thon Thon has at least secured 2 spots. The headmaster of another school stood beside him and loudly reminded, Old Sao, don't get too smug. A moment later, the candidates were all holding their noses and complaining, What's that smell? It's disgusting. Is it the smell of demonic beast corpses? Suddenly, a demonic beast leaped out, causing them to panic and shout, What is that? It's a blood-sucking demonic leech. A level 1 blood-sucking demonic leech. It charged forward to attack, and the cowards immediately turned and fled. Run. Cao Ha sighed and lamented. This year's batch is not very good. A single level 11 blood-sucking demonic leech scared them like that. Tran Vu closed his eyes and said nonchalantly, That's definitely not a student from my Thon Thon Academy. Diep Lam then drew his blade and ran towards the demonic beast, shouting, Everyone, get back. With that, he unleashed several slashes, instantly cutting it to pieces. Diep Lam stood firm on the ground, sweeping his blade fiercely with a cold expression. Headmaster, Tu exclaimed in surprise, What a terrifying blade. That blade must be at least a rare-grade weapon, right? Limon frowned. Huh? Is that the forbidden curse caster, Diep Lam? A level 16 with a rare-grade weapon, dealing with a blood-sucking demonic leech, is indeed easy. But why didn't he kill that blood-sucking demonic leech? On the other side, Diep Lam raised his hand and called out, Lang Vu, come clean up the tail. He, holding his sword, happily ran over. Big brother, I'm here. Lang Vu poked the demonic beast a few times, and the system immediately announced, Party killed a level 11 blood-sucking demonic leech, awarded 40 experience points. The crowd announced. A murmur went through the crowd. This level 16 curse caster has become Kuai Lang Vu's power leveling tool. This is too good. I also want to cling to Diep Lam's thigh. Diep Lam, are you still looking for disciples? After it was done, everyone dispersed, leaving only Jia Katna standing there, thinking, choosing to party up means sharing experience points. She watched Lang Vu and Diep Lam and said to herself, You just wait, Diep Lam. This time, I will definitely surpass you. In the deep forest, Lang Vu was mopping up the monsters after Diep Lam had eliminated them, and his information was updated. Party killed the destroyed soldier. Level 11 werewolves. 40 experience points reward. Level 13 bone archer party. 60 experience points reward. Party killed a strange bird. Level 12. 50 experience points reward. He instantly leveled up to 8 and shouted with joy, This is too awesome. Big brother, say no more. From now on, you are my real big brother. Diep Lam leaped forward, turned his head, and reminded him, Don't get too happy. There aren't many monsters left around here. We have to go deeper. Lang Vu then followed with his sword, asking worriedly, Big brother, if we go deeper, we'll encounter level 20, or even level 32, demonic beasts. He explained his plan. A small matter. I can handle level 20. If it's level 30, we run. The scene shifts to a small courtyard far from the forest. Tran Vu squinted into the distance and complained, Diep Lam is being too reckless. How could he lead Kuai Lang Vu so deep in? With his level, getting into the major academies is a sure thing. What is he trying to do? Headmaster, to reassured him, Old Sao, you don't need to worry. There are already proctors in that area. Nothing unexpected will happen. Meanwhile, there were rumbling sounds, causing a flock of birds to flap their wings and fly away. Diep Lam and Lang Vu charged forward together. At that moment, 2 demonic beasts growled a few times in front of them. He glanced back and reminded, Lang Vu, these are all level 20. Be careful not to get killed. Lang Vu obeyed. Don't worry, big brother. I cherish my life. Diep Lam leaped high into the air, placed a hand on his chest, and thought to himself, The lifespan blade arts consumes too much. I can't use it continuously. Sacrifice. Then he rained down lightning on them with his ultimate move, Forbidden Curse, world-annihilating thunder rage. He looked at the fallen demonic beast in bewilderment and exclaimed, Big brother, is this how you kill monsters? This is also why. It's too brutal. A level 20 monster, killed in one shot. Diep Lam casually dismissed it. This is nothing. The more brutal part is yet to come. Just then, someone stomped heavily on the ground. The proctor standing on the rock announced, Do not leave the examination area without permission. It is dangerous, he asked, puzzled. We can't go any further in? Lang Vu guessed, Big brother, we must have gone past the exam area. Diep Lam replied in frustration. All right then. The pupils of his eyes narrowed as if he had detected something dangerous. Diep Lam looked up at the giant behind him and shouted, Careful behind you! Lang Vu screamed in fear. Oh my God! The proctor, still oblivious, raised 2 fingers and scolded. Trying to trick me into turning around so you can run out of the exam area? I've been a proctor for 20 years. You can't fool me with these little tricks. They looked at the brave Carbalin, level 33, swinging its mace down and urged in fear, No, proctor, turn around quickly. He finally turned around and screamed, It's the brave Carbalin. Lang Vu panicked and urged, Run, it's level 33. Kabali quickly smashed its weapon on the rock, sending all 3 of them flying backward. Diep Lam instructed, This stupid fire. Lang Vu, you run. I'll lure it away. He turned his head and looked back, protesting, Big brother, how can I do that? If we're running, we run together. He immediately kicked Lang Vu behind him and shouted, I told you to run, so run. Stop talking nonsense. 5 seconds later, Deep Lam turned his head and thought to himself, it's probably going to be very difficult to deal with this brave Carbolin without revealing myself. He released his crimson spiritual energy. Sacrifice. Forbidden curse. Swift gale wings. From behind, he could only remind him. Big brother, you have to be careful. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. The proctor now stood next to Deep Lam, took something out, and urged, you be careful too. And run quickly. Leave this to me. I have to fire the signal for help. The word help had barely left his mouth when he was hit by a single finger from Carbolin. Deep Lam quickly pulled the proctor back and asked worriedly, Proctor, are you okay? Wake up. Carbolin continued to swing towards him. Now the flare had shot high into the sky, and in a flash, it exploded with a bang, sending out a signal. He looked up in frustration and sighed to himself. If only you had just passed out, then I wouldn't have to worry about my identity being exposed. What's with the signal flare? Deep Lam noticed two figures appear instantly and thought, two of them at once. Holland frowned and uttered, something has definitely happened here. The other proctor also instructed, please stay away from here to avoid getting hurt. He gave a thumbs up and complied. Okay, this proctor is injured. I'll take him away now. Deep Lam let the other two fight Carbolin. He placed the proctor in a nearby ditch. He smiled sinisterly. I suddenly have an idea. Deep Lam took out the box Thien Tin had given him and muttered, just in time to test the effect of the phantom face. He placed the mask on his face amidst hissing sounds. Deep Lam quickly transformed into the proctor and laughed heartily. The effect isn't bad. Interesting. From behind, Holland bound Carbolin with his weapon and urged, kill it quickly. Don't let it affect the exam. The other proctor then created several swords around it and shouted, okay. Suddenly, a shout came from behind, attracting his attention. Vile creature, you dare to disrupt the exam. The proctor, now impersonated by Deep Lam, continued in a loud voice. My two colleagues, I'm here to help you. He raised his hand, summoning a source of golden energy, and roared, watch me slay you, vile beast. Deep Lam launched an arrow with the forbidden curse skill, eternal adamantine needle, straight ahead. Just like that, Carbolin exploded in an instant. Then an item dropped, and the system announced, party killed the level 33 brave Carbolin. Reward, 220 experience points. Received item, symbiotic talisman. Deep Lam held it in his hand and marveled. It even dropped an item. The drop rate for items from killing demonic beasts is extremely low. The other proctor immediately pointed at Deep Lam and criticized, hey, you! What department are you from? What are you doing here? This is supposed to be helping? This is clearly kill-stealing. He bared his teeth and retorted with a smile. No need to be so polite. I'm doing a good deed. I never leave my name. Just call me good person. He watched Deep Lam leave and pointed, I'll good person your ass. Holland crossed her arms and advised, let it go. Maintain order in the examination hall first. We can deal with him when we get back. Afterwards, Deep Lam transformed back to his original form, grinning and muttering, you guys won't be able to find me anymore. Not long after, he was standing at the crossroads leading back to Thon Thon, the outer forest, and the major exams teleportation gate. The proctor who had been knocked out by Carbolin was still lying there under the sun. Deep Lam sat next to him and acknowledged, I have to say, the phantom face mask is really useful. He held the item in his hand. Symbiotic talisman. For those who know death's embrace, there is no death, only shared life. A profession holder with a level lower than 10, after interlocking fingers and using the symbiotic talisman for the next 6 hours, the experience points gained from killing demonic beasts by both individuals will be completely shared in the same period. The symbiotic talisman can only be used with one person. Then he confirmed, this is a good item. Used correctly, it's equivalent to double experience. Suddenly, a cry of help made Deep Lam turn his head. Lang Vu was being chased by a demonic beast with an axe, constantly shouting, help! It quickly swung its weapon towards him, roaring fiercely. With the axe blade nearly touching him, Lang Vu could only glance back and scream in terror. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed through the air. Deep Lam saved him from the dangerous axe blade by a hair's breadth. Lang Vu called out in bewilderment. Big brother! With tears in his eyes, he asked, you're okay, that's great. Where is that brave Carbolin? He lied without batting an eye. Don't worry, that brave Carbolin was dealt with by another proctor. Diep Lam quickly placed his palm on his hand and lifted him up. Hey Lang Vu, what are you doing? He was so moved, he kept squeezing. Big brother, I never thought you were. Then he pulled his hand away and shouted, Oh my God, what are you thinking? Get lost. Just then, the demonic beast charged again. Lang Vu panicked and yelled, Big brother, monster. Diep Lam quickly grabbed the hilt of his blade. He swung a single slash with the lifespan blade arts, turning it into dust and smoke. The system updated immediately as the monster died. Successfully killed the level 13 Anubis soldier. Reward: 130 experience points. Symbiotic talisman effect triggered. Lang Vu raised his hands and exclaimed in awe, Oh my God, this is a symbiotic talisman. Big brother, where did you get such a good item? Diep Lam said disdainfully, Go fight monsters yourself, you disgusting thing. He hastily defended himself. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm really normal. He still coldly raised his hand to shoo him away. Get lost, don't follow me. Now that we have the symbiotic talisman, let's split up to level up, to maximize the experience sharing effect. Lang Vu, behind him, scratched his head, his voice trembling. Ah, all right. But there don't seem to be many monsters I can handle. The scene shifts to another team struggling with a demonic beast amidst shouts of encouragement. Come on, just a little more. This level 10 werewolf is about to die. Just then, someone dashed forward, causing a candidate to exclaim in surprise. So fast! A bolt of lightning struck down, instantly sending 3 demonic beasts to their doom. They were stunned and shouted, This is too overpowered. Is this magic? Killing 3 in one go. The crowd, seeing Diep Lam's face, started to murmur. I know him. He's that forbidden curse caster, the one who ranked first in the test. What? The short-lived forbidden curse caster? Is he tired of living, fighting monsters like that? They suddenly noticed something strange. Look, it seems like he's recovering. It looks like it's the equipment on his wrist. Hearing this, Diep Lam glanced back, retracted his spiritual power, and thought to himself, the secret of my immortal body cannot be discovered by you all. On the other side, someone was panicking and calling for help. Run! Help! The other 3 also ran quickly. Oh my God! Run! It's a level 20 Minotaur. Retreat! Level 20 is no joke. It will really kill people. Only Diep Lam stood facing them, smiling sinisterly. Run! You all run. With one hand on his blade and the other adjusting his glasses, he declared, These monsters are all mine. With that, Diep Lam leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful slash at the demonic beasts. With a single spin, they vanished. Over on Lang Vu's side, the system updated. Reward: 130 experience points. Symbiotic talisman effect triggered. He looked at his hands and cheered excitedly. Big brother is awesome. Leveling up like this is so satisfying. Who else can do this? At the same time, the 2 headmasters stared intently at the screen, which now showed Diep Lam facing a demonic beast. Tran Vu sighed. This kid, if only he wasn't a forbidden curse caster. Then our Thon Thon would truly have a young dragon. Headmaster. To announced, almost all the demonic beasts within the exam area have been killed by him. The number of candidates this year who were lost to monster attacks and couldn't enter the major trial exam is significantly lower. Not long after, someone flicked open a hand fan and spoke. See, the person leading the group walked in. Aonya continued, I told you it's beneficial to be a little late. The monsters were dealt with by the fast ones. Doesn't that make our journey much more leisurely? The person next to him looked around and judged. It seems there really aren't any monsters. Then the whole group charged forward, chattering excitedly. Great! This way, we can safely reach the teleportation point for the major exam. Let's go, let's go! What's the use of rushing? If you get injured, can you still take the test normally? The scene shifts to the entrance of the major exam. The others walked in, joyfully exclaiming, Once we enter the teleportation gate, we're in the examination hall. Diep Lam then looked at the system panel and mumbled, The monsters are all cleared out, and I've only reached level 18. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. He quickly walked towards the gate and said to himself, Looks like it's time to check out the examination hall. Diep Lam stomped his foot hard on the ground. In a flash, he had passed through to a new space. Diep Lam looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but marvel. So this is the major trial examination hall. Diep Lam observed the area and whispered, "So crowded." Lang Vu came up from behind and called out, "Big brother." He placed a hand on his chest and exclaimed, "Big brother. You are truly my real big brother. Oh, my dear mother. You're so strong, big brother. Can you believe it? I'm already level 15. Diep Lam raised a fist and reminded him, all right, let go. There are too many people here." He couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "Stay away from me!" Meanwhile, Jia Katanga was frowning and complaining. Damn it. It was so hard to gain just 2 levels. But it's fine. In the major exam, everything can be compensated with skill and energy. Not long after, a shout echoed, "Candidates!" Several proctors descended together to this place. One person stood high above, looked down at the crowd, and shouted, "Silence!" Lam Win introduced, "Candidates of Thon Thon. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 886th Major Trial Exam. I am the Chief Proctor, Lam Win." The candidates all fell silent, listening to his words. The outer forest was just a credential for the major trial. Only those who survived the outer forest and entered the major trial grounds have the qualification to proceed with the trial. Lam Win raised both hands and announced, "The exam is divided into 2 parts, comprehensive ability and martial arena combat." He revealed, "The comprehensive ability test has a total of 10 stages, each worth 10 points. Only candidates who pass the stages and score above 85 points will be eligible to participate in the martial arena combat." Lam Win explained the rules. A win in the martial arena earns 10 points, with a maximum of 150 points to select this year's major trial champion. He specifically reminded, during the trial, no special items can be used. Violators will have their qualification revoked. The rules of the major trial have been explained. Lam Win loudly declared the comprehensive ability test to begin. 10 candidates form 10 teams and enter the examination room in order. Then they lined up and entered the teleportation gate together. Diep Lam stepped inside, thinking to himself, "I've finally been waiting for this moment." The major trial is the moment of destiny. He furrowed his brow, resolving in his heart, "From now on, my destiny will be written by me." Soon, a light appeared in the darkness. It slowly shone directly on where the Board of Examiners was standing. Long Wen was still deep in thought, looking at the list. The person in charge of the Supreme Academy, Tu Thon Han, immediately appeared and spoke. "My apologies, Proctor Lam, I'm late." He turned and replied, "Miss Tu, you're too kind. You're right on time." She glanced over and asked, "Are there any more outstanding candidates this year?" Longwin tracked Diep Lam's information and said, "There are a few outstanding ones." This Diep Lam Thon Han let out a soft "Oh." Level 18. "Oh, level 18. Then he's qualified to be selected by the Supreme Academy." He sighed. "A pity." She furrowed her brow and asked, "Why is he a forbidden curse caster? Even if he were an A-grade profession, our Supreme Academy would want him." Lam Win looked downcast and regretful. "That's right, so it's a pity. If he weren't a forbidden curse caster, Than Than would truly have a real dragon." Thon Han crossed her arms and agreed, "It truly is a pity." Not long after, the screen showed Diep Lam touching a treasure. The system announced, test results announced. Candidate Diep Lam, second stage of the comprehensive ability test, the 3-attribute test, achieved the highest score, 10 points. 3 attribute stats, strength 480 points, speed 270 points, spirit 1,199 points. The 2 proctors standing next to him were whispering, "Why does a forbidden curse caster have 480 strength points? What other name does this guy have? Did he add an attack-boosting piece of equipment? Why would a forbidden curse caster like him need strength? Does he want to brawl with people? Now that you mention it, it is very strange. 480 strength points. That surpasses many warrior-type professions." "Hello, Lam Win. We'll know if we keep watching." The 3rd stage is about to begin, and that's when the real action starts. Ha Huang followed the screen showing one person facing off against several others and continued. Third stage, comprehensive ability test. Attack power test. Candidates, please unleash your strongest skill. Now Diep Lam raised his hand, releasing his spiritual power, and asked softly, my strongest skill? He was against it in his mind. No. If I use the Chaos Divine Thunder, I'll be exposed. He immediately placed his hand on his neck. I can only use the smallest lightning bolt. Sacrifice the body core. Immediately after, lightning began to swirl around Diep Lam's feet. He flew into the air, spread his arms wide, and released a massive amount of lightning. Forbidden Curse, World-Annihilating Thunder. Ha Huang's jaw dropped. Hey, this dummy can withstand attacks from profession holders under level 25. One hit, and it's all gone. The other two were also quite surprised. This kid is only level 18. With one strike, the dummy just exploded. The skill he cast was a Forbidden Curse. Isn't it a given that the power of a Forbidden Curse would be great? Longwen frowned and marveled. Hey, this kid is really reckless. He actually cast a Forbidden Curse during the major trial. At the same time, the system displayed, Candidate Diep Lam, Comprehensive Ability Test, Stage 3, Attack Power Test, highest score, 10 points. He then frantically unleashed a series of slashes at the old man. After he was done, Diep Lam sheathed his blade behind his back. The information was updated. Candidate Diep Lam, Comprehensive Ability Test, Stage 5. Burst Power Test. Highest score, 10 points. He continued to rain lightning down on the next demonic beast. The system's voice. Candidate Diep Lam, Comprehensive Ability Test, 6th Stage, Continuous Attack Power Test. Highest score, 10 points. Following that was a series of news updates. Candidate Diep Lam, Comprehensive Ability Test. Stage 7, Evasion Ability Test. Highest score 10 points. Candidate Diep Lam, highest score 10 points. Longwen looked down at his tablet and exclaimed, using forbidden curses so recklessly, forget 23. It would be a medical miracle if this kid lives past 20. A person approached and asked, Proctor Lam, should we increase the difficulty of the final stage for candidate Diep Lam? He hinted, Miss Tu, may I have your opinion? If this Diep Lam can still pass the stage with the highest score, I request permission. It's for your Supreme Academy to accept him. What do you think? Than Han observed the people on the screen and then refused. I'm sorry, Proctor Lam, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot agree. In my opinion, La Quan, Vuong Qing Lam, Jia Katna, and that Kuai Long Vu are all more qualified to enter the Supreme Academy than Diep Lam. The strength the Forbidden Curse caster has now is exchanged for his future life. For someone like that, our Supreme Academy training him would just be a waste of resources. Lam Win was also at a loss, sighing with regret. All right then, what a pity. After a while, Diep Lam passed through the gate and gathered with the others. Lang Vu raised his hand and happily reported, Big brother, I got 96 points. I'm solid. This time, I'm really solid. He still wasn't satisfied and asked, why didn't you get the highest score? He scratched his head and muttered, don't mention it. I lost points in the practical combat test. The others were also chatting. Oh dear. I only got 55 points. What should I do? I got 85 points. I can finally go to a high-level academy. Then Lam Win announced, first place, Diep Lam, 100 points. Second place, Jia Katenge, 100 points. Third place, La Quan, 98 points. Fourth place, Quilang Vu, 96 points. Fifth place, Vuong, 95 points. Sixth place, alright, candidates with scores lower than 85 points. Please leave the examination grounds under the guidance of the proctors. Jia Katna looked up, listening to his words. Candidates with scores higher than 85 points may also leave. But don't forget to subscribe to support my channel. But leaving the examination grounds will be considered as forfeiting tomorrow's martial arena competition. Only after he finished did she place her hand on her chest and ask loudly, Proctor, I have an objection to the results. We both got the highest score, so on what grounds am I ranked second? She was resentful. Why do I have to be ranked behind that detestable Diep Lam? The other women chimed in. That's right, both are the highest scores, So why aren't they both ranked first? Both got the highest score, so why is the male ranked first? The world's malice towards women is so great. This is unfair, this is gender discrimination. Lam Nguyen pointed his palm forward and shouted, "Quiet. Please look at the screen." They watched her push a fireball towards the demonic beast and immediately praised her. Jia Cat Ing is indeed the daughter of Jia Cat Tien Tin. Like father, like daughter, her control, her reaction speed, they're simply top-notch. The screen switched to Deep Lam using lightning to strike down a demonic beast, and the crowd was puzzled. But this Deep Lam is not human at all. Did a curse caster just kill a level 25 blazing fire demonic wolf? Everyone was stunned and exclaimed. Deep Lam killed the blazing fire demonic wolf in 1 second. Lam Nguyen paused the video just as Jia Cat Nge leaped up to take down the demonic beast, while Deep Lam was casually lying next to the disintegrated monster. The other candidates immediately shouted, "I suddenly understand why." Even though both got the highest score, Jia Cat Nge was ranked second. They were stunned for a moment, and no one could refute it. Long Nguyen turned his head back and asked coldly, "Does anyone else have any objections to the results of this comprehensive ability test?" The only reply was a strange silence. Jia Cat Nge's expression showed a hint of contemplation as she heard Lam Nguyen say, "If there are no objections, students with scores above 85, rest for half an hour and prepare for the martial arena competition." A buzz of discussion erupted in the hall. First place Deep Lam, second place Jia Cat Nge. "My God, Old Sao, your world ranking. Thon Thon Academy is about to defy the heavens." That's right. This year, the 2 top scorers are both from your Thon Thon Academy. You're really lucky this year, you little brat. Headmaster Cao was delighted, stroking his beard and laughing loudly. Not only that, look at 4th place. That Kuai Lang Vu is also from Thon Thon Academy. Headmaster Tu walked over, placed a hand on Tran Vu's shoulder, and reminded him, "But, Old Cao, don't get too happy too soon. Next is the martial arena, which is the truly important part." He let out an "Oh." "Do you think that Laquan can deal with him? With a level 18 forbidden curse caster?" he asserted. "Don't say that. Anything is possible." Time passed, and after half an hour, both had stepped onto the arena. Jia Cat Nge snorted, "I won't lose to you in the martial arena." Deep Lam's eyebrows furrowed as he thought, "I wonder which nerve got crossed again." A loud shout came from behind. "Next, we will proceed with the martial arena competition." The rules of the game began to be announced. The decision is, the martial arena interaction is very simple. The competition uses a lottery system. A win earns 10 points and advances to the next round. Below, the lottery begins. There are a total of 104 candidates. Numbers 4 and 104, 12 contestants will now face off. On the board, the numbers were recorded in order: number 18, Deep Lam; number 80, 6, Boy Boy Boy. Lang Vu pointed forward. "Big brother, look. You're number 18, and I'm number 24. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Looks like I'll have to fight number 86. With that, Deep Lam stepped forward, waving behind him. "I'm going first." He clenched his fist and smiled brightly, cheering, "Big brother, good luck." On the platform, the referee's loud voice rang out. "The 10 contestants on both sides, state your profession and level. Boy Boy Boy, Water-type Mage, level 10. Deep Lam, Forbidden Curse Caster, level 18. The competition begins." He stood close to his opponent and said broadly, "Fellow student, you should concede." Boy 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 cast a water spell with a sharp gaze. "I won't concede. Although you're very strong, don't underestimate me either." "Yes, come on." Deep Lam also extended his hand, still exuding a taunting strength. "Your courage is commendable. After all, anyone who can score over 85 is no ordinary person." After speaking, he placed 2 fingers on his neck and pressed a pressure point. A bright light flashed. The entire space was now filled with streaks of lightning and deafening sounds. The raging winds formed a powerful divine dragon. The eyes of everyone below were filled with a mix of shock and fear as streams flowed from Deep Lam's hands. His entire body floated as if he were merging with the water-filled space. Seeing the critical situation, The referee reminded, "Candidate Diep Lam, killing is strictly forbidden in the martial arena competition. Otherwise, your qualification will be revoked." In contrast to everyone's panicked expressions, Diep Lam replied very calmly, "I don't want to either." Then tell her to concede. Below, Boy sat slumped on the ground, tears streaming down her cat-like face, sobbing. So scary. The young men outside began to curse. Beast, making such an adorable girl cry like that. Before, I thought crying like a cat was a figure of speech. I didn't realize it was a verb. Diep Lam, not caring about the gossip, adjusted his glasses. "Fellow student, you should just concede." In the end, Boy conceded and was taken inside. The referee stood up and announced loudly, "Number 18, candidate Diep Lam, wins the first round, 10 points added." Diep Lam turned his back and sighed in boredom. "I'm really out of options. Let's watch the other arenas." In another arena, Jia Cat Gay channeled power into her hands, her eyes half closed, and said softly, "You can't defeat me." Laquan taunted, "Is this kind of opponent even worthy of being my adversary?" Lang Vu laughed loudly. "I've never enjoyed the feeling of being so overwhelmingly powerful before." There were sounds of impacts and explosions, along with shouts of number 46 wins, number 129 wins, number 79 wins, number 12 wins. The referee announced, "The second round of the martial arena officially begins." Tran Trin then rested his chin on his hand and pondered, "If my opponent is you, it might be a bit tricky." He swung his hand down, "But I will still win the competition." "This is Tran Trin Than, Cloud Stepping Sword, level 11, Diep Lam pondered. "He's so confident at just level 11. Does he have some kind of ultimate move? I can't be careless." He reached out his hand. He reached back, gripped the hilt of his sword, and drew it. Trin then lightly said, "Forfeit." He moved as fast as lightning, using a stealth technique to get behind him, and raised his hand. "I forfeit." His words left everyone dumbfounded. Diep Lam screamed, "Oh my God! Didn't you say you were going to win?" Trin then turned and walked away. "Of course, I will win. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. We'll meet again." Even the referee was confused, scratching his face. Number 18, candidate Diep Lam, wins the second round, 10 points added. Whispers and gossip spread incessantly. "No way. He won without fighting? That's too easy a win. The opponent is someone else," proactively conceded. "Is that an exaggeration?" "It's normal. A short-lived forbidden curse caster. Who would risk their life against him?" Next up is the third round. A man walked out helplessly. "Proctor, I forfeit. Damn it, what bad luck. Why did I draw this monster?" Just like you, the referee could only announce, "Number 18, candidate Diep Lam, wins the third round, 10 points added." Now he felt extremely distressed. What? I haven't even made a move, and he forfeited again? Down below, many people began to suspect. This guy has only cast one forbidden curse from the beginning to the end. And he won 3 matches in a row? How? Is the major exam this simple? Is this guy going to get the highest score without even having to fight once? Let's just watch someone else. In the arena, the sounds of rapid footsteps echoed. 2 swords clashed, producing a deafening sound. Vuong Qing Kuang, Crimson Blade, level 13. Laquan, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14. Qin Kuang spoke. "Friend Law, it seems you'll have to join the loser's bracket," Laquan retorted. "Just you alone is not enough." Everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. So terrifying. This is what it looks like when 2 A-grade professions clash. So terrifying. We're all profession holders, but I feel like I'm not in the same world as them. I can't even see where Vuong Qin Kuang is. If I went up there, I'd probably be killed by him in a second. Images of the 2 fighting were projected everywhere. Long Wen turned to ask Miss Tu, "Who do you think will win?" Than Han replied without hesitation, "Laquan." Over here, Laquan was unleashing a powerful attack, Shadow Impact Thrust. The attack directly struck Qin Kuang, sending him crashing to the ground. His sword was also broken in 2. The referee reported, "Candidate Diep Lam, round 5. Diep Lam sat back inside. So boring. Another bye round. Suddenly, He noticed something, and his eyes lit up. Diep Lam looked towards Jia Katinga and Lang Vu. This round, Lang Vu is fighting Jia Katinga. This seems a bit interesting to watch. She opened her book and spoke. Kwai Lang Vu, I really don't understand what kind of love potion Diep Lam gave you to make you obey him like this. He looked up and warned, he is my big brother. When you finally see what kind of person my big brother truly is, you will definitely regret it. Jia Katinga, a little angry, began to cast her spell. Stubborn fool. Violent phoenix art. From there, blazing flames erupted and shot towards Long Vu, catching him off guard. Why was this girl's fire magic suddenly flaring up like this? But Long Vu quickly jumped up from the ground, dodging the massive explosion. He frowned deeply. I'm a close combat specialist, and she's a long-range attacker. I can't let her hit me. Jia Katinga extended her hand towards Long Vu. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Streams of fire billowed upwards, rushing towards him like a tornado. Lang Vu raised the sword in his hand. If I can't dodge it, then bring it on. He swung a powerful slash straight down into the massive flame. Sword skill. Tram Kitch. The flame vanished, replaced by a plume of white smoke. Lang Vu emerged from the smoke, panting heavily. I'm going all out against you now. Jia Katinga just scoffed. You fool. She once again raised her scepter. Just give up. Crimson Flame Fire Sea. Below, Lang Vu shouted. Those who look down on me, Lang Vu, will all pay the price. Jia Katinga sneered. You don't know your own limits. Diep Lam observed that Lang Vu was indeed no match for this foolish woman. Than Han exclaimed. This Gui Long Vu is about to lose. Lam Win shouted in alarm. Is this kid crazy? Referee, get ready to save him. The flames raged, burning Lang Vu's body. However, this only seemed to confuse Jia Katinga. Seeing him charging towards her at great speed, she grew angry. Are you tired of living? Without another word, Lang Vu launched an attack straight at Jia Katinga. This is a lesson for you. His eyes were filled with scorn, a clear warning. You can provoke me, but don't you dare touch my boss. Seeing his firm resolve, her face paled with a hint of fear. Diep Lam leaped down from above, calling out, Lang Vu! Everyone was in an uproar. Medics, hurry and save him. He walked over and placed a hand on Lang Vu's charred chest, reassuring him. Lang Vu, try to hold on. I'm using the twin yin-yang ring to protect your heart for now. Jia Katinga approached and stammered. I didn't mean to. I didn't know he'd be so reckless. Diep Lam said coldly, I know. It has nothing to do with you. The referee announced, contestant Gui Lang Vu's life is not in immediate danger, but he has suffered extensive burns. He needs to see a doctor immediately. Lang Vu grabbed Diep Lam's hand and whispered, Boss, you've got this. He encouraged him back. Lang Vu, you did great. After everything settled, the competition resumed. Next up were the semifinals. Jia Katinga versus Lam Lin Lam, and Diep Lam versus Laquan. This year's grand champion would be one of these four. Li Man leaned in and asked, Principal 2, do you think Laquan's chances of winning are high? Principal 2 chuckled. Of course. He's not Hanao. He's the genius I personally trained. I have faith in him. He remarked, It seems your Duke Tai Academy is about to produce another grand champion this year. Tran Vu turned with a doubtful look. I'm not so sure. His opponent is a level 18 Forbidden Arts caster. Can Laquan really win? Principal 2 retorted. A Forbidden Arts caster? So what? In a ring competition, can he really cast Forbidden Arts without a care for his own life? Old Sao, even though 2 of your Thon Academy students are in the final 4, don't celebrate too early, he taunted. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand even a single forbidden art. Tran Vu reminded him, We'll see who gets the last laugh in the arena. Someone else chimed in, Gentlemen, no more arguing. It's starting. Laquan, Shadow Dragon Lancer, level 14. Laquan spoke up. Diep Lam, I finally get to face you. He pointed his spear straight up. You are the only one I consider an opponent. Once I defeat you, the championship title will be mine. Diep Lam replied flatly. Is that so? The referee's voice rang out. The match begins. Laquan charged forward, shouting, Surrender now, Diep Lam. He countered the attack, thinking to himself, I don't need to use forbidden arts to deal with you. Saber art of Yang life, one slash after another. Let's see how many you can take. Laquan's brows furrowed, a confused look on his face. He asked, "You're using a saber? A forbidden arts caster is also skilled in close combat?" Diep Lam taunted. "What? You've never seen one before?" He didn't answer directly, instead lowering his spear for a powerful attack. Saber art of Yang life. However, Diep Lam refused to back down, launching a counterattack. "Then let me show you the saber arts of a forbidden arts caster." The moment he finished speaking, Laquan was knocked back by a powerful blow from Diep Lam. Below, voices rose in discussion. Is this how forbidden arts casters fight? Wait, isn't he a forbidden arts caster? Why hasn't he cast a single forbidden art, yet he can go toe-to-toe with Laquan? Is he that amazing? I'm curious too. I was expecting forbidden arts to be flying everywhere. But this is what we get instead. An observation was made. Diep Lam's saber art isn't normal. Principal, two pointed. Could this saber art be a forbidden art? Tran Vu answered flatly, that's right. It's the saber art of Yang life. It consumes his own lifespan, making each slash stronger than the last. That's the saber art of Yang life. He spun around. What? How many slashes has he used? Trading his own lifespan for victory in a ring match. Is it worth it? Old Cao reminded him. Lao too, from the looks of it, your Duke Tai's Laquan is about to lose for sure. No, Principal, to refuse to admit defeat. Lao Cao, don't celebrate too early. On the stage, Diep Lam continuously attacked Laquan. Still not giving up? He thought to himself, this won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely lose. Laquan charged forward shouting, Diep Lam, you forced my hand. He then unleashed a powerful attack, the shadow-heavy breaking strike. Diep Lam raised his hand to block the attack, thinking, something's not right. Laquan grinned. Diep Lam, you think you're the only one who knows forbidden arts? Now, Laquan held a talisman between two fingers. Diep Lam quickly recognized it as a forbidden art talisman. He charged forward again. Forbidden art. Dark Dragon's Rhyme. Die, Diep Lam. The powerful attack pierced straight through Diep Lam's body. A loud bang echoed throughout the entire tournament hall as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. A figure was thrown from the ground into the air, followed by the dripping sound of blood splattering on the floor. The weapon was still embedded deep in Diep Lam's chest. Laquan's lips curled up. You weren't going to live long anyway. Might as well die now. Whispers spread through the crowd. It seems Laquan has won. Diep Lam sat there silently. Laquan used a forbidden art talisman. A forbidden art talisman? That thing severely harms the user. Is Laquan tired of living too? A man turned and said, the principal of Duke Tai, for the sake of the championship, actually gambled with a student's future, letting Laquan use a forbidden talisman to unleash a forbidden art. Lam Win responded flatly, only victory guarantees a future. It's a pity for that student, Diep Lam. I'm afraid his chances are slim. Medics, seeing this injustice, Tran Vu couldn't contain his anger. Old dog, too. You old bastard. Just to win you let your student use a forbidden art talisman? Are you even human? So what? Laquan himself agreed to use the talisman. A loss is a loss. Principal, to provoked him. What? You can't accept it? Hearing this, he couldn't help but growl in fury. You're shameless. But the other principal just smirked. He retorted, no matter what you say, this year's champion still belongs to my Duke Tai Academy. Jia Cat Ing clenched her fists. I can't believe Laquan would use a forbidden art talisman just to win. That thing, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be able to take it. A worried expression crossed her face. Is Diep Lam really dead? Why do I feel a little heartache? If you could ask, you should share it with your friends. If you'd listened to my advice, perhaps you wouldn't have ended up like this. Thien Tin came over to comfort her. Don't be hasty. The match isn't over yet. Over on the stage, Laquan was panting heavily, a triumphant smirk on his lips. So what if you're level 18? Didn't you still fall to my spear? Suddenly, Diep Lam's sharp gaze shot upwards. Who told you I lost? Seeing this, he couldn't help but freeze in place. You're still. Now, Diep Lam slowly floated into the air. Laquan couldn't believe what he was seeing. Your heart was pierced, yet you're still not dead. Diep Lam chuckled. It seems forbidden arts casters have been gone for so long that the world has forgotten how terrifying this profession is. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. Diep Lam stated, "No one can kill a forbidden arts caster. A forbidden arts caster only dies from the wounds of their own forbidden arts. Forbidden art, immortal and indestructible." It wasn't just Laquan. Everyone below was astonished. This guy is still alive. Are forbidden arts casters that terrifying? He survived a pierced heart. Could he be immortal? A man said in astonishment. Immortal and indestructible? Wasn't that forbidden art lost long ago? How does this Diep Lam know it? It's not impossible to learn such a forbidden art, Lam Win explained, but it comes at the cost of one's own lifespan. It grants immunity to one fatal blow and then triggers a healing state. This kid is too calm. If he weren't a forbidden arts caster, he would surely achieve great things in the future. Diep Lam reached out his hand. Now, it's my turn. A thunderous roar erupted. Forbidden art. World-ending mad thunder. A powerful surge of energy shot down towards Laquan. He broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in terror. No, impossible. Instantly, Laquan's entire body was struck, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone flinched from the immense pressure. My God, this is too terrifying. The referee rushed down towards Laquan, shouting, Diep Lam wins! Medics! Security! However, Diep Lam quickly noticed something and his eyes darted to the side. I sense, Cao Ha remarked. This time it's over. Suddenly, Diep Lam collapsed to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Cao Ha shouted in panic. This is bad, Lao Cao. Because Diep Lam unleashed such a powerful forbidden art, his body is suffering a severe backlash, Tranvu noted. Unleashing a forbidden art of that magnitude, I'm afraid his internal organs are already damaged. He raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, an actor must, of course, play the part completely. What if you all found out otherwise? Suddenly, Principal Tu raised his hand high and shouted, I want to report Diep Lam of Thon Thon High for using a forbidden art of excessive power. Using such force against a level 14 job changer, this is blatant attempted murder. Tranvu roared back. Lao Tu, have you no shame? Who struck the first deadly blow? Everyone else agreed with him. That's right, Lao Tu. Your Duke Tai Academy is being too disgraceful. Principal Tu defiantly retorted, Cao Tranvu, just you wait. This isn't over. I'm going to the Ministry of Education to report you. Diep Lam clutched his chest, thinking, this grand examination is too much trouble. It's more tiring than killing a dungeon boss. He figured even more headaches were to come. Jia Cat Inga walked over and offered, Diep Lam, if you need to rest, I can wait until you've recovered before we fight. I don't want to take advantage of you. Diep Lam looked up. No need. Half an hour passed. The referee's voice rang out. Next up is the final match that everyone has been waiting for. The winner will be the grand champion of this examination. I now declare the final match officially begins. She thought to herself, his battle with Laquan proved how terrifying his forbidden arts are. I absolutely cannot get hit by them. Diep Lam pushed up his glasses, deep in thought. I need to think of a forbidden art that won't hurt her. If I actually injure her, Jia Cat Thien Tin will have my head. What a headache. Jia Cat Inge unleashed a powerful warning shot. Diep Lam, no matter how strong you are, I must win. Violent Phoenix Fire. He quickly dodged out of the way. Diep Lam raised his leg high to counter, pondering, if I can't attack her, then my only choice is to drag this out until her magic power is depleted. Forbidden art. Instantaneous dance. Everyone watched with tense expressions. Why is this Diep Lam only dodging and not attacking? Has he used up all his power from that thunderous forbidden art earlier? Could it be that he's already won? Perhaps that thunder forbidden art had too great a cost. Diep Lam might not be able to use it a second time. What's my guess? This Diep Lam definitely thinks Jia Katenge is beautiful. He's showing mercy and holding back. I heard a rumor that this Diep Lam has already been accepted as Jia Cat Thientin's disciple. He must be intentionally trying to give the championship to Jia Katenge. Gia Katenge shouted. Diep Lam, what is the meaning of this? All you know how to do is dodge? Are you insulting me? Diep Lam calmly asked. Is there a rule against dodging? She opened her grimoire and raised it high, gritting her teeth. Fine. I'd like to see how you'll dodge this. She unleashed her attack. Crimson Flame Fire C. Diep Lam mused. This foolish woman is hard to deal with. It seems I'll have to teach her a little lesson. His feet shifted. Speed grayed. His figure zipped away, soaring straight into the sky. Gia Kating's eyes widened. So fast. Then, she was hit squarely on the head with his sword, causing her to cry out in pain. Diep Lam walked over. You lose, she stammered. Diep Lam, you. Gia Katna trembled with both pain and rage. To humiliate me like this, I'll take you down with me, she screamed. I refuse to lose to a hateful guy like you. Diep Lam watched her intently. This foolish woman is really stubborn. Gia Katingi readied her hands again. Diep Lam, if you're so good at dodging, she channeled power around herself. Then try dodging this. Everyone stood still to watch, stunned. This pressure, what kind of skill is this? It's so powerful. Power surged around her like a raging storm. Dragon Fist Flame Pillar. Diep Lam continued to run, dodging the attack. Gia Kating's attack relentlessly pursued him. Damn it, a skill with a locking and tracking ability? She continued to chase Diep Lam closely. However, Gia Kating was also growing tired. You hateful jerk. Just give up, he chuckled. Give up? Are you talking about yourself? With that, Diep Lam suddenly turned and rushed towards Gia Katinga. He zipped past her. When facing a much faster opponent, unleashing a skill with a tracking ability is basically suicide. Gia Katinga's eyes widened in shock as she heard Diep Lam say, It's such a simple principle. Did you not pay attention in class? Diep Lam warned her, Stop, end the skill now. Gia Katinga's lips tightened. In your dreams, tears streamed down her beautiful face, but her expression remained resolute. Even if I have to die with you, I will not lose to you. Thien Tin, seeing his daughter like this, couldn't help but shout in worry. Nye, don't do something foolish. At the same time, people rushed forward. Quick, prepare to save them. At that moment, vortexes of fire erupted. Diep Lam gritted his teeth. This crazy woman. His hand grasped Gia Katining's slender shoulder. Hold on tight. Diep Lam hugged her tightly and held out his other hand. Sacrifice. Suddenly, a pillar of darkness struck the ground from the sky. A demonic face appeared. Forbidden art. Wall of size. A forbidden art that uses one's own life as the price. From the underworld, it summons the wall of size to block a direct attack. If the attacker's level does not exceed the caster's by more than 20, then the attack is nullified. A gruesome, unsettling sound came from within the wall. Instantly, powerful streams of fire erupted outwards. Everyone was stunned, whispering amongst themselves, This forbidden art, the wall of size. A contestant can actually cast something like that? Beads of sweat rolled down Diep Lam's face as he wiped them away, breathing a sigh of relief. Good thing I unlocked this forbidden art. Otherwise, I really don't know what I would have done. He let go of Gia Katinga. You miss, don't just stand there stunned. Turn around, your hair is a mess. She blushed furiously. This feeling my heart is beating so fast. Maybe he's not so hateful after all. Everyone was focused on them. Why do I suddenly feel like this is a bit sweet? I think I'm starting to like them. The stubborn and arrogant princess meets the strong and gentle knight. Oh my god, Diep Lam was afraid of hurting Gia Katinga. That's why he kept dodging. But before the daydream could continue, Diep Lam kicked her hard, sending her off the stage. Get down there. The grand champion is me. And just like that, Gia Katinga tumbled to the ground below. Everyone's eyes went wide. The principals were just as stunned. Thien Tin helplessly slapped his forehead and sighed. Gia Kating was so furious she was about to explode, screaming, Diep Lam, you're shameless. Just you wait. The referee raised his hand. In the final round of the ring competition, contestant Diep Lam wins, earning 10 points. With a total of 150 points, contestant Diep Lam is the grand champion of this Thon Grand examination. Loud cheers erupted throughout the arena. Diep Lam, awesome, champion. Diep Lam is so cool. Diep Lam was overjoyed. It's finally over. Below, a woman spoke up. Student Deep Lam, you are this year's grand champion. Which academy would you most like to attend? He raised his hand, his eyes shining brightly. I want to attend Tri-Ton Academy. Cheers and roars erupted. Tri-Ton Academy. Thon Han appeared. My apologies, student Diep Lam, but you cannot enter Tri-Ton Academy. Diep Lam asked, puzzled. Why? She answered flatly. Because you are a forbidden arts caster. Ever since the existence of job changers, the longest a forbidden arts caster has ever lived is to the age of 24. This means you have no long-term value for us to cultivate. Diep Lam's expression darkened. I understand. The crowd started whispering again. What? Forbidden arts casters can't get into Tri-Ton Academy? It makes sense, I guess. After all, they're short-lived. No academy can afford to raise them for nothing. What a pity. Diep Lam is the grand champion. Just then, footsteps approached. Wait a moment. Thien Tin spoke up. Miss Tu, the issue you're worried about, perhaps I've already solved it. Thon Han asked in return, Mr. Jiakat, what do you mean by that? He presented his idea. Diep Lam is my disciple. I've researched a method that can greatly reduce the self-harm that forbidden arts casters experience when casting their spells. If you don't believe me, you can take Diep Lam for a health checkup to find out. Lam Win exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Jiakat, is this true? Tran Vu chuckled. As expected, Thon Han stated, Mr. Jiakat, astrology and fortune-telling are indeed your strong suits. But when it comes to research on job changers, Mr. Jiakat, can you be more knowledgeable than the professors at my Tri-Ton Academy? What if he still doesn't live past 25? Will you compensate for the wasted resources? Thien Tin reminded her. Thon Han, don't let our personal history cut short the future of a talented contestant. She denied it. Mr. Jiakat, I am not bringing personal feelings into this. I am speaking about this matter seriously. Our Tri-Ton Academy will not recruit a forbidden arts caster. The crowd started whispering again. Is there something going on between Mr. Jiakat and this Miss Tu? This Miss Tu is so heartless. Couldn't they just give Diep Lam a health check? But then again, they are the prestigious Tri-Ton Academy. Tri-Ton Academy is famous for being tough. At this moment, Diep Lam spoke up. Forget it, teacher. If I can't go to Tri-Ton Academy, so be it. It doesn't matter to me. It's just a school. He interrupted. Diep Lam, listen to me. Suddenly, someone rushed forward from behind, shouting, Such big words! Just a school! Thien Tin shouted. Diep Lam, be careful! The person's power was so immense that Diep Lam was caught off guard and knocked back several steps. He clutched his hand, which had been slashed, trembling in pain. Who's there? The other person's thin lips parted as they answered coolly. Just a forbidden arts caster. A mere flash in the pan dares to speak so arrogantly here. The man pointed. Kid, remember this. The one who defeated you is a first year from Tri-Ton Academy, Van Quan Lao. Thon Han spoke up. Van Quan Lao, if you dare to attack people on your own again, I'll punish you by making you write a self-criticism report. Quan Lao raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Miss Tu, I didn't intend to hurt him. I just wanted to test him. Who knew he was so weak? Lam Win came over at that moment. Diep Lam, are you okay? Tran Vu also approached. Where are you hurt? Diep Lam whispered. I'm fine. Diep Lam slowly walked up to Quan Lao and said, I will remember what happened today. Hearing this, he nonchalantly wiggled his pinky finger in a provocative gesture. What's wrong, not convinced? You're welcome to challenge me anytime. However, Diep Lam didn't hesitate and said directly, There are too many people here today, so I'll let you go for now. But I will definitely get my revenge for this. As soon as he finished, Quan Lao once again burst into mocking laughter. Just a useless weakling. I say a few words to you, and you actually believe them? You will never have a chance to defeat me in your entire life. After hearing this, Diep Lam remained extremely calm and announced, 1 year from now, I will come find you. We'll settle this once and for all, a duel to the death. Do you dare to accept? At this, Thien Tin had to quickly intervene. Diep Lam, don't be rash. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but look stunned. A duel to the death. That's a formal death challenge. Yet, Diep Lam remained unfazed, enunciating each word. Do you dare to accept? As soon as the words left his mouth, Quan Lao seemed completely unconcerned. He turned to leave, saying nonchalantly, a duel to the death 1 year from now? Fine. I, Van Quan Lao, accept this death challenge. Hearing this, Diep Lam responded seriously. It's a deal. As he slowly walked away, he thought coldly to himself, Try Tun Academy quite interesting. Just watch how I'll crush you all. Elsewhere, an ecstatic Tran Vu placed a hand on the shoulder of the person before him and praised, Diep Lam, well done. For our Thon Thon Academy, we finally have a grand champion. Below, everyone present couldn't help but cheer. Diep Lam, grand champion. Diep Lam, grand champion. Thon Thon's grand champion. The scene changes to a private room. Diep Lam sat on a chair and spoke softly. Teacher, is Jia Cat Yi okay? Teacher. Thien Tin immediately replied, Don't worry. Nge Ing is just a little upset because she lost to you. She'll be fine soon. Hearing this, Diep Lam felt a bit more at ease. That's good. He gave a gentle smile, as bright as the sun, and continued, Then, teacher, tell me about the relationship between you and her. You and Tu Thon Han. As soon as he said it, Thien Tin knew what he was thinking. I knew you would ask about this. All right, really. There's nothing that can't be said. He gently touched the bridge of his nose. Thon Han was my first love. Hearing this, Jia Katingi, who was coming down the stairs, was completely stunned. She was Dad's first love? Meanwhile, Diep Lam, sitting opposite Thien Tin, was also dumbfounded with his mouth agape. What? A moment later, he gradually regained his composure and began to explain, That can't be right, teacher. From what I've seen, the relationship between you and her seems, but Thien Tin just lowered his head and said quietly, It's a long story. Back then, I was just a young man who had just started college. I developed feelings for Tu Thon Han. We had a rather happy and passionate relationship for a while. But not long after, because of incompatible personalities, the two of us broke up. It wasn't until 5 years later that one day she came to me, saying she could never forget me and wanted to get back together. At this moment, Jia Katnye suddenly cut into their conversation, and then what happened? Diep Lam, extremely curious, asked for more. Did you two get back together? But Thien Tin's tone remained somber. How could we get back together? By then, I already had Ing and Ye. Hearing this, Jia Katin couldn't help but look awkward, a bead of sweat on her cheek. At the same time, Diep Lam's face fell as he lamented, What a pity for such a beautiful connection. However, Thien Tin calmly reminded them, Let's not talk about it anymore. I just didn't expect my past to affect his future. Ngunga, with your strength and talent, you can definitely get into Triton Academy. Don't hesitate, just focus on your studies. Immediately, Jia Katanga obeyed. Yes, I know. Then, he sat opposite him and said, As for Diep Lam, your best option now is Daiha Academy. Hearing this, Diep Lam regained his usual composure. It's okay, I think Daiha Academy is pretty good too. As soon as he finished, Thien Tin continued with a slow, faint smile, reminding them, All right, you two should get some rest. I expect that this morning, the admissions office staff will be at the school waiting for you both. Jia Kating She stood up straight with her hands behind her back and replied, Yes. Diep Lam immediately followed up, Yes, teacher. Today was indeed a bit tiring. The next day, an urgent voice repeatedly called out for the teacher. Ngok Hao Trung, hurry up, hurry up. The prodigies of our Thon Thon Academy have all achieved great results. Tran Vu stood before a crowd of reporters, cheerfully introducing them. Diep Lam, Jia Katna, come over here. This is the City Lord of Thon Thon and Miss Tu from Triton Academy. Immediately, Jia Katna replied without hesitation. Hello, City Lord. Hello, Miss Tu. Hearing this, Thon Han immediately stepped forward to greet her. Student Jia Katanga, on behalf of Triton Academy, I officially extend an invitation to you. Thank you. I hope you can become a member of our Triton Academy. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly took the item and replied softly, Thank you, Miss Tu. Jia Katanga held the card with the words Triton Academy in her hand, an indescribable feeling welling up inside her. I got into Tri-Ton Academy. Her eyes flickered to the man standing beside her. Deep Lam, I finally beat you at something. Suddenly, Tranvu stepped closer and grabbed his shoulder. Deep Lam, come here. The City Lord is here to give you your championship prize. A 5 million reward. This made him gasp in disbelief. What? 5 million yuan. Mr. Ho, the City Lord of Thon Thon, immediately shook his hand, a slight smile on his lips. Diep Lam, hello. The champion is indeed a man of extraordinary character. Hearing this, Diep Lam seemed a bit awkward. Hello, City Lord. Then, the host's voice rang out once more. Dear audience, we can see City Lord Ho having a friendly chat with the Grand Examination champion. City Lord Ho has high hopes for this year's Thon Thon champion. A moment later, Diep Lam asked reluctantly, City Lord, when will I get that 5 million? Mr. Ho immediately reassured him. He eased the young man's worries. Rest assured, Diep Lam, you won't be shorted a single cent of this money. Hearing this, Diep Lam could only manage a forced smile. Thank you, City Lord. I've lived in the slums for over 10 years. I'm truly afraid of being poor. Just as he finished, an authoritative voice spoke up. Bring the reward up here, causing Diep Lam to break out in a cold sweat. Huh? It's not just a cash prize. There's a skill scroll too? Opposite him was a girl with sharp features holding a tray with a rolled-up scroll on it. The photographer's cameras quickly captured the moment. Mr. Ho introduced it with an extremely proud tone. On behalf of Thon Thon, we have not only prepared 5 million in cash for the Grand Examination champion, but also an epic-grade skill scroll of your choice. Next, he didn't hesitate to mention another great prize. Additionally, there is a precious entry spot into the champion's secret realm. Seeing this, Diep Lam wore an extremely tense expression, sweat dripping down his face as he exclaimed, Oh my god, the champion's secret realm. Is that the secret realm that only city champions get a chance to enter? At that, Mr. Ho maintained the same generous tone as before. That's right. Moreover, everyone who enters the secret realm can be immune to damage. Hearing this, Diep Lam once again couldn't believe his ears. What? Immune to damage? So if a forbidden arts caster like me goes in, couldn't I grind all the way to level 99 before coming out? Wouldn't that be amazing? Tran Vu, standing beside him, slowly patted his shoulder and explained, It's not that exaggerated. The monsters in the champion's secret realm are limited, but damage immunity is indeed very suitable for a forbidden arts caster like you. At this point, Mr. Ho on the other side also grabbed his shoulder and said, Diep Lam, we have high hopes for you. This entry into the secret realm is also a test. You must represent our Thon Thon and win the national championship, which left Diep Lam with a look of utter astonishment. What? There's a national championship too? As soon as he said it, Tran Vu didn't hesitate to say directly, Of course. This champion's secret realm trial, if you achieve the highest level, you will help. You will become the national champion. This left Diep Lam even more astonished. There's such a good deal? What's the reward for the national champion? The national prize must be even more generous. Then, he tightly gripped the card in his hand. His eyebrows furrowed. Please rest assured, Principal. Please rest assured, City Lord. Diep Lam will definitely win the national championship. Hearing this, both Mr. Ho and Tran Vu couldn't help but pat Diep Lam on the shoulder in approval. Good, good. It's good that you're so confident. Our Thon Thon will definitely make a name for itself this time. Come on, take a picture for us. The scene changes. Thien Tin walked with Diep Lam in a forest and said, There's one thing you must remember. Don't use forbidden arts that consume lifespan in the champion's secret realm. Immediately, Diep Lam's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yes, I know, because although I'm immune to damage in the secret realm, it can't slow down my body's aging process. Thien Tin immediately replied, That's right. Thien Tin, standing beside Diep Lam, said, I still have many things to attend to in Thon Thon. You'll be alone, so be careful. Hearing this, Diep Lam didn't hesitate, gripping his bag strap and replying, Don't worry, teacher. In Thom Thon City, Diep Lam stood in the crowd, looking around and thinking, A big city is truly different. This is my first time leaving Thon Thon. A moment later, Diep Lam stood opposite a girl in the distance. Bok Lin greeted him with a cheerful smile. You must be student Diep Lam, right? I am the receptionist, Bok Lin. Please follow me to your accommodation. Hearing this, Diep Lam replied without hesitation. All right, thank you. As they walked together, Bok Lin added, the champion's secret realm hasn't opened yet, so you have plenty of time to rest. During this time, if you have any problems, you can. As soon as she finished, Diep Lam replied shyly, okay, sorry for the trouble. His back, weary from a long day of travel, sank into the soft mattress. Diep Lam comfortably enjoyed the blissful feeling, looking at the scroll in his hand. The champion's secret realm hasn't opened yet. Since I'm in Tam Than, there's no reason not to take a stroll. Suddenly, an annoyed voice came from outside the door. What's going on? Why won't this door open? Hearing this, Diep Lam slowly dragged his heavy feet towards the door and asked, wasn't this supposed to be a single room? Who's knocking on my door? At that moment, the sound from outside grew louder and louder. Open up for me. The girl's blue skirt immediately came into view. She had a giant brown bear backpack on, her voice filled with surprise. Who's there? Her mouth was slightly ajar, revealing pearly white teeth. Mi Tuyet placed both hands on her hips, her eyes wide and sparkling. Who are you? Why are you in my room? As soon as she finished, Diep Lam was utterly stunned, sweating as he asked, I haven't even asked you yet. Who are you? Immediately, Mi Tuyet couldn't help but clench her fists. You pervert! How dare you have designs on me and even stay in my room? She swung her fist forward with all her might. Let me show you a thing or two. Take this. A powerful force flew straight towards Diep Lam's face. However, he casually dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. The room's window was blown open by the force, creating a chilling scene. Mi Tuyet glared at her opponent with sharp eyes. You pervert, you're pretty fast. Meanwhile, Diep Lam wore a look of bewilderment and shock. A little girl can unleash such great power in an instant. Wait, you've misunderstood. I'm not a pervert. Hearing this, Mi Tuyet became even more annoyed, trembling with rage. I don't believe your lies, take this punch. Even though Diep Lam tried to explain, no, he couldn't help but look at his hand in panic. Looks like I have to. Make a move. Sacrifice intestines. At the same time, Mi Tuyet seemed to be hit by Diep Lam's ultimate skill, forbidden art, parasitic undergrowth descent. She was bound tightly, her whole body trembling in fear. What the hell is this? Why can't I break free? Then, Diep Lam, as calm as ever, reminded her, stop struggling. This is a forbidden art I recently comprehended. It's specifically for capturing explosive little brats like you. Hearing this, Mi Tuyet couldn't stop cursing. You pervert. What do you want? Only then did Diep Lam slowly hold up 2 room cards to explain. This one says room 6099. This one says room 6000. This is my room card. See for yourself. These words made Mi Tuyet unable to believe her eyes. Impossible. My room card clearly says 6099 too. At this point, the tense atmosphere still hung between them. Mi Tuyet seemed to have become more flustered. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. In her hand was a room card with the number 6609. Mi Tuyet's expression suddenly became incredibly grim. How did it become 6609? Impossible. Beside her, Diep Lam pointed at the card in Mi Tuyet's hand and slowly said, could it be that you were holding it upside down before? As soon as he finished, Mi Tuyet couldn't hide her embarrassment and clasped her hands together. Oh, right, sorry. It's all my fault for being careless. But Diep Lam didn't seem to mind much. Forget it, it's fine. When you leave, remember to tell the staff to fix the door. After hearing this, Mi Tuyet looked at the back of the man in front of her and said shyly, how about I treat you to a meal? As an apology. Diep Lam spoke in a cool tone. An apology is too strong a word, but I was planning on going out for a walk anyway. Let's go together then. The two of them walked out together along the skyscraper-lined streets. At that moment, Diep Lam put his hands in his pockets and asked, by the way, what's your profession? I feel like your explosive power is very strong. Immediately, the girl beside him didn't hesitate to smile and reply. My name is Mi Tuyet. I'm the Grand Champion from Hython City. My profession is Berserker, an SSS-grade Berserker. After hearing this, Diep Lam immediately introduced himself. Ah, no wonder. I'm from Thon Thon. Suddenly, Mi Tuyet glanced at Diep Lam. Then you must have been recruited by Triton Academy, right? But he replied very casually. Triton Academy, I wanted to go, but unfortunately, they didn't want me. As they walked, the two of them chatted along the way. How could that be? Based on your strength just now, why would they not choose you? What can I say? I have bad luck. It's because my profession is a short-lived forbidden arts caster. A moment later, Mi Tuyet scratched her cheek curiously. Ah, a forbidden arts caster, huh? Well, all right. Then, she suddenly ran ahead. Forget it. Let's not talk about such sad things. I'll take you to eat. Hearing this, Diep Lam could only agree. Okay. When they arrived, Mi Tuyet started talking about what she knew. I heard this is the most famous restaurant in Tham Thon. Let's find a spot. Diep Lam looked at the surroundings and remarked, it doesn't look bad. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Me too yet. A violent brute like you actually found a man to eat with? Seeing the person, Me too yet couldn't help but snap. Nin YY. Meanwhile, YY, standing next to a man, clicked her tongue. Looks like you've reached the age to go into heat. Then she slowly sidled up to Diep Lam, provoking him. Hey handsome, what do you like about Me too yet? She's got nothing. These words angered Me too yet even more. Nin YY, I don't want to fight with you today. Get out of my sight. However, YY seemed to ignore her completely and continued to flirt with Diep Lam. Handsome, why don't you come with me instead? I'll introduce you to some beautiful friends. After hearing these words, Diep Lam showed a look of alarm. Hello, down there. Stay away from me. Your mouth stinks. That sentence was like 10,000 daggers stabbing into YY's pride. In her mind, the two words stinky mouth echoed relentlessly. A moment later, Yi's anger became visible. She gritted her teeth together. This little brat doesn't know what's good for him. Meanwhile, Diep Lam maintained an extremely calm demeanor and urged, Me too yet, let's go. Let's find another place to eat. This place stinks. The other person heard this and agreed with a laugh. Okay. At the same time, another footstep slammed down heavily on the floor below. Vu Tu Ki, a level 22 angelic knight, balled his fists, his face filled with anger as he growled, Did I say you could leave? Apologize to my woman. Now, his face darkened, looking extremely hideous. I despise poor bastards from small towns like you the most. Hearing this, YY seemed to push her advantage even further. Honey, please teach these two a good lesson. Oh my. Tuyet huddled against Diep Lam and said, A level 22 angelic knight? The two of us are probably no match for him. However, he didn't seem the least bit worried, just gently brushing his hands. How fortunate. Even a worthless poor devil like me can't stand the reek of money coming off you. These words enraged Thuki to the point that his fury erupted, creating a blinding flash of light. What the hell did you just say? Then, Diep Lam fearlessly and sternly added, I'd also like to experience what a level 22 angelic knight is all about. At that moment, everyone present witnessed a magnificent spectacle, a rare sight to behold. Is that the angelic holy knight profession? A level 22 one at that. His aura is so strong. If they fight, that guy is probably in for a world of hurt. At the same time, an official behind them frowned and said, In Tham Thon City, job changers are strictly forbidden from fighting wantonly. Violators will be fined 30,000 and detained for 10 days. Hearing this, Mi Tuyet slowly turned her head and realized it was an investigator. She quickly opened her mouth to inform Diep Lam, the champion's secret realm is about to open. It's not worth fighting them here, and he readily agreed. You're right. At that moment, Thuki still had his hand clenched into a fist, looking disgruntled. I'll remember your face. You better not run into me in the champion's secret realm. Although killing is not allowed in the secret realm, I can make your life a living hell. He grabbed YY's hand. Let's go, she sneered provocatively. Let's go, trash. A moment later, Mi Tuyet let out a sigh. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble again. Beside her, Diep Lam still couldn't figure out who this person was and why she was confronting her. As soon as he finished, Mi Tu Yet once again lowered her head and admitted, "Actually, she's my half-sister. We've been at odds since we were kids." She didn't hesitate to tell him everything. This time, she was afraid I would win the championship, so she specially moved to a small city to help compete, which made Diep Lam curious. "Oh, so that kind of tactic exists?" As they walked through the luxurious restaurant, the two chatted like old friends. "I originally wanted to treat you to a meal to apologize, but I ended up causing you more trouble. It's fine. I'm suddenly feeling a bit hungry. Let's find a place for a quick bite." "Still eating here?" "Of course. You pick. Didn't you say this place is famous?" "I have high standards, you know." On the third day, many people had gathered at the secret realm. A camera was ready to record every moment. Sankai stood on a high platform and spoke sternly, "Greetings to all champions. I am Tang Sankai, the person in charge of the Champion's Secret Realm. This year's Champion's Secret Realm is about to open." His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "So everyone, please prepare yourselves thoroughly." Below, Diep Lam looked at the bag he was holding and wondered, "Me too yet. Why did you have to prepare so much food?" Immediately, she made no attempt to hide it. "We'll be staying in this secret realm for a few days, and I didn't know what to get you, so I prepared some extra food for you, so you won't go hungry in the secret realm." After hearing this, Diep Lam once again felt a wave of helplessness as he looked into the basket. "Oh, you have a point." Meanwhile, Sankai was still standing on the high platform, constantly speaking. "Before the secret realm opens, I have a few things to mention. First, the rules of the secret realm." His tone was extremely solemn and sharp, with no hint of joking. "In the secret realm, every candidate is immune to damage, but this is only effective within the secret realm. If a candidate suffers a persistent injury or a fatal wound, they must leave the secret realm immediately. We have arranged for clerics above level 50 to treat everyone at the exit, so please remember to subscribe to the channel for notifications. You must receive treatment before you can leave the secret realm. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Suddenly, Sankai spread his hands. Second, he immediately mentioned the deadly dangers. "In the secret realm, if you lose your arms and legs," Sankai's next words were, "then find a cleric to reattach them before leaving the secret realm. Otherwise, the severed limbs will be very difficult to recover," had successfully scared everyone into a stunned silence. Finally, Sankai concluded the list of things to note with the final rule. "The third thing is to remember not to be swallowed by monsters. If your body is digested, you can imagine what that feeling will be like." Hearing this, Diep Lam broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that in the secret realm, your body is only immune to damage, but it's not guaranteed to block the attacks of magical beasts. Mi Tu Yet, standing nearby, still seemed bewildered. Swallowed by a magical beast, and then digested, just thinking about it is terrifying. A moment later, the secret realm slowly opened. Sankai looked inside and said, "Finally, I wish all the champions the best of luck in achieving the highest results and returning safely. The teleportation gate is activating." He began to explain the rules of this challenge. "Now, you have 10 minutes to find suitable teammates. Of course, if you are confident, you can go it alone." At this moment, Mi Tu Yet suddenly turned to the person beside her, Diep Lam. "We can see. Let's team up." And he didn't refuse. "All right, just follow me. But you'll need to help me carry this backpack." As soon as he finished, Mi Tu Yet immediately got to work delegating tasks. "Understood. I'm a close-quarters fighter, so this little bit of weight is nothing. You just focus on speeding up and casting your skills." Suddenly, a man pointed at Mi Tu Yet and said, "Hey, classmate, are you even a man? How can you let such a cute girl carry your luggage for you?" He held out his hand in invitation. "Classmate, why don't you join my group instead? I promise I won't let you do any of this heavy lifting." However, all he received in return was Mi Tu Yet's harsh retort. "What do you know? Get lost. Be careful or I'll punch you. So hard you won't know what hit you." At the same time, YY, who had appeared out of nowhere, raised her hand and smiled cheerfully. "If you want to survive, then come and join our team." as long as you're above level 20. This greatly surprised Diep Lam. Oh, a level 22 Holy Knight. That's way too strong. A group of people suddenly approached and surrounded the two of them. Thieu Qi asked with a contemptuous tone, Diep Lam, right? He quickly got to the point. I've investigated you. You're from Thon Thon, a small town the size of my palm. To be able to reach level 18 inches such a small town, I guess you have some talent. But a country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. You can't change that. Sanqi's eyebrows furrowed as he provoked. I'll give you one last chance. Get on your knees and kowtow to me 3 times, and we'll forget what happened that day. If not, when you enter the champion's secret realm, you'll have to bear the consequences. However, Diep Lam just chuckled, mockingly. Brain-dead moron. These words made Thieu Qi unable to contain his anger, swinging his fist forward. You bastard. At the same time, San Qi flew in from nowhere. This is not your family's home. If you dare to cause any more trouble, I will disqualify you from the competition. San Kai stood in the middle of the crowd and announced sternly, all contestants, enter the secret realm in an orderly fashion. Anyone who disrupts the order of the examination site will be disqualified. After hearing this, Thieu Qi's face darkened as he warned, just you wait, we'll settle this slowly. Behind him, Mi Tu Yet remained vigilant. That bastard. After we go in, we have to be careful. But Diep Lam showed an unusually calm expression. It's fine. I know what to do. Let's go. After speaking, the two of them slowly stepped inside. Afterwards, they advanced together through the forest. This is my first time in this secret realm. It's so lush and green here, it doesn't look very dangerous. But beneath this beauty, there must be terrifying dangers lurking. Suddenly, Diep Lam seemed to sense an attacker and warned, be careful, it's a level 20 gargoyle. However, Mi Tu Yet didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Save your strength. This little monster, I can handle it. She channeled all her strength into her fist and punched the gargoyle in the mouth. You ugly thing, watch me smash you. Instantly, it shattered into thousands of small stones that scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Diep Lam, standing from afar, praised her silently. What an adorable girl. But she's so violent when she fights. Forget it. Killing monsters like this is too slow. I'll take care of it. There's not enough time to waste like this. The gargoyle's body was now continuously being torn apart. This scene made Mi Tu Yet unable to believe her eyes. This is an instant kill, killing a level 20 magical beast. I'm afraid only someone above level 25 could do that, right? At the same time, the system brought a notification. Team killed a level 20 gargoyle, awarded 70 experience points. Seeing this, Mi Tu Yet was a bit bewildered. Did you kill the gargoyle? How is your magic so powerful? Hearing this, Diep Lam immediately and frankly admitted, because I'm a forbidden arts caster. However, he seemed to have suffered some internal damage. Good thing I have damage immunity, otherwise my kidneys really couldn't take it. As soon as he finished, Mi Tu Yet once again praised him with a twisted mouth, as expected of a forbidden art unleashed through sacrifice. That's vicious. At this point, Diep Lam, clutching his left arm, reminded her, time is tight. We need to go deeper into the secret realm. Follow me. Beside him, Mi Tu Yet slung her backpack over her shoulder and warned, the deeper we go, the stronger the magical beasts will be. We have to be careful. But Diep Lam seemed to want to protect her. Don't worry, just follow me. The two of them walked at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow. Suddenly, Mi Tu Yet looked over at Diep Lam and exclaimed, I just remembered you said that because you're a forbidden arts caster, you were rejected by Triton Academy. What a shame. This made him unable to help but bemoan his fate. Who said I was short-lived? Diep Lam slowly adjusted his glasses. But being able to accomplish what I want in my limited life isn't so bad. Suddenly, something made him extremely alarmed. Before them, a giant, ferocious centipede appeared. It was a level 25 venomous centipede, poised to attack its prey. Then, Mi Tu Yet's eyes widened and she screamed, a venomous centipede! This one is huge! Meanwhile, the venomous centipede was closing the distance between them. It didn't hesitate to launch a series of attacks. At the same time, Diep Lam quickly grabbed Mi Tu Yet and dodged. He looked at the ferocious creature and said, "Leave this monster to me." Diep Lam's entire body began to transform, his bones becoming visible. Sacrifice. His legs were no longer intact. Diep Lam used his unique skill, transforming into a powerful force and flying towards his target with the name Forbidden Art. World-ending mad thunder. Suddenly, countless streams of liquid shot down from the sky towards the two of them. Yet another highly venomous creature appeared. A level 22 venomous scorpion. At the same time, a level 25 hobgoblin blade shieldmaster suddenly appeared, swinging a giant saber at them. Mi Tuyet couldn't help but remind him. "Diep Lam, be careful!" The scene of a quick, decisive battle unfolded once more, leaving Mi Tuyet feeling terrified. Another instant kill, this is too scary. But Diep Lam quickly urged, "Follow me." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his ankle from below. A rat with long, sharp teeth emerged from the ground, named the Abyss Burrower, level 28. Seeing this, Diep Lam just asked quietly, "Sneak attacking me?" As soon as he finished, he unhesitatingly flew into the air, summoned lightning, and used his next ultimate move. Forbidden Art, Eternal Golden Lance. Diep Lam defeated his opponent with a single blow. Once again, the system announced, "Level up, level 20. He immediately realized, "I finally leveled up." At this point, Mi Tuyet seemed to have understood the principle. "I get it now. You're a forbidden arts caster. In this secret realm, you're immune to damage, so you can maximize the power of your forbidden arts and cast them freely." Immediately, Diep Lam asked bluntly, with no interest, "Did you just figure that out?" His words seemed to have hit a nerve with Mi Tuyet. He guessed right again. Afterwards, Diep Lam just thought silently to himself. Reaching level 20 should have unlocked the second profession talent. He now seemed a bit confused. Can this second profession talent really make all learned skills automatically sublimate to a higher level? Then he suddenly made a suggestion. "Mi Tuyet, give me that fireball scroll on the ground." Diep Lam opened his palm, his eyes slightly downcast. "Fireball is just a common skill. Are you sure you want to learn this?" "Yes, I'm just experimenting." After a moment, he seemed extremely pleased. Activating extreme talent sublimation. Fireball has been enhanced to Sigh of the Flame God. Forbidden Art, Sigh of the Flame God. The Forbidden Arts caster burns their own life force to summon the Flame God to descend and incinerate all. Everything it really did sublimate into a forbidden art. Diep Lam raised the fireball in his hand high. "Let's test the power of this forbidden art." Beside him, Mi Tuyet still didn't understand what was happening. "What kind of forbidden art is this? I've never seen it before." Meanwhile, the orb gradually expanded into a giant object floating in the air. Diep Lam swung his arm forcefully, throwing the orb forward and shouting, "Forbidden Art! Sigh of the Flame God!" The fireball exploded, creating a powerful shockwave. Mi Tuyet saw the scene and exclaimed, "Such a big fireball! It's like the sun exploded." And he said proudly, "This time, I've hit the jackpot." Then the two of them ran off, with Diep Lam shouting, "All right, time is of the essence. Let's keep leveling up." The girl chimed in, shouting, "Yeah." On the other side, YY and Thuki were observing and saw a large explosion in the distance. YY asked, "What skill was that? Why was it so loud?" He speculated, "Could an examiner have entered the secret realm? Otherwise, it's impossible for a skill with such great power to appear." Elsewhere, Sankai observed the scene on the monitor and wondered, "What's going on? Did something happen in the secret realm? For a skill with such power to appear." Back in the deep forest, Diep Lam said, "Let's find a place to eat." Mi Tuyet replied, "Okay, I never thought leveling up could be this fast." At this moment, he hid behind a tree to observe. Suddenly, Diep Lam's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. He whispered to Mi Tuyet, "Mi Tuyet, look, what's that?" On the stream bank was a giant golden toad basking on a rock. It was a level 26 multi-treasure golden toad. Seeing it, the girl exclaimed, "This is a multi-treasure golden toad. It swallows all its treasures into its belly." A multi-treasure golden toad. The higher its level, the more valuable the treasures hidden in its belly. Hearing this, Diep Lam said, "Shh, quiet down, don't scare it away." Mi Tuyet added, This golden toad is level 26. If we can catch it, we'll definitely get some good stuff. Diep Lam planned. Let's sneak closer. I'll distract it. You catch it. Got it. The girl replied. Got it. At this moment, the golden toad was fast asleep. After a while, the two of them got closer to it. Deep Lam signaled, I'll distract it. You catch it. Me too yet replied. Okay. Got it. Get ready. Suddenly, a group of people ran out from nowhere, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Tuki shouted, Diep Lam, so this is where you were hiding. At the same time, this woke up the golden toad. It panicked and quickly hopped away. Diep Lam used the skill Forbidden Art, parasitic undergrowth descent, while shouting, Go, for me too yet to pounce. But by then, it had already vanished into thin air. Having let it escape, Diep Lam cursed in frustration. Damn it! Me too yet dropped to her knees and yelled, Who the hell ruined our chance? At that moment, Thuki and his group approached. He growled, It's time to settle our debt from outside. Today, I'll show you what it means to live a life worse than death. The others stirred restlessly. This kid is done for. Blocked by Vu Thuki and his men, he has nowhere to run. All I can say is his luck is really bad. The champion's secret realm is so big, yet he had to run into Vu Thuki. Deep Lam stood there, a fireball in his hand, and said in a low voice, You people showed up at a bad time. You ruined a good opportunity for me. Now I'm very unhappy. A life worse than death, you say? Rest assured, I'll let all of you experience it for yourselves. One of the group members heard this, laughed, and said contemptuously, A fireball spell? Such a low-level skill scroll? We wouldn't even bother to pick it up. You're not planning to use this against us, are you? You really are an idiot. At that moment, the fireball in his hand grew larger and larger. Then it became gigantic, causing them to exclaim in surprise, Is that a fireball spell? Without another word, Diep Lam threw it far away. Forbidden Art. Sigh of the Flame God. Thuki was stunned and wondered, Could this be the divine Sigh spell? Wait, that was the explosion from before. How is that possible? Why? Why was equally shocked and shouted, Diep Lam, we are all the future pillars of our great nation. How could you be so cruel? Diep Lam continued to condense a block of ice in his hand and said coldly, Don't worry, I'm a very fair person. Tyoki exclaimed, Ice Arrow Spell, another low-level skill scroll. He walked forward calmly, waving his hand and continuing. So, what he just experienced, you all will experience it too. This scared YY, who cried out, Diep Lam, what do you want? Don't come over here. Instantly, in the sky, streams of ice gathered into a vortex. Then they condensed into a solid, hard mass. Finally, it turned into ice spikes hovering in the sky. Han witnessed this and exclaimed, How is this possible? Thukai couldn't believe it and wondered, How can an ice arrow spell have this kind of power? YY also didn't expect this to happen and cried out, This doesn't make sense, and why does he know both fire and ice magic? But Diep Lam coldly waved his hand and said, Feel it for yourselves. Immediately, the sharp ice spikes began to rain down on the group standing there. Thuki quickly used a technique, Holy Shield, to create a barrier, but with the powerful impact of the sharp ice spikes, the barrier gradually began to crack. Finally, unable to withstand the force, it shattered into pieces. The ice spike shot straight towards Thuki. He panicked and shouted, Are you kidding me? But Thuki quickly summoned a sword, the golden ten-fist sword. He swung his hand in a decisive slash. When Thuki gave the order, Attack together. I don't believe he can deal with so many of us at once. They all gathered their power in their hands. They created another barrier, blocking the sharp ice spikes. Behind the bushes, another group was also observing. Vu Hien said, Is this guy an elemental mage? Why can he use both fire and ice skills? Thunfong replied, Wow, this kid is fighting a dozen champions by himself. Could he be a forbidden arts caster? Over here, Diep Lam took out a scroll and said with amusement, Let's add a little more excitement for you guys. He observed the flaming scroll in his hand. From the sky, a giant, illusory sphere appeared, and then it suddenly shot straight down. When Thuki saw this, he broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Is this guy's power really that monstrous? The group hiding behind the bushes was also shocked. Thon Fong exclaimed. That's no damn falling star. That's clearly the forbidden art. Celestial meteor. My god, he really is a forbidden arts caster. The giant sphere fell, creating a loud bang and shaking the ground violently. Thuki, YY, and her group were all sent flying by the shockwave. He lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Diep Lam. I'm the heir of the Vu clan. Are you sure you want to go against me? Diep Lam spoke coldly. Don't worry, you won't die here. It'll just hurt a little. You're so powerful, you probably don't mind, right? From above, another sphere was preparing to descend. Seeing this, the group cried out, Another one! At this point, YY spoke up. Diep Lam, even if you're not afraid of the Vu clan, what about Triton Academy? Thukai continued. That's right, we are all students of Triton Academy. Do you really want to make an enemy of them? Another person mumbled in fear. We're done for. Diep Lam on the other side replied, Triton Academy. He continued in a low voice. What a coincidence. Triton Academy refused to accept me. We're not classmates, you know. Enjoy it, all of you. With that, the giant sphere fell straight down, shaking the entire space even more violently. The aftershock made Wu Hian exclaim, That was too scary. Thon Fong cried out. This forbidden arts caster is truly not human. Then, a thick cloud of smoke billowed up. Seeing this, Wu Hian stammered, This is… As the dust and smoke cleared, Liu Qi, YY, and their companions were seen pinned under boulders. They exclaimed, How tragic. It must hurt a lot. At this moment, Diep Lam gently landed. Seeing the group approaching, he said, Hey, you kind friends over there, please take your friend Wu Tiokai for treatment. Thon Fong replied, Sure, no problem. We'll take them to a cleric for treatment now. Then they used magic to lift Tio Qi and YY's bodies from the rocks. Diep Lam let out a breath and said, Now that these flies are dealt with, it's finally quiet. Let's go, Me Too Yet, and see if we can catch up to that multi-treasure golden toad. Me Too Yet replied, Okay. The scene changes to another location. San Kai said, The strength of this year's champions is still acceptable. He continued, It's been so long, and no one has been sent here yet. A subordinate replied, That's right. In previous years, we'd be busy by now. It seems the strength of this year's champions is not ordinary. From the teleportation space, Thon Fong jumped down and shouted, Someone's injured! Hurry and save them! Standing before Thioki's body, Sanki said, So heavily injured, did they encounter a high-level magical beast? Cleric, hurry and save him. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, sir. He turned and asked, What happened here? Did something go wrong in the secret realm? Thon Fong replied awkwardly, They were just attacked by a forbidden arts caster. Hearing this, Sankai exclaimed in shock. What? A forbidden arts caster? The scene shifts to the forest at night. Diep Lam said, We've been chasing for so long, it seems we can't find it. Me Too Yet complained angrily. Damn it, it's all Nin YY's group's fault. Then she sat by the campfire and asked, Diep Lam, are you sure you don't want to eat a little more? He leaned against a tree and replied, I'm full. I need to get some rest. We have to hurry and level up tomorrow. Then you rest. I'll keep watch. Me Too Yet, while eating a skewer of meat, remarked, I've never met a leveling maniac like you before. Looks like I'll have to try harder too. Then the girl looked up at something and let out a cry. In front of them was a three-headed monster, a high-level magical beast, Cerberus, level 36. Me Too Yet cried out, a three-headed hound of hell. Just as she finished speaking, it viciously spewed a stream of dark energy. Me Too Yet pulled Diep Lam up and shouted, Diep Lam, be careful, he said in surprise. This is a high-level magical beast. Me Too Yet replied. Not just that. Standing surrounded by the three-headed hound, the girl continued, This is Cerberus. I never thought there would be such a terrifying high-level magical beast in this secret realm. Diep Lam summoned a fireball and instructed, Me Too Yet, stay back. This one won't be easy to deal with. The girl said worriedly, You be careful too. As the fireball was about to launch, it remained motionless. The three-headed hound immediately opened its mouth wide to receive the fireball. Then it swallowed the fireball with ease. Witnessing this, Diep Lam exclaimed in shock, What the? Mi Tuyet also asked in surprise. No way. Such a big fireball, and it just swallowed it like that? Then, one of its heads condensed a stream of blue, dark energy in its mouth. Instantly, it shot straight forward. Diep Lam and Mi Tuyet nimbly dodged. He assessed, this thick green liquid has an extremely terrifying corrosive property. Seeing the liquid sizzling and smoking, the girl cried out, we absolutely cannot get hit by that liquid. At this moment, the three-headed hound approached Diep Lam from behind. He looked over with a vigilant gaze. Then, Diep Lam quickly jumped up and cast a forbidden art, silently noting, high-level magical beasts are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Facing the three-headed hound, Diep Lam growled a challenge. Beast, you like to swallow things, don't you? I'll let you swallow your fill, a chaotic opening, a certain death. From the sky descended the forbidden art, eternal golden lance. A large amount of dark energy shot out from the beast's mouth. It was gradually encroaching outwards and spreading. The two heads of the beast turned to look at each other in bewilderment. Once again, they released dark energy from their mouths to attack Diep Lam. He nimbly executed a move to block it. Forbidden art. Sigh of. Next, Diep Lam's body leaped high like a flash. He unleashed his power, shouting, die! The beast's face was extremely ferocious as it advanced. Diep Lam said calmly, let's see how you swallow this. The monster's body was gradually disintegrated by his power. Mi Tuyet watched in astonishment. It's still not dead after that? And Diep Lam gently landed beside the girl. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. It's going to self-destruct. Diep Lam immediately grabbed Mi Tuyet's hand and fled. Run! We absolutely cannot let its dark flames touch us. The two of them dashed through the forest at lightning speed. An explosion occurred behind them. Diep Lam wiped his sweat and exclaimed, good thing we ran fast. The girl agreed. Yeah, the system prompted. Killed a level 36 high-level magical beast. The three-headed hound of hell. Awarded 720 experience points. Suddenly, Mi Tuyet noticed strange noises behind her. The girl patted his shoulder and urged, quick, look. What's that? Diep Lam replied, it's that multi-treasure golden toad from before. Mi Tuyet looked at his hand with anticipation. This is dragon vein gold ore. This is an extremely precious forging material. If it's in your hands, a forging grandmaster, you could definitely create an epic-grade piece of equipment. Diep Lam replied, that's right. His voice drawled on, and there's also, Diep Lam asked playfully, what's this then? Mi Tuyet assessed, this looks like a rather unremarkable rock. Suddenly, he shouted, spit out the rock for me. Spit out the treasure now. The scene changes to another location where a group of people in robes step out of a tent and say, we didn't fail our mission. The surgery was a success. Han reported. Vu Thuki's appearance has been restored to almost what it was before. Sanki was overjoyed. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Rest assured, I will definitely report your contributions during this time to my superiors. Then he turned around and called out, Student Vu Thuki, your health hasn't fully recovered yet. Don't go walking around outside. Inside, Thuki, full of resentment, clenched his fists and growled, Diep Lam. He screamed into the empty space. You won't live to see another day. Over here, Diep Lam asked, little golden toad, are you still not going to spit out the treasure? If so, then our fate together has come to an end. It continuously shouted back in its own language. He knelt on one knee and continued, little golden toad, I have good news and bad news. The good news is, your hard days are over. Diep Lam used a threatening tone. The bad news is, your days are over. A moment later, after the toad was subdued by his power, instantly, a weapon appeared in midair. Mi Tuyet's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, this is an epic-grade scepter. Diep Lam looked at the information panel and said, epic-grade scepter, increases mental strength by 50%, fire magic greatly enhanced. The attributes are so strong, he happily reached out to touch it and praised, if you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Then Diep Lam picked up the weapon. Let's test its effect. He cast the skill, Blade of Flame. The mechanical voice sounded, activating extreme profession talent sublimation. Blade of Flame has been enhanced to flame, God's raging flame slash. After seeing this power, both Deep Lam and Me Tuyet were astonished. A blazing fire appeared in the forest. The golden toad was also startled by the power and kept croaking. The girl exclaimed in shock, its power is too strong," Deep Lam said with satisfaction. "Not bad. Since you were honest, I'll spare you. Go on." Then he flew up and said to Me Tuyet, "Let's go. Me Tuyet, let's hurry and continue searching for magical beasts." The girl agreed. "Okay." Deep Lam looked around, puzzled. "Why are there no monsters at all?" Me Tuyet questioned. "The two of us know. You have killed too many magical beasts these past few days. It looks like the monsters in the secret realm, of the champion's secret realm, have been wiped out." He said helplessly, "All right, it seems we should leave now." The girl was curious. "We're leaving already? The secret realm trial isn't over yet." He replied, "There are no monsters left. Staying here is just a waste of time." Over here, at the spatial gate, a bustling crowd was waiting. Someone whispered, "Isn't there still 2 days until the secret realm closes? Why does it seem like there isn't a single monster left inside?" The person next to him replied, "Right. I was about to say the same thing. Our squad was on the outskirts for a whole day and only went deeper after leveling up. But that place is definitely empty. There's only a patch of scorched earth, not even a single hair to be found." He took a puff of his cigarette. "Wait, where are Vu Tuki and his group? After their injuries recovered, they also went in to level up. Maybe they know what's going on." The people around saw him coming and started whispering, "It's Deep Lam, they're here. Quick, move aside, stay away from them, they're too scary." Sankai spoke up. "Student Deep Lam, are you sure you want to leave the secret realm? There are still 48 hours until the champion's secret realm trial ends." Deep Lam said with a confident tone. "I'm sure, teacher," he agreed. "All right, go over there to register your level." The person next to him said, "Please display your information directly. I can record it here." He made a hand gesture and replied, "Yes, miss. Level 25. Sankai was horrified. "What? Level 25? The others were also in an uproar. "I didn't mishear, did I? Level 25. A level 25 forbidden arts caster. My God," he thought in horror. In just a few short days, he managed to level up 7 times. "That's truly terrifying," someone exclaimed. "When he entered the champion's secret realm, he was only level 18, right? The monsters deep inside were probably all killed by this guy." Deep Lam asked, "Teacher Tang, can I go now?" Sankai stopped him. "Wait, Deep Lam, you can't leave. It's very likely you'll be this year's national champion, so you must stay until the secret realm closes. You need to receive your reward." He set a condition. "If there's a reward, then fine." From behind came Thukai's angry voice. "Damn, what bad luck." He was furious. "I struggled to catch a multi-treasure golden toad, and it turned out to have nothing inside. And I fought all day without seeing a single magical beast. I don't know what's going on." A subordinate pointed and said, "Young Master Vu, he's out. Young Master Vu, the magical beasts in the secret realm were most likely all killed by this guy. He's already level 25. Thuki was startled upon hearing this. "What? Level 25? That hateful bastard." Me Tuyet spoke up sarcastically. "Someone's having a hard time, entered at level 22, and is still level 22 when leaving." He continued to curse. "Damn it, a forbidden arts caster who won't live long and still wants to hog all the monsters. How disgusting." "Exactly. This kind of profession, no one lives past 25. What's the point of cultivating a forbidden arts caster? It just affects the future talents of our great Xia like us." The girl was indignant. "You guys are just not capable enough to snatch the monsters, and you're still complaining here." At that moment, a terrifying surge of power appeared in the space. Deep Lam exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" Me Tuyet also fell into a panic. "The whole ground is shaking. The surroundings became chaotic, the landscape trembling." The people there exclaimed in shock, "I'm so dizzy. What's happening? Is there a problem with the secret realm? Look, it seems the entrance to the secret realm has disappeared." They emphasized, "Even the entrance is gone. Does this mean we can't get out? Let me out. I want to go home. I missed my mom. A vicious voice echoed from within the gate. Tremble, you human ants. A group of people from the demon realm appeared all over the sky. Diep Lam wondered. This is Sankai announced. Demons! His eyes were filled with shock. How can this be? The great crisis of the demon clan's appearance, this time it's happening in the champion's secret realm? Sankai flew up and cursed. The demon clan dares to invade the territory of my human clan. You are truly audacious. Matu slowly appeared and said, You humans are nothing more than food for my demon clan, he said contemptuously. And now you dare to turn around and raise my clan's low-level slaves for you to hunt. You people are truly, he spoke with a condescending tone. You don't know the difference between life and death. In his heart, a demon that looks exactly like a human. Sankai gave an order. Everyone, hide behind me. Don't be afraid. The anomaly in the secret realm will definitely be detected by Thomthon City. They are already on their way. The moment he was distracted, a monster appeared beside him. A surprise punch flew towards Sankai. He quickly retreated backwards to defend himself. Ma Tu uttered, Luo Ta, this human is yours to handle. He replied, Yes, my lord. He shouted from behind, You're not allowed to touch them. Ma Tu said nonchalantly, Don't worry, I'm just playing with them. He asked, I hear you are the most powerful humans selected this year. Fight me. As long as you win against me, I will spare all of you. Don't be afraid. Based on your level, I'll only be at most level 20. The people below were scared. What's so scary about a level 20 demon? Let's fight him. It seems he really is only level 20. That's right. At worst, we'll just die with them. At that moment, Tuan stepped forward. I'll fight you. The crowd buzzed. It's the champion of Taothan. He's a divine knight. And he's already level 21. A level 21 fighting a level 20. The advantage is ours. We can't disgrace the human race. Beat him. Show him what we're made of. But then Matu gently flicked his finger, and the man was sent flying. Tuan's body flew backwards with a loud thud. He struggled to use his legs to keep his body from flying further. He sneered, Champion? Ridiculous. As weak as an ant. Matu asked, What? Are you all too scared to come up now? Humans are indeed all weak. Tyuki, beside him, urged, Diep Lam, what are you waiting for? With great power comes great responsibility. The surrounding crowd pressured him. You have the highest level here and the strongest strategy. Why aren't you making a move? The monsters in the champion's secret realm were almost all killed by you alone. That's right. We still have a forbidden arts caster. Now you dare to hide in the back and say nothing? Diep Lam, make your move. Right now, the only one who can fight that demon is you. Why are you hiding like a coward? Diep Lam, why haven't you made a move yet? What are you waiting for? Me Too Yet shouted. Just now you all said Diep Lam was a scourge, and now you want him to save you. Aren't you all ashamed? He pointed and spat. If it wasn't for Diep Lam injuring us and killing all the monsters, leaving us no chance to level up, how could we not be able to defeat that demon? In the end, it's all this Diep Lam's fault. At this moment, Diep Lam spoke up. You want me to fight? Fine. It's just that my equipment is really too poor. How about this, you guys? Each of you give me one piece of high-level equipment, and I'll make my move immediately. How about it? Tuki was shocked. One piece of high-level equipment per person? Diep Lam, you really know how to ask for the moon. He reminded them, I'm risking my life to fight the demons, and you all can't even part with a single piece of high-level equipment? He was speechless. Don't get cocky. We'll give you the equipment. Let's see if you live to use it. Then Diep Lam stepped forward. Me Too Yet, put this equipment away. She reminded him, Diep Lam, be careful. Matu remarked, You humans are truly interesting. Even at a time like this, you don't forget your internal conflicts. Diep Lam retorted, There are always some filthy things that need cleaning up. At this moment, leaves began to fall gently in the sky. Matu was high above while he stood on the ground. The two looked at each other with determined eyes, sizing each other up. Next, Diep Lam launched his first move, a fireball spell. Thuki wondered, what is he doing? Cast a forbidden art. What's the point of using the lowest level fireball spell? The man replied, that demon is so powerful, He must be unsure in his heart. Ma Tu just looked at the attack with a disdainful gaze, then he burst out laughing. Using a fireball spell against me? You truly are. Before Ma Tu could finish speaking, he had already appeared in front of him. Daydreaming. Deep Lamb's eyes radiated a fierce killing intent. Laugh. Meanwhile, Ma Tu saw this and was bewildered. What's going on? He quickly realized this was the fireball spell from before. The people below exclaimed, Deep Lamb's fireball spell. Why does it seem a little different? Is the fireball spell that powerful now? They exclaimed. Deep Lamb, he won. We're saved. He won. We won. Wait, look. From the sky, Matu's voice rang out. Again it was swallowed. The flame vanished, and he stood there unharmed, saying, Interesting. Matu proposed, I like you very much. Be a dog at my feet, and I will grant you endless glory. What do you say? Deep Lamb retorted, I like you very much too. You call me father, and when I become emperor, you will be the crown prince. How about that? Illumination spell, Matu concluded. It seems we can't negotiate. Then I can only kill you. Deep Lam fell into a panic. It was severed. Sacrifice. He quickly used a technique to dodge. Forbidden art. Instantaneous dance. Matu relentlessly pursued him. Sever. He spat out a mouthful of blood. That punch was heavy. Next came a series of consecutive moves from him. Thuki cursed. Why does this damned Deep Lam keep running away? Wai urged. What are you running for? Use a forbidden art. The others added, We're done for. Deep Lam can't beat him either. We can only wait for death. Suddenly, it's so hot. She realized, oh right. Why is it getting hotter and hotter? My lips are so dry they're cracking. He assessed. My fingers are also dry and cracked. Matu spoke up. It seems that as long as my spells are severed, you can only run around. In the end, you're still just a weak and useless human. Deep Lam wiped the corner of his mouth and replied, Running around? Look around you. Around him now appeared countless magic circles. Matu saw this and was curious. What kind of move is this? And he quickly executed it. Just a normal illumination spell, that's all. A huge amount of power was gradually gathering around Matu. He looked at this unexpected scene, a bit stunned. Matu quickly defended with the demon shield. He still said a bit arrogantly, You can't touch me. And Deep Lam calmly launched, Forbidden Art, Eternal Golden Lance. He roared loudly, Break for me. The arrow swiftly pierced through Matu's body. He started coughing violently, his body writhing in pain. He reached for the weapon. How can this be? A mere human. Matu became frantic and declared, I will kill you. Then he launched himself towards him at great speed. Die. Deep Lam tensed as he watched the dark figure get closer and closer. Then, suddenly, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Below, the ground echoed with a loud impact, followed by a cloud of smoke. Matu roared, I will cut off your head and hang it in my study. Over here, Deep Lam heard this and said, Sacrifice. He reminded him. With the additional 50% boost to fire magic from the Crimson Flame Scepter, plus the amplification factor of burning reincarnation, he asked confidently, Can you withstand this move? A fierce light radiated from above Matu's head. He exclaimed, What? The fire from before hasn't even dissipated yet. Finally, a massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire space. The people below started discussing. Is it over? That one blow was truly terrifying. Deep Lam won. We won. A giant crater appeared on the ground. Matu exclaimed in shock. Impossible. I lost to a human. How can a human have such great fighting power? Luo Ta roared in anger. Damn human! How dare you injure my lord? Then he swooped down. I must tear you to shreds, Sankai shouted. Deep Lam, be careful. He said, Don't come over here. Thinking, this guy must be over 100 levels, right? I can't deal with him at all. Is this really the end for me? Then a huge flash of light erupted. With a flash, Luo Ta's body was cut in half. Someone exclaimed in shock. This is, he shouted loudly, it's City Lord Ha. Van Fong appeared. Our reinforcements have arrived. The demon clan dares to sneak into our human territory and cause trouble. Then don't leave today. Stay and have a good meal. Then Van Fong flew up. carrying countless things from below. She was so shocked by the scene that she exclaimed, "So strong!" Someone supported him. "My lord, we should go. This human expert is too powerful." Matu introduced himself. "Your name is Diep Lam, right? My name is Rahak. I'll remember you. One day, I will cut off your head and make it my trophy." Then he flew away. "We'll meet again." But Van Fong casually interjected, "Want to leave? You think you can?" Then he shot an arrow towards Matu. His subordinate saw this and shouted, "My lord, be careful." Matu's eyes widened in shock. Then he held out his giant hand. "Ha, Van Fong, don't be so arrogant." The arrow collided with the shield, sending the space into chaos. The people below were shrouded in smoke. Such powerful force. After a while, everything stabilized. Thon Han struggled to open her eyes and observe the situation around her. Van Fong said softly, "You demons aren't good at anything else, but your running speed is truly top-notch." Immediately, another voice replied, "It's useless to talk more. If you have the guts, come to my demon realm," he said seriously. "There will come a day when the warriors of the Great Xia will tread upon the demon realm and wipe out the entire demon race." As soon as he finished speaking, Van Fong quickly landed. He immediately apologized. The champion's secret realm, a demon, suddenly appeared. "It was my Tham Thon's negligence in defense. I apologize to all of you here." The champion and everyone else denied it. "City Lord Ha, don't blame yourself. It's all the fault of those demons." "That's right, those demons are too despicable." They continued, "Yes, one day, we must drive all magical beasts and demons out of the lands of the Great Xia." "Yes." Van Fong didn't reply but turned and announced, "The teleportation exit has been restored. Champions, please return and rest first. The results of this trial will be announced a little later." Soon after, the announcement was made. "All contestants, leave in an orderly fashion. Examination staff, count the number of people. Let's hurry back to the hotel. I was scared to death. I need to go back and tell my mom I'm safe. This champion's secret realm almost took my life." Diep Lam, looking battered and bruised, sighed. "It's finally over." Not long after, he returned to the apartment under a dark, gloomy sky. He lay in bed, waiting. This champion's secret realm was truly perilous. While Diep Lam was thinking, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Could it be me too yet at the wrong room again? Diep Lam quickly went to open the door and was quite surprised. He said, "City Lord Ha, why are you here?" Van Fong smiled. "Student Diep Lam, I came to check on your injuries." He replied, "Thank you for your concern, City Lord Ha. My wounds have already healed. They weren't very serious to begin with." Hearing this, he directly interrupted, "Healed? I heard that you defeated a demon expert with a royal bloodline head-on." Diep Lam smiled politely. "It was just luck." Van Fong praised him. "Not bad. Not only are you unusually strong, but you're also modest." "That's right, Diep Lam. Are you willing to serve my Tam Thon?" Hearing the other party say this, he couldn't help but be stunned. "You want me to serve Tham Thon?" He replied confidently, "That's right. I know you're a forbidden arts caster. Cultivating a forbidden arts caster is indeed a very unprofitable venture. With the recent actions of the demons, Tham Thon needs a presence to deter them." Diep Lam thought to himself, "Tham Thon being willing to invest in cultivating me is not a bad option." Then he said, "City Lord Ha, although I really want to agree, I must first ask for my teacher's opinion." Van Fong asked doubtfully, "Your teacher is?" He continued for him, "Jia Cat Thien Tin." Van Fong said with a smile, "So it's Mr. Jia Cat. All right, I'll personally go to Thon Thon to ask him." Just then, a knock came from the door, and Diep Lam replied, "Who is it?" The doors unlocked. When the guest entered, they said, "Mr. Diep Lam, this is the fruit the hotel has prepared for the champions." He replied politely, "Thank you, just put it down." She quickly walked inside and said, "All right." As soon as the assassin placed the fruit platter down, Diep Lam suddenly smelled a strange scent. "What's that smell?" The assassin said nothing, but turned to look at him with sharp eyes. Van Fong immediately sensed danger and warned, "Diep Lam, be careful." She flew into a rage, drew her weapon, and lunged straight at him. "Go to hell, you!" However, before she could reach him, the man grabbed her wrist tightly. Van Fong frowned and questioned. A level 5-0, something assassin? Who sent you here? Her voice trembled. City Lord Ha. He boomed. If you don't want to die, speak up. Who sent you? Van Fong mercilessly kicked the assassin away. Still not talking? She panted heavily, looking at the weapon in front of her. Just as the assassin picked up the knife, he froze. She, resigned to her fate, cried out resolutely, I can't say. Very quickly, the room fell silent. Van Fong frowned deeply. A poison that can instantly kill a level 50 job changer and intimidate a level 50 job changer into doing something so drastic. The person behind this is no ordinary figure. Diep Lam guessed doubtfully. Could it be the Vu clan? He turned and said, Diep Lam, don't worry. I will definitely investigate this matter to the end and make Vu Thioki apologize to you. He chuckled nervously. Well, City Lord Ha, perhaps I should forget about joining Thomthon after all. If I really stay in Thomthon, I'm afraid I won't survive for a month. Van Fong left in frustration. These people from the Vu clan are truly too presumptuous. I'll send people to investigate, Diep Lam said quietly. City Lord Ha, seeing that he couldn't stop him, he turned away and sighed. Not long after, another knock came at the door. Oh God, who is it now? Mi Tuyet announced excitedly. Diep Lam, the results are out. You're the national champion. You've brought honor to your ancestors. Diep Lam hesitated. I'm an orphan. Hearing this, the girl's bright eyes suddenly faltered. However, Mi Tuyet didn't care and even cheerfully said, Anyway, you're so amazing. I actually teamed up with the national champion in the secret realm. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Come on, let's take a picture together. Suddenly, the girl noticed something was wrong and screamed, Why is there a dead person here, and dressed like that? He said calmly, Mi Tuyet, can you call someone over first? To deal with the body on the floor. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked over. Diep Lam, you Diep Lam interrupted. Don't get the wrong idea. This is an assassin that Vu Thioki sent to kill me. Mi Tuyet heard this and was furious. What? That Vu Thioki wanted to kill you? Let's go. We're going to find him and settle this right now. On the other hand, at this moment, Thioki was roaring and shouting. What kind of expert did you find? He cursed relentlessly. A level 50 assassin can't even kill a level 25 guy? What a useless piece of trash. Just as Thiokai finished, a cold humph echoed. Seeing him, they both said in unison, Old man, dad, father. The Vu clan head spoke. Do you still have any respect for me as your father? He continued. You hired someone to deal with that, Diep Lam. I don't care about that. But why are you so stupid? He stammered. Well, I didn't expect Ha Van Fong to be there. The Vu clan head said loudly, You are the heir of the Vu clan. Ha Van Fong would naturally punish you lightly and not do anything to you. Now, pack your things and come with me to see Ha Van Fong and apologize. Thiokai replied in a low voice, Yes, father. Early the next morning, at the City Hall Plaza, Van Fong spoke up. Student Diep Lam, congratulations on winning first place in this Champion's Secret Realm trial. He added, I now present you with your rewards. A legendary grade skill scroll and a legendary grade piece of equipment. He observed and thought to himself, I thought there would be a cash prize, but this can also be considered a top-tier reward. After all, above legendary grade is forbidden art and divine artifact level. Then he spoke up. Thank you, City Lord Ha. Diep Lam curiously opened the item box and was astonished. Wow, it's a ring. Inside was the Great Void Ring, legendary grade. Attributes. Increases mental strength by 100%, can be reforged. Skill 1. Void Absorption. The wearer can absorb energy form attacks into the Great Void Ring and convert the energy into temporary mental power. Skill 2. Void Storage. The wearer can open a storage space within the Great Void Ring. The storage space size is proportional to the wearer's mental strength. Van Fong provided information. This ring can not only double your mental strength, but it also has a rare spatial attribute. It can absorb energy form attacks and convert them into temporary mental strength, Diep Lam thought. With this ring, even if I'm surrounded and attacked by many mages who are crazily casting skills at me, He contemplated the ring. I can also absorb these skills and convert them into a mental strength boost, then unleash a forbidden art to kill the opponent. Diep Lam analyzed. This thing, combined with my immortal body, doesn't that mean the more hits I take, the stronger I get? After thinking, he quickly said, Thank you, City Lord Ha. I will definitely continue to work hard and constantly improve myself. He urged. Ahem, about you serving Tham Thon. We can discuss it later. In a little while, I'll personally open a teleportation array to send you back to Thon Thon. Diep Lam replied, Thank you for the trouble, City Lord Ha. Not long after, at Thon Thon's teleportation plaza, his figure quickly appeared in mid-air. Diep Lam landed right in the center. The crowd's cheers echoed. Diep Lam, Principal Cao called out. You're back! Our national champion is back! Mr. Ho also said with a laugh. Quick! Let me touch him for a bit, to get some of the national champion's good luck. Hearing this, he showed a helpless expression and waved his hands. Suddenly, everyone rushed forward, causing the scene to become chaotic. He then hurriedly said, I am Diep Lam's principal, don't push. They didn't listen and continued to push forward. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel scared. Isn't this a bit too enthusiastic? Suddenly, Principal Cao grabbed Diep Lam's hand, startling him. He said, Diep Lam, the principal will see you through. Diep Lam reminded him, Principal Cao, I want to go home and rest. You take care. You're going the wrong way, he replied curtly. Mr. Jia Cat wants to see you. Not long after, Thien Tin's calm voice rang out, sweet and gentle. A man fears fame like a pig, fears getting fat. It seems being the national champion isn't easy. He panted and said, It's really not easy, but luckily the rewards are quite generous. He said, You should rest first. There are more important things waiting for you next. Diep Lam heard this and glanced over. More important things? What is it? Thien Tin answered frankly, The Gate of Heavenly Genesis has appeared. Hearing this, he couldn't remain calm. The Gate of Heavenly Genesis, that's the place where the 7 primal ancient artifacts once appeared. Diep Lam hesitantly guessed his teacher's meaning. Are you telling me to go to the Gate of Heavenly Genesis? He added. To be precise, I'm going with you. He stood up and said, All right, teacher. I'll go to the Job Changers Guild first. I have some equipment to take care of. Thien Tin replied, Okay. He sat there in silence for a moment, thinking, But Diep Lam still doesn't completely trust me. Thien Tin's expression darkened. But I can only give it a try. He coughed a few times. My time is really running out. At the same time, at the Job Changers Guild, a staff member saw someone approaching and said, Hello. Diep Lam said at the same time, I have equipment and skill scrolls I want to trade. Hearing this, she smiled and walked over, saying, All right, please follow me. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, Too many people know me now. It's safer to use a disguise. Diep Lam inadvertently glanced to his left. He immediately recognized her. I actually ran into her. Good thing I'm wearing a disguise. She won't recognize me. Jia Katana also glanced over, observing the person's back. That feeling is so familiar. A memory suddenly came back to her, causing her to frown. It's him. It must be him, Zakat stated with certainty. This feeling can't be wrong. This person must be the Lang Da I've been searching so hard for. She mustered all her courage, stepped forward, and grabbed Diep Lam's hand. Hello. Sorry to bother you. Diep Lam was stunned. No way. I'm already wearing a disguise, and she can still recognize me? At the same time, he calmly asked, Is there something you need? Jia Kating hesitated and said, Well, you look a lot like the person who saved me. May I ask what your name is? Diep Lam coldly pulled his hand away. You've got the wrong person. She silently affirmed, It can't be wrong. That cold expression when he saved me before, he was just as cold. This man must be Lang Da. Just as he was about to walk away, Jia Kating's arm blocked him. She said nosily, Lang Da, I know it's you. Why won't you admit it? Diep Lam asked calmly. Does this sort of thing happen often at your Job Changers Guild? The staff member quickly said, Miss, I'm sorry, but please don't disturb the order of the trading area. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to leave. Jia Katinga said, All right, I won't cause trouble. While they were distracted, Whispers erupted on the stage. Oh my, that kid is really something. How did such a beautiful goddess fall for him? That's right. I'm much more handsome than him. Why don't any girls come after me? Don't say it. I bet this guy is definitely very rich. Otherwise, how could he be so cold to such a beauty? After resolving the trouble, the staff quickly led Deep Lamb to the giant scales. He coldly extended his hand and said, "This equipment, sell it all." Very quickly, a series of items fell down one after another. The people present were astonished by the sight. So much equipment. Oh my God. This kid is indeed very rich. How on earth did he get all this? How many magical beasts must he have killed? With this kind of superpower, even a man like me wants to suck up to him. Bro, maybe you should take a look at me. She turned and smiled. Excuse me, do you want to trade this equipment for money? Diep Lam replied, No, I want to trade item for item. The staff member immediately handed over a tablet and said, All right, customer. Please select the type of equipment you want to trade for. He glanced around for a moment and then decided on an item. The radiant necklace. I'll trade for this. She said, I'm sorry. If you want to trade for this piece of equipment, you'll have to pay an additional 3 million. Diep Lam agreed. No problem. By the way, I have one more item I want to sell. The staff member asked. Okay, what is it? He quickly took out the item. This is it. She was stunned by what she saw before her. This is Dragon Vein Gold Ore. The item Diep Lam just took out quickly attracted the attention of everyone present. They kept whispering, It's really Dragon Vein Gold Ore. This is too cool. If I had a piece, I'd be rich in an instant. Jia Katane's eyes suddenly sparkled. It's Dragon Vein Gold Ore again. Langda is so amazing. Right at this moment, Tron Kai suddenly approached. He asked curiously, What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Didn't I usually teach you all to remain calm when things happen? The staff member said softly. Vice President, you're here. Diep Lam heard the title and thought, Him? The Vice President of the Thon Job Changers Guild, Tran Kai. I heard he's almost level 60. Tran Kai continued. Dragon Vein Gold Ore. Not bad. It's a good treasure indeed. I wonder what this little brother wants to trade for it, he replied. Refining stones. Jia Katanga, from behind, couldn't help but exclaim, Refining stones can reforge the star level of equipment, making it even stronger. A rare grade piece of equipment, refined to level 7, can even rival an epic grade piece, he said happily. No problem. Dragon Vein Gold Ore for 800 stones for you. How about that? Diep Lam shook his hand and said firmly, 1,000 stones. In the future, I will only come to the Job Changers Guild. Tran Kai quickly agreed. All right, then 1,000 stones it is. Consider it making a friend. If you have any more good stuff in the future, feel free to bring it to the Job Changers Guild anytime. He ordered. Arrange for someone to go to the warehouse and get 1,000 refining stones. Be calm when you encounter things. Don't whisper. She replied, Got it, Vice President. Diep Lam unexpectedly interrupted again. Well, actually, I have one more item I want to trade. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into chaos. Jia Katna corrected, a legendary grade skill scroll. You probably couldn't find a second one in all of Thanthan. Langda is truly no ordinary person. Tran Kai's jaw dropped. This president, you should come here. President. Le Shuyen appeared instantly. Why the commotion? Didn't I tell you all to remain calm when things happen? He continued. President, is this really a legendary grade skill scroll? He observed for a moment and then said, It is indeed a legendary grade skill scroll. Little brother, what do you want to trade for it? Diep Lam immediately replied, I want to trade for all the common grade skill scrolls in the Thanthan Job Changers Guild. Then he thought, what rights do I have? With the extreme talent sublimation, a legendary grade skill scroll is useless to me. I might as well trade it for a few thousand scrolls of common skills to unleash forbidden arts. The staff member broke out in a sweat and asked again, What? I didn't mishear, did I? Le Shuyen looked at Diep Lam with a doubtful expression. Trading a legendary grade skill scroll for common grade skill scrolls? Suddenly, Jia Kat and Jay spoke up. Langda, you're taking too much of a loss. She analyzed. Common grade skill scrolls, you can buy them with money. They're only 20,000 each, but legendary grade skill scrolls are extremely rare. If you're short on money, I have plenty. You can take some to use first. Dieplam coldly refused. Thank you, but I don't need it. He stepped forward and asked, Are you sure you want to trade a legendary grade skill scroll for all the common grade skill scrolls here? Dieplam replied, I'm sure. Le Shuyen ordered, Tran Kai, go help this little brother get all the common grade skill scrolls here. Don't miss a single one. The two of them said in unison, Yes, President. He said, Little brother, your things are ready. This is the highest level membership card of our Job Changers Guild. With this card, you get a 30% discount on all purchases at the Job Changers Guild in Thon Thon. Dieplam waved his hand in farewell. Thank you, President Vuong. I'll be going now. Le Shuyen replied, Take care. Tran Kai said at the same time, You're always welcome. He asked doubtfully, President, should we secretly protect him? After all, he's carrying so many things. He smiled. No need. Someone who can take out Dragon Vein, Gold Ore, and a legendary grade skill scroll is definitely no simple character. After leaving the hall, he communicated with the zombies outside. Suddenly, Dieplam's eyes fell on the person standing across the street. Jia Kattinghay's face lit up as she said, Lang Da, you're finally out. Come home with me. There's a shameless imposter pretending to be you. I have to prove that you and that shameless person are not the same. Dieplam said calmly, Classmate, you really have the wrong person. I'm not some Lang Da. Jia Kattingay screamed, Impossible. You're back, I will never forget it. And you were able to take out Dragon Vein, Gold Ore, and a legendary grade skill scroll. Just based on these things, even Dieplam on horseback would have a hard time comparing. So you won't admit it, right? Fine. I'll take you to see Investigator Huyn. Dieplam thought helplessly, if I get entangled with the people from the investigation bureau, it will be even more troublesome. Then he negotiated a condition with her. All right, let go of my hand, and I promise to go home with you. As night fell, Jia Kattingay pulled Dieplam's hand and ran inside. Dad, daughter, today, I must expose Dieplam's true face. Thian Tin looked on doubtfully. And this is? She pointed behind her. Dad, this is Langda. I told you before, Langda and Dieplam can't be the same person. He's countless times more outstanding than that cowardly Dieplam. After hearing this, he quietly observed. Jia Kattingay continued, Dad, if you really want to choose a disciple, you might as well kick that Dieplam out and take Langda as your student. Thientin pushed up his glasses. Well, this Langda is indeed an outstanding young man. Let me have a private word with him. Jia Katni agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll go upstairs and change. She thought to herself, I have to wear my most beautiful outfit for Langda to see. Outside, Dieplam asked, Aren't you going to tell her the truth? He looked into the distance. Although this is a coincidence, it's not necessarily a bad thing, and I suddenly had another idea. He lowered his hood. Are you planning to let me use Langda's identity to enter the Gate of Genesis? Outside, the rain grew heavier. Thientin agreed. That's right. This way, Dieplam will have never appeared at the Gate of Genesis. You can go all out using Langda's identity. Dieplam's eyes narrowed as he pondered. If Langda disappears at the Gate of Genesis, it won't matter, right? Jia Kat, Thientin. Dieplam gently pushed up his glasses and wondered to himself, What exactly are you plotting against me? I'm looking forward to it. But he also agreed. Yes, all right. Teacher, I understand. Thientin said softly, It's good that you understand my meaning. I'll deal with Nge. We'll set out tomorrow. Okay. As night fell, Dieplam sat leaning against the table, looking up at the ceiling and thinking, One must always be on guard. I need to be fully prepared. Let's reforge the equipment first. His finger pressed the screen, and a ding sound was heard. Great Void Ring successfully reforged. Current reforge level, 1 star. Legendary grade Great Void Ring. Attribute. Mental strength increased by 120%. He covered his face with his hand. Just 1 star and it already increased my mental strength by 20%. That's almost like wearing an extra piece of high-level equipment. Let's continue reforging. A notification bar appeared. Reforging failed. His whole body trembled violently. I don't believe 1,000 refining stones will all fail. The stones flew up into the air. There are still many refining stones left. Continue. Reforging failed. The buckets and stones fell scattered everywhere. 10 stones, 50 stones, 100 stones, 200 stones, 300 stones, 400 stones, 500 stones. Diep Lam looked up, his face showing clear frustration. No way! 1,000 refining stones only got me 1 star? Damn it! Even if Old Man Heaven saw me, he'd probably give me a cigarette out of pity. The notification bar displayed, Great Void Ring successfully reforged. Reforged level, currently 3 stars. Great Void Ring, legendary grade, attribute. Mental strength increased by 160%. He was overjoyed. Success. A 160% increase in mental strength. That's terrifying. A few days later, Diep Lam stood with his hands in his pockets, feeling impatient. It's been a few days. I should go check on Lang Vu. Suddenly, Jia Katanga from below waved and called out, Lang Da, what a coincidence! Are you also out for some fresh air? Diep Lam turned his head to look behind him. Jia Katanga was stunned. Why is it you? She growled angrily. What is this shameless impostor still doing in my house? Didn't my father tell you? I've already found Lang Da. He let out an oh. Oh, I'll pack my things and leave right now. Jia Katanga unhesitatingly shooed him away. Go on, go. I won't see you out, and don't forget anything. Diep Lam glanced back. This woman, the scene changes to the Gui family villa. Lang Vu ran out from inside with a joyful expression. Boss, I missed you so much. Why didn't you say you were coming? I would have sent a car to pick you up. Diep Lam patted his shoulder. Are the wounds on your body all healed? Lang Vu replied with a bright smile. They're healed. My dad found the best cleric in Thon Thon for me. He said softly. Lang Vu, I came to find you this time for something important. He asked. What is it, boss? Just say the word. Diep Lam leaned close to Lang Vu's ear and whispered, Help me spread some information. A moment later, he looked over doubtfully. Do I have to do it like that? Lang Vu said confidently. Don't worry, boss. This is no problem. Leave it to me. At this moment, outside, the central screen displayed an image of Diep Lam with 2 girls. It's been rumored these past few days that the student who received the title of national champion, Diep Lam, frequently visits high-class entertainment venues. Everyone was whispering, What's this all about? A national champion? How could he become so degenerate? Is he a forbidden arts caster? His life was already short, and he used all his strength to snatch the national champion title. Now he probably doesn't have many years left. That's true. If he wasn't a forbidden arts caster, our Than Than would have truly produced a real dragon. Jia Katanga approached. What an incorrigible person. Thien Tin sat on the side, pondering. After spreading this for a few days, probably no one is paying attention to Diep Lam anymore. He pushed himself up with his hands. Are you ready? Diep Lam said softly. Teacher, we can depart now. Suddenly, Jia Katanga called from behind. Lang Da! He turned around. What is it? But he was momentarily stunned by her innocent look. Jia Katanga stammered. Lang Da, when you get back. Can I ask you to go to the movies? Diep Lam turned back around. We'll talk when I get back. Thien Tin also started to walk. Nga, we're leaving now. Jia Katanga nodded slightly. You two must be careful. The two then sped off in a car. Diep Lam asked, Teacher, are we going to the teleportation array now? Thien Tin replied, No need. The gate of heavenly Genesis is in the outskirts of Thon Thon. Also, don't call me teacher. It's easy to reveal our identities. Call me Mr. Jia Cat. He immediately agreed. All right. Thien Tin got out of the car. We're here. Get out. Diep Lam was quite surprised by the scene before him. It's huge. Is that the gate of heavenly Genesis? He also agreed, yes. The first time I saw it, I was also very surprised. The two of them walked over, and a man approached, saying, Mr. Jia Cat, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come soon, I would have sent someone to find you. Thien Tin shook the man's hand. Sorry to have worried you, Director Dam. This is Dam Thon Jung. deputy director of the Thon Thon Investigation Bureau. He held out a key. Time is short. Mr. Jia Cat, please open the gate of heavenly Genesis. Thonjiang agreed without hesitation. All right, no problem. Diep Lam turned and asked, Mr. Jia Cat, why do I feel a chill down my spine? Damn, Thonjiang was fooled by my fake key. Now he probably can't kill us immediately. He wondered, then should I take out the real key? Tiantin denied it. No need. Just get close to that door later and you'll be fine. He looked up. Open the door. Diep Lam placed his hand on it. All right. Instantly, a teleportation sound echoed from the door. Everyone was astonished. It really opened. This is the legendary gate of heavenly Genesis, where the 7 primal ancient artifacts once fell. Great. The door is finally open. Thonjiang turned to Hailong. Mr. Jia Cat, return the key to them. Give it to me. Tiantin handed back the key. Of course. The key to the heavenly Genesis was originally Director Dam's property. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The gate of heavenly Genesis actually exists in this world. It's truly astonishing. Le Shuyan appeared out of nowhere, laughing loudly. He was a bit puzzled. Why is the Job Changers Guild here too? Did you call them? Tiantin asked. Would I do something so foolish? Le Shuyan laughed loudly. Mr. Jia Cat, Director Dam, what a coincidence. Are you also here looking for treasure? Why don't you bring me along? Thonjiang stated. President Vuong, you haven't put in any effort, and you want to share as soon as you arrive. That doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? He said softly. In that case, let our Job Changers Guild take the lead and scout the way for you. How about that? Thonjiang stroked his chin. He pondered. If they've come, they won't leave. The gate of heavenly Genesis is extremely dangerous. Letting them scout the way is a good idea. He agreed. All right, then let's do as President Vuong says. Le Shuyan laughed heartily. Thank you, Director Dam. Director Dam is so generous. Let's go, we'll take the lead. He turned towards Diep Lam. Oh, little brother, you've come too? He chuckled softly. After you, President Vuong. Le Shuyan, still smiling, turned and walked away. All right. Tiantin also urged, let's go. We should go in too. Diep Lam immediately agreed. Okay. And the group quickly moved on. Diep Lam raised his hand to shield his eyes. Just a moment ago it was pitch black, and in a flash, such a strong light appeared. Tiantin reminded him, inside the gate of heavenly Genesis, things are unpredictable. You must be extremely careful. After that, everyone continued to move forward. Suddenly, Diep Lam's eyes widened. Everyone was extremely surprised by the scene before them. What's going on? Where is this? Thon Thon, it really is Thon Thon, but why is it so ruined? Could it be a constructed illusion? I don't know. Maybe. We'll know once we go in. Maybe there are survivors inside. A loud shout rang out. All right, let's go check ahead. Their feet moved across the ground, which was littered with embedded weapons. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with no signs of life from any creature. How come after walking back and forth forget about living people, we haven't even seen a living creature? Tiantin's eyes darted around, observing. Thonjiang put his hands down. Mr. Jia Cat, have you found anything? He picked up an object. This is a fragment of a divine artifact, but unfortunately, it has already lost its value. Le Shuyan spoke up. There's nothing here. No danger, no opportunities, just a pile of scrap metal, he said. And helplessly, he just sighed. Damn it. Is there really nothing in this gate of heavenly Genesis? He asked. Nothing at all? Then wasn't it a waste of effort to come here? Tiantin pushed up his glasses. Why don't we split up and search to see if we can find anything? If there's danger, just shout. It's quiet here. Sound travels far. Thonjiang instructed. That makes sense. Everyone, split up and search. Spread out quickly. All right, everyone spread out. If you find anything, call out. A faint smile appeared on Diep Lam's lips. He mused. The game of everyone for themselves is finally about to begin. The surrounding scenery was desolate and extremely tragic. Thonjiang looked around. How can there be any living things here? Le Shuyan agreed. That's right, not even a ghost of a shadow. Diep Lam hid behind and pondered. In this gate of heavenly genesis, no one can be trusted, including Jia Cat Thien Tin. I have to find a way to follow the guidance of the heavenly genesis ancient scripture to the poor district. He picked up the book. This time, the Earth Duenshu, Earth Escape Art, should make its appearance. Earth Escape Art. A mage uses their mental strength to manipulate the surrounding earth element, allowing them to move freely underground, with a distance not exceeding 50 meters. A notification appeared. Activating Extreme Profession Talent Sublimation. Earth Escape Art has been enhanced to Spatial Leap. Forbidden Art. Spatial Leap. The Forbidden Arts caster sacrifices their internal organs to perform short-distance spatial jumps in reality. During that time, they are immune to all physical attacks and the vast majority of energy attacks. A swirling power appeared and enveloped Diep Lam. It lifted his body into the air. Diep Lam allowed himself to be carried away by the spatial shift. He was teleported to another side. Isn't this my home in Than Than? Suddenly, from behind, a terrifying voice called out, Diep Lam. Diep Lam's gaze swept behind him to where the sound came from. Diep Lam, you've finally arrived. He was stunned when he saw the creature behind him. What is that thing? The strange creature spoke. I am the guardian of the primal ancient artifact. I have waited for you for many years. Diep Lam was puzzled. Waited for me? That's right, the creature replied. Since you have arrived. It gestured inside. Then the eternal balance should be returned to its owner. The creature took the spear from its tentacle. It has always belonged to you, which is why you have the ability of infinite regeneration. Diep Lam's face showed a hint of surprise. The primal ancient artifact belongs to me? Just then, a voice from behind whispered into his ear. You really did find this place. Then a finger shot straight through Diep Lam. His feet scrambled away as if he had stepped on nails. Diep Lam spun around to look at the figure before him. Jia Cat Thien Tin. His voice turned serious. Diep Lam, put down the primal ancient artifact. Diep Lam clutched his side in pain. You really were just using me to find the primal ancient artifact. Thien Tin's voice was tense. Diep Lam, it's too late for you to know now. The creature growled. Diep Lam, take the eternal balance and run. The eternal balance has the ability of equivalent exchange. He wants to use the eternal balance to exchange your infinite regeneration power for his own. He shouted agitatedly, so this was your goal all along. Because you don't have long to live. You want my ability. Thien Tin's voice was cold. You talk too much. Power began to swirl in the space. Spell. Divine Blade of the Stars. The creature rushed out. Diep Lam, go. A powerful force attacked, breaking through the sturdy wall. It pierced through space, creating a large, deep hole. Diep Lam's eyes showed a hint of worry. Thien Tin walked out and asked, Diep Lam, are you planning to resist me? Diep Lam channeled power and shouted, damn it. A powerful fist of fire was unleashed. He reached out towards the fireball. No matter how strong a forbidden arts caster with an immortal body is, you are still only level 25. Don't struggle in vain anymore. Thien Tin's hand clenched, and a blinding light shone from within. Then a massive explosion erupted, and a blazing fire shot up. Diep Lam gritted his teeth and thought, to dispel my forbidden art so easily. He raised his staff. I don't believe you can be this strong. Again, a surge of power swirled around Thien Tin. He taunted, don't you understand yet? Thien Tin's eyes glowed red, filled with killing intent. In the face of absolute power, struggling is useless. At this moment, waves of water surged from nowhere. Starlight shackles. Thien Tin raised his hand and deflected the sword. Diep Lam. He looked at him, his whole body trembling violently. Still using skills at this level? You seem to look down on astrologers. Thien Tin continued to taunt. Diep Lam, I have to thank you. Because of you, I have met my heavenly tribulation. I've divined too much and don't have long to live. Using mental strength is like adding fuel to the fire. But in the end, you still helped me find this primal ancient artifact. Diep Lam looked up, his brows furrowed. His body was completely paralyzed. He growled, You hypocrite. Thien Tin affirmed, My good disciple, let us complete this sacred ritual together. I will try to make it less painful for you. Then a stream of energy shot straight into the middle of Dieplam's forehead, causing him to scream in pain. Dieplam's eyes went white. I feel like my soul is about to be drained. My immortal body, am I about to lose it? His spiritual energy was completely sucked out and upwards. Thien Tin was a bit surprised at this moment. What's going on? He was puzzled. Could it be the eternal balance? Thien Tin observed Dieplam's floating figure. There's always a half in the shadow of your body, he concluded. The eternal balance. One light, one dark. When the scales of the eternal balance are tipped, it will amplify the ability of one side infinitely, and the eternal balance has two abilities, immortality and invincibility, also known as the strongest primal ancient artifact. The eternal balance has another heaven-defying ability, equivalent exchange. As long as both sides agree, regardless of level, profession, or lifespan, even gender can be exchanged at the same level. Dieplam's whole body was pulled in as he shouted, "What do you mean by telling me all this? Let's continue." The staff was now raised high above. Suddenly, a hole appeared on Dieplam's forehead, and Thien Tin coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Dieplam shouted, "Stop!" Then suddenly, Dieplam's entire body was released back to normal. He looked at his hand in confusion. "What's going on? I'm still alive," he now whispered. "Kid, it seems I succeeded." Dieplam's entire body floated in the space. He looked at his hand in confusion. "What's going on? My regeneration ability has returned, and it seems to be even stronger than before." Dieplam lowered himself down. "Why? You clearly could have taken my immortal body. Why?" Thien Tin leaned against the rock wall, coughing with difficulty. "Dieplam, what did I do to make you disrespect me so much? Like this, you're not even willing to call me teacher once." Dieplam's face showed a hint of awkwardness. "Teacher," he thought to himself, "it seems I never truly understood you." Thien Tin reassured him, "Don't worry, you guessed right. I have been setting you up all along, but not for your immortal body, but for the future of the human race." The white smoke dissipated, and Dieplam's eyes widened. The future of the human race? Suddenly, at that moment, Jiakat Enga appeared. "Thien Tin," he continued. "Dieplam, did you know? I have used astrology countless times to observe the celestial phenomena and have seen countless future outcomes for our people. They will all die at the same time." He pointed his finger. "Do you know what this means?" Thien Tin asserted. "This means that at that time, it's very likely that the entire Great Xia, and even the entire human civilization, will be completely wiped out." Dieplam was puzzled. "The human race will be wiped out?" He pointed straight at him. "But you are the only one in the future that I cannot see clearly. The Great Tao has 50, but the heavens only use 49. The one that got away, you could very well be that one." Hearing this, Dieplam was stunned and quickly rushed down, asking, "Teacher, what do you mean?" "I don't understand." Thien Tin softly held out a small bag. "You are that variable. Only you have the ability to change the outcome." Dieplam took the bag. "In a corner of the future that I saw, 6 people will appear by your side. Their characteristics are all in this pouch." He wondered, "Teacher, how do I have the ability to change things? And what about that guardian of the primal artifact from before?" Thien Tin explained, "It was never a guardian. It was an incarnation of the butterfly emperor of the demon clan, wanting to capture the half of the eternal balance inside your body." Dieplam placed his hand on his chest. Teacher Thien Tin stammered, "Dieplam, finally, promise me one thing. Take good care of Nge." He hesitated. "Teacher, I will." Thien Tin whispered, "That's good." His eyes gradually closed, yet they were still filled with worry. Dieplam felt extremely guilty. "Teacher, for me, for the human race, you endured so much, and I still doubted you." He clasped his hands together. "Teacher, I will definitely keep my promise to you. Your disciple, Dieplam, bids you farewell." Then, from above, figures began to jump down. Le Shuyen narrowed his eyes to observe. "This is Mr. Jiakat." Thon Ra was puzzled. "Did you kill Mr. Jiakat?" Accusations came from behind Dieplam. "Speak up. What happened here? Did you get something?" The man behind him snapped. "Go, bring Mr. Jiakat's body over here. He must have a treasure on him." "Yes." That man rushed towards Dieplam. "Kid, Hand over the body. He glanced over, his voice cold. Teacher, you died to save people like this. Do you truly have no regrets? Instantly, from below, the tentacles of a plant burst from the ground and attacked. It wrapped tightly around the man, preventing him from struggling. What's going on? This is a forbidden art. His life force was gradually being drained. What did you do to me? He replied, those who disturb Mr. Jiakat's rest will be killed without mercy. Dieplam extended his hand, and the life force was sucked back into his hand. Le Shuyen's eyes widened. The energy is constantly being sucked into his body. Thonra was bewildered. What kind of ability is this? He thought to himself, I understand now. It seems that after the eternal balance was repaired, it has completely leaned towards the dark side. The original ability of equivalent exchange has also turned into endless devouring. Thonra shouted, I know. You must have obtained the 8th primal ancient artifact. Otherwise, how could you have killed Mr. Jiakat? First squad, attack. Snatch the ancient artifact from him. The whole group charged forward. You stinking brat. I should have just killed you that day. The entire crowd rushed towards Dieplam. He put 2 fingers together. Just you lot? You're not enough to help me. Streams of energy swirled around the group. Everyone was alarmed. Where did he go? It seems to be the Earth escape art. Impossible. The Earth escape art can't be this fast. The stream of energy appeared like a tornado in the air. Be careful. He attacked directly, creating a massive explosion that sent the group flying in all directions. The man fell heavily backwards and cursed. Wood magic, fire magic, and now earth magic. What kind of person is this kid? Le Shuyen pondered. This Dieplam is indeed not simple. It's a good thing I didn't act rashly. The man, fearless, stood before the thick white smoke and threatened, Stinking brat, come out here for me. From within, Dieplam's cold voice rang out. The favor you granted me in the Investigation Bureau's prison that day, I will repay it today. He launched a powerful attack, raging waters. A powerful surge of water erupted fiercely, attacking the man. It pierced straight through him, splitting him in 2. However, the surge of water circled back towards Dieplam. Then it swiftly swept past his face. Thonra cursed, Damn it, a level 62 Holy Bow Master useless. He glanced behind him. What are you standing there for? All of you, attack. The group immediately obeyed. Yes, on this side, Dieplam snapped. Great Void Ring, absorb your fill. The information displayed, Void Storage. The wearer can absorb energy form attacks into the Great Void Ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental strength boost. He put 2 fingers together and closed his eyes. You all forced me to go on a killing spree. Then Dieplam's eyes shot open, blood red with visible veins. Forbidden art. Heavenly fire annihilation. The entire group was engulfed in flames, and piercing screams rang out. Help! In the end, the fire died down, leaving only a thick cloud of white smoke. Thonra emerged from within, a bunch of useless trash. He drew his holy bow. I'll have to do it myself. Thonra shouted, Divine Demon Mother-Son arrows. A powerful attack was fired. It shot powerfully towards Dieplam, a triumphant smile on his lips. Dodge! You can't dodge this! Streaks of powerful energy continued to rush towards him, attacking him even though Dieplam dodged every which way. At this moment, a streak hit his head, causing it to bleed, accompanied by a piercing scream. Dieplam was bewildered. What is this? Thonra approached. No one can dodge my divine demon mother-son arrows. He clutched his chest in pain and cried out, while the other laughed heartily. Stinking brat, turn into a bloody pulp. A large mouthful of blood spewed out violently, and Dieplam's body exploded into pieces. Thonra was triumphant. So what if you have the eternal balance? I don't believe you can recover after being blown into a pile of meat. Suddenly, the pieces of his body moved, and then the broken bones and skin reconnected. A new body of Dieplam was restored. With his upper body, he reached out towards Thonra. His eyes bulged, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Dieplam had already thrown a spear that pierced through Thonra's stomach. He slowly stood up, his body tattered. You think you can kill me with just that? Dieplam put his glasses back on and laughed. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Thonra turned back in fear and threatened. You can't kill me. I'm the deputy director of the Thon Investigation Bureau. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble, he sneered. Is that so? I'm so scared. He seemed unafraid and still rushed forward to attack. Go to hell, you. At this moment, Dieplam's hand produced a black sphere. It directly drained all of Thonra's spiritual energy, causing him to scream in pain. He thought to himself, in a moment, I went from level 25 to level 28, and my 3 circle attributes have also clearly improved. Dieplam said softly, Come out. Don't hide anymore. At this moment, from behind, Le Shuyen furtively emerged. He smiled with a hint of compassion. Brother Dieplam, I have never been your enemy. You wouldn't kill me to silence me, would you? He asked. President Vuong, what are you saying? We're friends, aren't we? Le Shuyen approached, clasped his hands, and smiled brightly. Brother Dieplam, you are now a person of divine power. I, Vuong Dishuyen, along with the entire Job Changers Guild, are willing to submit to you and follow your orders. Dieplam agreed. All right, then I'll be troubling President Vuong in the future. Le Shuyen pointed. As I should. This is not a place to stay for long. We should leave quickly. He raised his hand. Wait, I have one more thing to do. Dieplam channeled his power. Forbidden art. Extreme ice coffin. He went to lift Thien Tin's body. Le Shuyen stood still, observing Dieplam's every move. He gently lowered the body inside. Teacher, Dieplam said softly. I'm taking you home. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Let's go. He also followed behind. All right. Le Shuyen followed behind, speculating on the situation. The subordinates I brought are likely dead or in bad shape. It seems this place is not somewhere we are capable of exploring. Dieplam, flying ahead, gave some instructions. Let's go back first. When we are capable, we will return. The first thing that appeared before him, he immediately warned. That's the entrance over there. Be careful. There might be a problem. A dragon suddenly appeared, roaring, and from its mouth, a ball of fire suddenly shot out. The two of them quickly jumped away to dodge its attack. Dieplam drew his weapon, looked ahead, and declared, I'll take care of it. After the massive shockwave caused by him, Le Shuyen shouted in surprise, Forbidden art. Sigh of the flame god. What a terrifying forbidden art. Dieplam quickly approached to collect his reward. Looted a level 34 common magical beast. Received water, fat, protein, Maggi mix, minerals, and some very thin dragon bloodline. Increased. 524 years of lifespan, gained 340 experience points, increased strength attribute by 6 points. Increased speed attribute by 2 points, increased mental strength by 1 point. Dragon bloodline, current concentration 0.00001%, effect unknown. Dieplam looked at his fist calmly. I absorbed so many lifespan points again, and what is this dragon bloodline? Just then, Le Shuyen shouted a warning of danger. Not good. This big door seems to be collapsing. We have to get out of here quickly. Hearing this, he also quickly sped up and shouted, All right, let's go. He was suddenly flung into the air, unable to resist. The force is too strong, it's about to suck us in. At this moment, Dieplam's key was also flying away. My key. His key was quickly sucked inside. The vortex gradually closed like that. After a while, the two of them landed on the ground. Le Shuyen let out a sigh of relief and informed him, We're out. Look, the gate of Heavenly Genesis has disappeared. But Dieplam was extremely worried. My Heavenly Genesis ancient scripture is gone too. The next time the gate of Heavenly Genesis and the Heavenly Genesis ancient scripture appear, who knows when that will be. Seeing him stand up, he asked worriedly, Brother Langda, where are you going? Dieplam replied frankly and gave some instructions. I have to bury my teacher first. Farewell, President Vuong. If anything comes up, I'll find you. Le Shuyen was always ready to help him. All right, the Job Changers Guild is at your service anytime. The scene changes to another place where a scream echoes, Impossible, Gia Cat. This isn't real. Gia Katanga was standing inside with another person. Tears welled up in her eyes as she demanded, Langda, tell me that's not my father inside. Tell me now. Diep Lam, filled with guilt and sorrow, took the blame. I'm sorry. I failed to protect your teacher. Jia Cat and Shay still couldn't believe the truth. You must be playing a joke on me, right? You're trying to trick me, aren't you? He continued to repeat the teacher's last words. He said he wished to be buried with your mother. This only made her more agitated. Besides, you're a liar. How could my father die? He's Mr. Jia Cat. Then Jia Catting collapsed beside the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. Impossible, it can't be, Dad. After calming down a bit, she asked for the details. How did my father die? Diep Lam quickly recounted the truth of that moment. Too much stargazing, he suffered a backlash. He died for the people in the heavenly ship. Jia Katna buried her face in her hands, completely devastated. I know. Langda, you can go. I don't want to see you anymore. I once promised. She grew angry and shouted, ordering him, Get out! Hearing this, Diep Lam's face darkened in silence. Then he accepted and walked out the door, saying, All right, I'll go first. If you need anything, just find me. The next day, the news had spread everywhere. The director of the Thon Thon City Investigation Bureau, Dam Thon Jang, the president of the local Job Changers Guild, President Vuong Le Suyen, Vice President Tron Kai, and many other important figures have mysteriously disappeared. Furthermore, the famous astrologer, Mr. Jia Cat Tin suddenly passed away. The specific cause is still under investigation. The reporter solemnly informed everyone. Dam Thang Jiang, Vuong Le Shuyen, Jia Cat, Thien Tin, none of them are small figures in Thon Thon. I heard that Dam Thon Jiang has been frequently leading people in and out of the city recently, as if searching for something. I heard that too. Mr. Jia Cat also left the city. In the end, a guy named Langda brought his coffin and body back. Hearing this, the young brother became furious and ordered, Langda, it's Langda again. Go and arrest Diep Lam for me. The disciple beside him immediately spoke up to remind him, Master, he is now the national champion. We have no evidence to arrest him. It will cause trouble. Then investigate his whereabouts. He calmed down and made his decision. I'll go find him. Suddenly, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out. Speaking of the devil, the two of them looked up, their eyes wide with surprise. Diep Lam sat among beautiful women and raised his hand in greeting. Isn't this Investigator Huyn? Come, have a drink with us. He turned his face towards the back and urged with amusement. Come on, call 2 more beautiful girls over to serve Investigator Huyn. Put it on my tab. He approached, showing a look of discomfort, and refused. No need. Tu Huyn began to probe, wanting to investigate him. Diep Lam, where have you been this past week? Diep Lam waved his hand, acting very natural. How could I remember that clearly? In a week of 7 days, I've done too many things. He grabbed his hand tightly and demanded loudly. Then let me ask another way. Did you disguise yourself as Langda and follow Mr. Jia Cat to Jia Thon, yes or no? Answer me. Diep Lam calmly held up his phone and reminded him. Investigator Huyn, you need evidence to back up your words. I'm recording. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. The disciple approached and whispered, Master, right now there is indeed no evidence to prove that Diep Lam ever left the city. These past few days, he has been seen in entertainment venues. Huyn became angry and let go of his hand. He turned to leave, but remained determined. Diep Lam, I will find the evidence. But suddenly, Diep Lam spoke up. Investigator Huyn, I can tell you a piece of information. Tu Huyn heard this and turned back in surprise, curious. What information? You know that lying won't trick me, but he made up a false story. What I'm saying is true. A few days ago, I saw with my own eyes Langda explode into a pile of meat right in front of me. He froze in place, bewildered, not understanding. What's going on? What he said wasn't a lie. How can that be? Tu Huyn clutched his head in pain. Impossible. How could I be wrong? The disciple saw this and asked worriedly, Master, what's wrong with you? And just like that, Diep Lam calmly left. Investigator Huyn, you take your time and think about it. I'll be going now. Let's have a drink together when we have time.